Institutions and Ethnic Politics in Africa. Daniel N. Posner. University of California, Los Angeles. This is a book about ethnic conflict, but it is not about ethnic conflict in the usual sense. Most treatments of the subject focus on explaining variation in the occurrence or intensity of ethnic violence across time and space. They ask, why did tensions between Hutus and Tutsis in Rwanda erupt into full-blown genocide in 1994, Prunier 1995, Gurevich 1998? Why have Hindu-Muslim riots taken place in some Indian towns but not in others, Varshney 2002, Wilkinson 2004? Why, since the mid-1970s, has there been so much more ethnic violence in Sri Lanka than in Malaysia, Horowitz 1989. This book, by contrast, seeks to explain not when or where communal conflict breaks out but why it breaks out along one line of ethnic division instead of another. It seeks to explain why politics comes to revolve around the particular axis of ethnic cleavage that it does. I fell into this research topic by accident. When I first went to Zambia in 1993, I thought I was going to be studying how Zambia's recent transition to multi-party politics had affected the relations among the country's ethnic groups. I thought I was going to be studying whether the introduction of competitive multi-party elections had deepened ethnic divisions and made ethnicity a more salient part of the country's political affairs. Given this motivating question, I began my research by conducting a series of open-ended interviews in one of Lusaka's poor residential compounds to probe how people from different ethnic communities were getting along in the new multi-party era. Again and again, I was told that ethnic politics was rife. I was also told that one group in particular, the Bimbas, were dominating the country and that Zambian politics had been transformed into a conflict between Bimba power holders and everyone else. Almost always, these charges of Bimba domination were substantiated with long lists of Bimbas who had been appointed as cabinet ministers, diplomats, or senior civil servants, had emerged as business leaders, or were otherwise enjoying more than their fair share of the best jobs and government contracts. Yet when I then met with the people whose names had been provided, many of them told me that they were not, in fact, Bimba. One identified himself as Bisa, another as Lunda, another as Chayashinga, another as Mamwi. All of them were members of tribes that belonged to the broader Bimba language family, but they did not self-identify as Bimbas. At first I was confused. How could there be such a disconnect between the way people saw themselves and the way they were viewed by others? Eventually, I came to understand that Zambians saw their country's politics through multiple lenses. Some saw it through the lens of language group differences. Through this lens, all of the allegedly Bimba winners in the regime change were, in fact, Bimbas, since they all were members of Bimba-speaking tribes. But other Zambians viewed the country's politics through the prism of tribal differences rather than language. Seen this way, all of the Bimbas who were benefiting from the change in government were from other, and, in some cases, underrepresented, ethnic communities. Whether or not Bimbas were dominating the country depended entirely on the rule, linguistic or tribal, that one applied to code the people in the positions of power. As soon as I recognized that this was what was going on, I realized that I had to acquire a better understanding of the conditions under which people came to understand the country's politics in terms of language differences versus tribal differences. My quest for an understanding of when and why conflict arises was transformed into a mission to comprehend why conflict was perceived to be taking place along the lines of one ethnic cleavage instead of another. In the nearly 10 years that I have worked on this project, I have benefited from the support of a number of institutions and from the insights, intellectual stimulation, friendship, and generosity of a great many individuals. My greatest debt of gratitude is to the hundreds of Zambians who served as survey respondents and focus group participants, and to the many current and former politicians who patiently answered my endless questions. To the extent that this book gets Zambian politics right, it is because of their generous tutoring in its intricacies. My research in Zambia would have been impossible without the hard work of a team of tremendous research assistants, Meshek Bunda, Richard Bunda, Maureen Kashempa, Charlotte Luwanga, Hilary Mwil, Chris Mwangam, Robert Mwanza, Godfrey Sabiso, and Joseph Tembo. I could not have completed this project without their help. My 19 months of field research were immensely enriched by the good company and friendship of Philip and Julie Alderfer, Lisa Clagett, Mike Hall, Melinda Ham, Jim and Michelle Palamas, Lisa Ronner, Jeffrey Ryan, David Simon, and Jeremy Weinstein. I want to especially thank Malcolm McPherson, Deborah Hoover, and Heather and Melinda McPherson, who invited me into their family and provided me with a home base in Lusaka that was truly a home away from home. At the Institute for African Studies, now the Institute for Economic and Social Research, at the University of Zambia, Lisa Mwanza and Chris Simwiemba were, as they have been for foreign researchers in Zambia for more than 2 decades, sources of administrative guidance, advice, and friendship. I would also like to thank Kumbutso Jakedzik, the census manager at the Central Statistical Office in Lusaka, Joel Sakazwi, Director of the Electoral Commission of Zambia, and the staff of the Zambia Consolidated Copper Mines Archives in Ndela for help that went well beyond the call of duty. I also thank Fred M. Membe and Ngandi Mwananjiti for our numerous stimulating conversations. To all of these people I am immensely grateful. This book began as a doctoral dissertation in the Department of Government at Harvard University. I owe a deep intellectual debt to my 3 dissertation advisors, Samuel Huntington, Robert Bates, and Jennifer Widner. Throughout my graduate training, and during TB 2 years I subsequently spent as an Academy Scholar in the Harvard Academy for International and Area Studies, they were wonderful mentors. They were also terrific role models. Much of what I have learned about political science, about Africa, and about conducting myself as a scholar I have learned from their fine examples. I am also indebted to a group of remarkable friends and colleagues at Harvard, whose camaraderie and incisive comments contributed much to this project. In particular, I would like to single out Henry Hale, Divsh Kapur, Michael Cavan, Pauline Jones-Luong, Sean Malarney, Michael Montesano, Maria Victoria Murillo, Mark Nagel, Carissa Price, Richard Snyder, Edward Steinfeld, Ashutosh Varshney, and Stephen Wilkinson. The Department of Political Science at UCLA and the Hoover Institution at Stanford University, where I was National Fellow in 2001-2, provided extremely supportive environments in which to complete the project. At UCLA, I benefited from the hard work of research assistants Timothy Aiko, Maria Dolan, Yuan Lanner, Luciana Nogueira, and David Yaminishi. At the Hoover Institution, Larry Diamond and Joy Taylor provided much appreciated help and support. I received useful feedback on various pieces of the project at meetings of the Laboratory in Comparative Ethnic Processes and the American Political Science Association, and at workshops at Stanford University, Princeton University, the University of Chicago, New York University, UCLA, and the Santa Fe Institute. In addition to the helpful criticisms offered by participants in these workshops and seminars, I received valuable comments and suggestions from Joel Barkin, Carls Boya, Michael Bratton, Kanchan Chandra, Alberto Diaz-Queiroz, Pierre Englebert, James Fearon, Karen Ferry, Judy Geist, Jeffrey Herbst, Macarton Humphreys, Naomi, Chino, Nelson Casfer, David Laodin, Drew Linzer, Beatriz Magaloni, Shaheen Mozaffar, Benjamin Riley, Robert Rotberg, James Scarrett, Kenneth Skeeve, David Simon, Smita Singh, Richard Sklar, Paul Snyderman, Michael Thies, Matthew Turner, Nicholas Van de Waal, Ashutosh Varshney, Leonard Wanchikin, Lisa Wadeen, Stephen Wilkinson, Elizabeth Wood, and anonymous reviewers of the manuscript. Their comments strengthened the book immeasurably. Intellectual support may be a necessary condition for writing, but it is not sufficient for research involving field work and large amounts of data collection. Financial support is also necessary. I am therefore particularly grateful to the institutions that provided financial support for the project at various stages. The International Pre-Dissertation Fellowship Program of the Social Science Research Council funded my initial trip to Zambia. A dissertation improvement grant from the National Science Foundation made possible a 9-month follow-up trip the next year. The Harvard Academy for International and Area Studies provided 2 extremely valuable years of support at the dissertation stage of the project and underwrote a third field research trip. At UCLA, the Academic Senate provided support for the project throughout its transformation from a dissertation into a book. The Hoover Institution at Stanford provided a year of support during which I completely rewrote the manuscript. A Faculty Career Development Award at UCLA also provided useful resources at a key stage. I also owe thanks to the UCLA International Institute and the James S. Coleman African Studies Center at UCLA, particularly its former director, Edmund Keller, for their support of this project. Louis Bateman, the senior editor for Political Science and History at Cambridge University Press, patiently shepherded this book through production and was a source of advice and unstinting encouragement throughout the process. I am very thankful for his support. Finally, I thank my parents, Robert and Rita Posner, who never in a million years would have guessed that their son would write a book about African politics. They taught me how to read and ask questions, and kindled in me a desire to try to understand the world outside of Tenafly, New Jersey. They did not read a single page of the manuscript or offer much in the way of comments or suggestions. But their fingerprints are everywhere on its pages. Most of all, I thank my wife, Rebecca. She joined me late in the process of writing this book but provided the love and support the home I needed to finally get it finished. This book is for her. Institutions and ethnic politics. Nearly all multi-ethnic political systems contain more than one dimension of ethnic cleavage. Israel is divided by religion, but its citizens are also divided by their places of origin and their degrees of secularism. South Africa is divided by race, but also by language differences and by tribe. India is divided by language, which serves as the basis for its federalism, but also by religion and caste. Switzerland is divided by religion and by language. Nigeria is divided by religion, region, and tribe. Even subnational units are frequently ethnically multidimensional. Cities like New York, Los Angeles, and Miami all contain prominent racial cleavages, but also cleavages based on their residence countries of origin, languages of communication, and lengths of residence in the United States. Given these multiple bases of ethnic division, when does politics revolve around one of them rather than another? Journalists and scholars who write about the politics of ethnically divided societies tend to take the axis of ethnic cleavage that serves as the basis for political competition and conflict as a given. They write eloquently about hostilities between Hindus and Muslims in India but never pause to ask why that country's conflict takes place along religious lines rather than among Hindi speakers, Bengali speakers, and Marathi speakers. They discuss the competition among Hausas, Yorubas, and Igbos in Nigeria but never stop to question why the political rivalries in that nation rage among these broad ethno-regional communities rather than between Christians and Muslims. Tribe is a loaded word. Here, and throughout the book, I use the term to refer to an ethnic community that is, or was historically, organized under the authority of a traditional chief. Membership in a tribe is determined by the answer to the question, are you, or were your parents, subjects of Chief X? For an extended discussion of how tribes were created during the colonial era, and why tribe and language cannot be used interchangeably, see chapters 2 and 3. 1. They probe the conflict between blacks and Latinos in Miami but never think to inquire why the city's tensions revolve around racial differences rather than divisions among Haitians, Cubans, Dominicans, and other Caribbean immigrants, or between immigrants and non-immigrants. In country after country and city after city, they provide detailed accounts of how and why politicians play the ethnic card. Yet they almost never bother to ask why politicians play the particular ethnic card that they do. Why, given multiple potentially mobilizable bases of ethnic division, does political competition and conflict come to be organized along the lines of one ethnic cleavage rather than another? Why do politicians emphasize, And why do people respond positively to appeals couched in terms of race rather than language, religion rather than tribe, caste rather than state? Under what conditions does the dimension of ethnic cleavage that is salient change? When does politics shift from being about religious differences to being about language differences, from being about country of origin to being about race? These are the questions that this book seeks to answer. It seeks to account for when and why, given multiple axes of ethnic division in a society, one cleavage becomes the basis of political competition and conflict rather than another. It builds its explanation by distinguishing between two distinct, but often conflated, processes: identity construction, the process through which the repertoire of political identities in society that might be mobilized is constructed, and identity choice, the process through which political actors decide to emphasize one identity from this set of potentially mobilizable social categories rather than another. I argue that the cleavage that emerges as salient is the aggregation of all actors' individual decisions about the identity that will serve them best, and that these decisions are constrained, first, by the option set from which the actors are choosing, and, second, by the formal institutional rules that govern political competition, which make some identities more advantageous than others. The argument: political institutions are the formal rules, regulations, and policies that structure social and political interactions. This book shows how they help to determine which ethnic cleavage becomes politically salient in two stages, and via two distinct causal mechanisms. First, they shape the repertoires of potentially mobilizable ethnic identities that individuals possess. That is, they determine why some of the myriad objectively identifiable bases of cultural difference in society come to be viewed as at least potentially politically salient, and why others do not. Second, they shape people's incentives for selecting one of these potentially salient ethnic identities rather than another, and then coordinate these choices across individuals so as to produce a society-level outcome. To borrow the metaphor of a card game, political institutions explain, first, why players' hands contain the cards they do, and, then, why the players play one of these cards rather than another. They also explain why one player or set of players ultimately wins the game. The part of the argument about how political institutions shape individuals' identity choices, about why players play the cards that they do, is built from three simple, well-established propositions. People want resources from the state. They believe that having someone from their ethnic group in a position of political power will facilitate their access to those resources. And they understand that the best way to get someone from their ethnic group into a position of political power is to build or join a political coalition with fellow group members. Taken together, these propositions suggest that ethnic politics can be viewed in terms of the politics of coalition building, and that ethnic identity choice can be seen in terms of the quest to gain membership in the coalition that will be most politically and economically useful. The idea that ethnic politics can be interpreted as a kind of coalition building was first articulated by Robert Bates, who described ethnic groups as coalitions which have been formed as a part of rational efforts to secure benefits created by the forces of modernization, 1983, 152. This book builds on Bates's insight by extending this argument beyond the question of why ethnicity is politically useful and applying it to the question of why individuals choose to emphasize the particular ethnic identities they do. Ethnic coalition building is straightforward in AW6RLD, where individuals have only a single ethnic identity. In such a context, political actors turn to ethnicity because of the mobilizational advantages it brings. Bates R 983, Hardin R 995, Hector War, Chandra 2004, or because of the ability it affords them to limit access to the spoils that successful mobilization provides. Fearon 1999, Caselli and Coleman War. However, matters become more complicated when we recognize that individuals possess multiple ethnic identities, each of which might serve as a basis for coalition formation. Given multiple ethnic group memberships, the question is, which coalition should a political actor interested in gaining access to state resources seek to mobilize or join? The one with their fellow tribe members? The one with their fellow language speakers? The one with their co-religionists? Which will be the most advantageous identity to select? To the extent that access to resources is determined through a process of electoral competition, the most useful identity to mobilize will be, as Riker, R. 962, showed, the one that puts the person in a winning coalition, or, if more than one coalition is winning, then the one that is minimum winning, the one that contains the fewest members with whom the spoils of power will have to be shared. Individuals will consider each of the identity groups in which they can claim membership, and which others will recognize as meaningful, and embrace the one that defines the most usefully sized group. They will consider each of the principles of group division that divide the political community, religion, language, race, clan, etc., compare the size of their own group with that of the other groups that each of these cleavages defines, and then select the identity that puts them in a minimum winning coalition. Thus, a Sinhalese Christian from Sri Lanka would begin by comparing the size of her religious group, Christians, with the sizes of the other religious groups in the country, Buddhists, Muslims, and Hindus, and the size of her language group, Sinhalese, with the sizes of the other language groups, Tamil and English. Then, she would select the ethnic affiliation that puts her in the most advantageous group and attempt to build or join a coalition with fellow members of that group. In this particular case, she would choose her language group, since Sinhalese speakers are a majority vis other language groups in Sri Lanka, whereas Christians are a minority vis other religions. Her identity choice, that is, her choice about which identity to use to identify herself politically, is constrained by the options in her repertoire, her Christian religion, her Sinhalese language group membership, both of which are commonsensically part of who she understands herself to be due to history, government policy, and childhood socialization. But she is free to choose between these two identity options to select the one that will be most advantageous given the situation in which she finds herself. Why, then, do political institutions matter? First, they matter because the usefulness of any coalition will depend on the boundaries of the arena in which political competition is taking place, and these boundaries are products of institutional rules. As the formal rules governing political competition change, the boundaries of the political arena will often expand or contract, and this will cause memberships in ethnic groups of different sizes to become more or less useful as bases for political coalition building. For example, our Sinhalese Christian found it advantageous to emphasize her language group identity because she was engaged in a competition for political power at the national level, and, at that level, being Sinhalese was more useful than being Christian. If she had been competing for a share of power in her town, say, in the context of a mayoral race, or in her region, say, in the context of an election to a provincial council, her choice might have been quite different. The particular ethnic coalition in which it will make sense for her to seek membership, and thus the particular identity she will invoke to try to do so, will depend on the boundaries of the arena in which she is competing. To the extent that these boundaries are defined by institutional rules in this example, rules devolving power to municipalities or subnational units, those rules will be central to our explanation of her identity choices. The second reason institutions matter is because, in addition to shaping the strategic choices that individuals make, they also coordinate these choices. People's decisions about which identity will serve them best are influenced by a great many contextual factors, including who their interacting partners are, the events or issues of the moment, and the physical location in which they find themselves at the time they are making their choice. What makes the choice-shaping effects of political institutions different from these more fleeting and individualized sorts of contexts is that political institutions affect everyone in society that is subject to them. They define a uniform context in which coalition-building calculations are made. Moreover, everyone knows that this is the case, so individuals are able to choose the strategies that are best for them in light of what they can infer about the best strategies for others. Institutions provide common knowledge, Qui 2001, about the incentives faced by everyone in society. This gives them the power not just to shape how individuals identify themselves but also to coordinate these identity choices so as to affect which ethnic cleavage becomes politically salient in society more generally. But before political actors even face the choice about which ethnic identity to mobilize, political institutions will have already affected their decisions in another, less proximate, way by shaping the universe of possible ethnic identities from which they are choosing. To suggest that individuals can choose their ethnic affiliations strategically is not to suggest that the range of options from which they are choosing is infinite. The identities they seize upon must be ones that both they and other members of society view as commonsensical units of social division and political self-identification. While appeals to race or language might resonate in most societies, appeals to hazel-eyed people or left-handed people will be unlikely to lead to energetic political mobilization, since neither eye color nor left-handedness is understood as a meaningful principle of groupness, at least not in any society of which I am aware. Ethnic mobilization requires coordination, and this requires that the identity around which the mobilization is to take place be understood by would-be mobilizers as at least potentially politically salient. The kinds of identities that are understood to be potentially politically salient will vary from society to society. For example, the distinction between religious and non-religious people might resonate in Holland, where it has served as a basis for the Dutch party system, but not in Iran or Afghanistan, since nobody in these countries sees themselves, or others, in terms of these categories. Only those identities that are part of society members' shared understandings of how the social landscape of the polity might conceivably be divided up can serve as viable bases for political coalition building. Thus, before we inquire into why political actors embrace or seek to mobilize the ethnic identities they do, we must first account for why some identities are understood to be meaningful candidates for mobilization and others are not. We need to explain why, when people think about politics and reflect on who they are, they conjure up the range of identities they do. This is where the second part of the argument about the role of political institutions comes in. In addition to shaping players' choices about which cards to play, political institutions also help to determine the cards that they hold in their hands. They affect the process of subconscious socialization and conscious investment that determines the contents of individuals' identity choice sets. Most instrumentalist accounts of ethnic identity choice simply take people's identity repertoires as given and begin their analysis by stipulating that the individuals in question have the particular identities that they do. In contrast, I seek to account for these identity repertoires. I do this by showing that the ethnic identities that people use to define who they are can often be traced to specific state policies, regulations, and administrative structures, that is, to institutions. Further, I demonstrate that the numbers, sizes, and distributions of the groups that these identities define can also be shown to be products of administrative structures and policies. As we shall see, the relative sizes and physical locations of groups are important, since these factors determine whether or not they will serve as useful bases of self-identification and political mobilization. This book thus treats the question of why political conflict in a given community comes to revolve around the particular dimension of ethnic division that it does as the outcome of two separate but equally important processes: the process by which the menu of people's identity options is generated and the process by which the choices from this menu are made. It separates the process of identity construction from the process of identity choice. The former operates over the long term and, as I shall show, involves a mix of subconscious social learning and conscious investments by individuals in particular group memberships. The latter is a short-term process that is immediately sensitive to alterations in the rules of the political game and is viewed here as an outcome of strategic choice. The process of identity construction operates in keeping with the sociological institutionalist tradition. The process of identity choice operates in keeping with the rational choice institutionalist perspective. Hall and Taylor, 1996. Although the two are different, both mechanisms are products of the formal institutional environment in which political and social life is carried out. The complementary roles that each of these processes play in shaping ethnic cleavage outcomes are depicted in Figure 1.1. To demonstrate how political institutions shape ethnic cleavage outcomes in both of these ways, this book draws on empirical materials from Zambia. In Zambia, political actors identify themselves as members. 4. State policies. Rules, regulations. 1. Menu of ethnic formal rules oft. Coalition options political game. Coalition choices of political actors. 1. Ethnic cleavage outcomes. Of, and can build political coalitions around, ethnic groups defined either in terms of tribal affiliation or language group membership. The tribal cleavage divides the country into roughly 70 small groups, whereas the linguistic cleavage partitions it into 4 broad regional coalitions. To explain Zambians' ethnic identity choices, the first task, accomplished in Part I of the book, is to account for why tribe and language, but not other bases of social identity, have come to serve as the key components of Zambians' identity repertoires and thus as the central bases of potential ethnic political cleavage in the country. The second task, accomplished in Parts 2 and 3, is to account for why one of these axes of ethnic division emerges as the basis for political competition and conflict rather than the other. As it turns out, the salient cleavage in Zambia changes over time. The specific question that I address is therefore, when, and why, does political competition in Zambia revolve around tribal divisions, and when, and why, does it revolve around language group distinctions? My answer is that the relative political salience of the linguistic and tribal cleavages depends on the nature of the country's formal political institutions, in particular, on whether the country is operating under a multi-party or one-party political system. I show that, during periods of multi-party rule, language group cleavages serve as the central axis of coalition building and political conflict in Zambia, whereas, during periods of one-party rule, tribal cleavages play this role. The analysis I present is not meant to provide an all-encompassing theory of how institutions shape ethnic cleavages. The particular institutional rules that I emphasize, party system type, are only one of a larger set of formal institutional arrangements that might affect people's ethnic identity choices. Moreover, even if we restrict our focus to the specific rules that I treat here, that is, even if we try to generalize about the effects of shifting from a one-party to a multi-party political system in a context of single-member plurality electoral rules, the specific tribal and linguistic cleavage outcomes that I show this change to generate in Zambia are not generalizable in themselves. The kinds of ethnic cleavages that will become salient in one-party and multi-party elections in other countries and political arenas will depend on the contents of the identity option set from which political actors in those places are choosing. This will become clear in Chapter 9, where I apply the model to other African cases. In Zambia, it just happens that, for reasons I will explain at length, language and tribal identities are the only 2 options in the option set. My purpose, instead, is to develop and apply a simple, general model that illustrates the power of formal institutional rules to determine the kinds of identities that individuals will embrace and, through these identity choices, the social cleavages that will emerge as politically salient. The discovery, and, over the last 40 years, gradual acceptance, that ethnic identities are situational and strategic constitutes probably the most important general insight that has yet been made in the study of ethnicity and ethnic politics. From the standpoint of heightening awareness of the complexity of ethnic identifications, this insight has been extraordinarily useful. Descriptive inferences about the nature of ethnic identities are made much more carefully today than in the past. Research techniques designed to measure ethnic loyalties and their political and social consequences are becoming increasingly nuanced and sophisticated. Banton and Mansur 1992, Layadin 1986, 1998, Wilkinson 1999. But from the standpoint of theory building, the discovery that ethnic identities are fluid and situation-bound has been paralyzing. The recognition that ethnic identities may shift from situation to situation has made students of ethnicity hesitant to propose general hypotheses about people's identity choices that apply to more than a unique context or a single individual. As a consequence, the literature on ethnic politics is almost entirely devoid of generalizations about the conditions under which one ethnic identity or cleavage will be likely to emerge as politically salient rather than 5. Another. The principal purpose of this book is to develop and document the empirical basis for an argument that can begin to fill this gap. Ethnicity and ethnic cleavages. To even pose the question that this study seeks to answer, let alone answer it in the way that I propose, is to embrace a conceptualization of ethnicity and ethnic cleavages that differs in important ways from how these subjects have traditionally been treated in the literature. Before proceeding with the discussion in the chapters that follow, it will be useful first to explain and justify in greater detail the perspective that this book adopts. Ethnicity. As I have noted, a first way in which the treatment of ethnicity in this book differs from that in most studies is in the outcome it seeks to explain. Whereas most studies of ethnic conflict seek to explain when and where conflict occurs, this study seeks to explain why it is carried out in the name of one set of identities rather than another. A second way in which this book differs from many studies of ethnic conflict is that it focuses its attention not just on ethnic violence but also on the logic and dynamics of ethnic political competition more generally. Headline-grabbing events in Rwanda, Bosnia, Nigeria, and India notwithstanding, communal riots, civil war, and other forms of violent ethnic conflict are the exception rather than the rule in multi-ethnic societies. Even in stereotypically violent places like Africa, ethnic divisions only rarely generate intergroup violence. Fearon and Laodin, 1996, estimate that there has only been one instance of ethnic violence in Africa for every 2,000 cases that would have been predicted on the basis of ethnic differences alone. Thus, whereas trying to understand the roots of communal violence may be a worthy goal, limiting our theory-building efforts to accounting for ethnic bloodshed risks leaving us without the appropriate tools for understanding ethnicity's contribution to voting patterns, policy choices, government formation, and other important yet nonviolent political outcomes. A goal of this book is to introduce a way of thinking about ethnic politics that provides new leverage on issues of these sorts. Of course, an implication of such an approach is that, to the extent that the dynamics of ethnic violence are different from the dynamics of nonviolent ethnic politics, the account presented here may be applicable only to explaining the latter. Apart from the way this book defines its dependent variable, it also differs from many treatments of ethnic conflict in the way it conceptualizes ethnicity itself. Following the lead of constructivist scholars such as Mitchell, 1956, Epstein, 1958, and Barth, 1969, this book adopts a conceptualization of ethnic identity as fluid and situation-bound. I assume that, rather than being hardwired with a single ethnic identity, individuals possess repertoires of identities whose relevance wax and wane with changes in context. Eric Hobsbawm, 1996, 87, captures this idea well when he writes that whether a Mr. Patel in London will think of himself primarily as an Indian, a British citizen, a Hindu, a Gujarati speaker, an ex-colonist from Kenya, a member of a specific caste or kin group, or in some other capacity depends on whether he faces an immigration officer, a Pakistani, a Sikh or Muslim, a Bengali speaker and so on. Hobsbawm's point is that Mr. Patel is all of these things. But the circumstances in which he finds himself will determine which of the identities in his repertoire, Indian, British, Hindu, and so forth, will become relevant for how he understands who he is. Following such scholars as Cohen, 1969, 1974, Patterson, 1975, Young, 1976, Casfer, 1979, Bates, 1983, and Brass, 1991, I assume further that ethnic identities are not just situational but instrumental. My argument turns on the assumption that the context in which a person finds herself does more than simply provide a perceptual frame that subconsciously shapes the person's way of thinking about who she is and how she relates to her environment. I suggest that it also affects the conscious choices she makes about which identity will serve her best. This book thus views the link between a person's environment and her identity not as the outcome of some passive psychological process, although sometimes it may be, but as the product of a deliberate decision designed to maximize payoffs. These payoffs need not be material. Sometimes they will involve non-material ends such as prestige, social acceptance, or protection against shunning, as, for example, when an upper caste Indian identifies herself as a Brahmin rather than more broadly as Hindu, or when a Thai villager identifies himself as Lu, a high-status group, to distinguish himself from the lower-status hill people among whom he lives, or when an Arab American wears an American flag on his lapel in the aftermath of the terrorist attacks of September n. 20. To make his national loyalties clear. For my contention is that, irrespective of the specific 6. nature of the payoffs, the identity that is chosen is selected because of the rewards to which it provides access. This much is fairly well accepted. Where I enter somewhat more controversial waters is in my contention that the connection between the identity the person chooses and the payoff she receives lies in nothing more than the size of the group that the identity defines. Indeed, the argument this book presents is built on the claim that ethnic groups are mobilized or joined not because of the depth of attachment that people feel toward them but because of the usefulness of the political coalitions that they define, a usefulness determined exclusively by their sizes relative to those of other coalitions. Conceptualizing ethnicity in this way strips it of its affect. Ethnic labels cease being sources of pride or markers of stigma and become simply conveyors of information about which coalition a person belongs to. Ethnic groups are transformed, conceptually at least, from organic entities with symbols, traditions, and histories into merely the units from which political coalitions are built. Ethnicity becomes simply an admission card for membership to a coalition of a particular size and a source of information about the political coalitions to which others belong. Some readers will find this approach dubious. They will point to the incompatibility between the thinness of ethnic loyalties that such a perspective assumes and the depth of attachment that ethnicity often entails. They will dispute the implication that ethnic identities can be adopted and discarded like articles of clothing. They will point to the difficulties that members of disadvantaged groups face when, as the logic of the instrumentalist argument implies they try to pass as members of more advantaged groups. And, while conceding that identities certainly do change, they will emphasize that identities change within strict limits and certainly not through the kind of overtly strategic coalition-building calculations that I assume. These are important critiques, and I have several responses. First, when I strip ethnicity of its affect, I am not denying that ethnic identities are sometimes sources of extremely strong feelings. Like ethnicity itself, the applicability of the strict instrumentalist approach I adopt is situational. In many contexts, example during times of civil war where a person's life can be threatened on account of ethnic group membership, or in a non-political setting where a person's choice of ethnic identity will have no bearing on access to political or economic resources, viewing ethnic identity change as a product of strategic calculations about coalition size will be counterproductive and lead to misinterpretations of the motivations for social behavior. I am not claiming that suicide bombers are motivated by a desire to build minimum winning coalitions. Nor do I want to suggest that emotions such as fear, hatred, or resentment do not trump rational calculations in motivating ethnic behavior in some contexts. Horowitz 2001, Peterson 2002, Varshny 2003. Of course, ethnicity can be a source of great passion. But it can also be a tool deployed by coolly calculating political actors. My rationale for adopting a purely instrumental view of ethnicity in this study is simply that, while not appropriate for every explanation, it is appropriate for the expressly political context that this book treats. Moreover, the assumption that ethnicity is situational and strategic can be treated as a working hypothesis, to be tested along with the model that employs this conceptualization. If the model is not able to account for the behavior that it purports to explain, then we can conclude that the assumption on which it is based is probably flawed. Skeptics will be surprised, however, at how much the spare understanding that this book employs is able to explain. Second, even if we allow that one of the things that makes ethnic group memberships different from non-ethnic group memberships is the depth of feeling that people attach to them, leaving affect aside can still be justified, indeed, may even be necessary, for answering the question of why people choose the ethnic identities they do. The problem is that all of the identities in a person's repertoire are sources of affect, to at least some degree. This is what distinguishes an identity in a person's repertoire, which answers the question who am I? From the myriad physical and cultural traits that might identify the person objectively, but which have no bearing on how the person sees herself subjectively. 6. Skin color, height, hair type, place of birth, dialect, religion, gender, clothing, and marriage practices are all attributes that might describe an individual. But, for historical and sociological reasons, often having to do with state policies, only a subset of these attributes is likely to shape how individuals see themselves vis others, and how others see them. Those attributes that do are what I call identities, and part of what separates them from the objective cultural traits that are not part of how the person views herself is that they are deeply felt or, at any rate, are more deeply felt than those that do not provide candidate answers to the who am I question. The emotional bond is what makes the trait an identity. But precisely because this is the case, depth of feeling is not likely to be an adequate explanation for why one ethnic identity becomes politically salient rather than another. Conceptualizing ethnicity as I do as something stripped of its affect is simply a way of focusing attention on what I claim is doing the work in accounting for changes in the salience of different identities over time and across contexts. Moreover, reducing ethnic groups to units distinguishable only by their sizes and distributions is far from new. Studies that trace the likelihood of ethnic violence to the shares of different groups in the social arena, example Spielerman 1976, or that locate the character of democratic politics in the numbers and sizes of ethnic groups that are competing for power, example Dahl 1971, Collier War, are adopting a view of ethnicity that is identical to the one that I employ here. The voluminous literature that attempts to explain political, social, and economic outcomes in terms of a political system's degree of ethnic fractionalization also implicitly embraces a conceptualization of ethnic groups as nothing more than units of a particular size. The difference between my treatment and these others is simply that I am being explicit about the fact that I am doing this. Finally, when I assert that individuals are able to change their identities strategically in response to situational incentives, I am not claiming that people can choose any identity they want. Their choices are limited to the identities that are in their repertoire. Take the case of an Igbo-speaking Ikwer Christian from Nigeria. Depending on the context in which he finds himself, and the usefulness, given that context, of each affiliation, this person could unproblematically claim membership in the community of fellow Igbo speakers, fellow Ikwers, or fellow Christians, for he is all of these things. But he could not easily claim membership in the community of Hausa speakers, Tivs, or Muslims, that is, in other Nigerian linguistic, tribal, or religious communities, no matter what the payoffs for identifying himself in such terms might be. 8. In Waters's 1990 terms, the former are ethnic options for him, but the latter are not. Similarly, a Chinese Buddhist from Malaysia could easily switch her ethnicity from Chinese to Buddhist, since these are both in her repertoire. She is both of these things. But she would find it extremely difficult, and perhaps impossible, to switch her ethnicity from Chinese to Malay or from Buddhist to Muslim. We would never refer to the first kind of identity change as passing, a term that implies an attempt to pass oneself off as something one is not. But that is exactly how we would characterize her attempt to shift her identity in the second way. Identity changes within a person's repertoire are natural, changes outside the repertoire are not. In response to instrumentalist assumptions about the flexibility of ethnic identities, most primordialists take a position summarized by the biblical refrain, "Can the Ethiopian change his skin or the leopard his spots?" My response is that while the Ethiopian cannot change his skin, he can choose to define himself in terms of a component of his identity repertoire other than skin color, for example, as a Christian, an Oromo, or a Southerner. When instrumentalists insist that ethnic identities are fluid, they almost always have examples of this sort of within-repertoire identity change in mind. When their critics retort that ethnic identities are not nearly so plastic as the instrumentalists claim, they are almost always thinking of the impossibility, or extreme difficulty, of identity changes outside of a person's repertoire, example the Ethiopian trying to adopt an identity as Muslim, Tigray, or Northerner. The two perspectives do not necessarily contradict one another. They just locate their supporting or disconfirming examples in different types of identity change. Ethnic cleavages. The outcome this book seeks to account for is the dimension of ethnic cleavage that becomes the axis of political competition and conflict. The concept of an ethnic cleavage is thus central to the analysis. But what, exactly, is an ethnic cleavage? And what is the relationship between ethnic cleavages, ethnic groups, and identity repertoires? A useful way to answer these questions, and also to clarify the terminology I will employ throughout the book, is to build on a distinction made by Harvey Sachs, 1992, between identity categories and category sets. 9 identity categories are the group labels that people use to define who they are. They include classifications like Swedish, Muslim, Tutsi, Northerner, and Spanish speaker. Category sets, by contrast, are the broad axes of social division into which these categories can be sorted. They include religion, race, tribe, nationality, region, and language. Sachs calls them which type sets because they lend themselves to the question which, for some set, are you? For example, which region do you come from? To which tribe do you belong? Which religion do you practice? And he underscores that none and both are not permissible answers to such questions. In other words, if region, tribe, and religion are bases of ethnic division in a given society, then everyone in that society should have a regional ancestry, a tribal membership, and a religious affiliation, and nobody should have more than one of each. To illustrate, and to introduce a notation that I will employ again in Chapter 5, take the example of a hypothetical community in Los Angeles whose population can be sorted on the basis of language, race, and religion into 9 distinct groups, with obviously overlapping memberships: English speakers, Spanish speakers, Korean speakers, blacks, Latinos, Asians, whites, Catholics, and Protestants. In this example, language, race, and religion are the category sets and English speaker, Spanish speaker, and so on are the identity categories. Together, these 9 identity categories constitute the complete universe of social units into which community members might sort themselves or be sorted by others. Each individual community member, however, can only assign herself, or be assigned, to one of these categories for each set, that is, one language category, one racial category, and one religious category. The community's ethnic cleavage structure can be depicted as L, R, F, where L equals language, R equals race, and F equals religion, faith, and L equals L, 1.1. 3. Where I equals English speaking, L equals Spanish speaking, and 1. 3 equals Korean speaking, R equals R1, R2, R3. R4, where R1 equals black, R2 equals Latino, R3 equals Asian, and R4 equals white. F equals FF. Where F equals Catholic and F equals Protestant. The difference between ethnic cleavages, ethnic groups, and identity repertoires can now be stated clearly. Eth11IC cleavages are what Sachs calls category sets. In this example they are language, race, and religion, color, education, surname, dietary practices, dress, etc. that allow people to sort others, and gain entry themselves, into ethnic categories L, R, and F. Throughout the book I will refer to each category set as a different dimension of ethnic cleavage. Ethnic groups are the identity categories that each set contains, in this example, 2, 12, 1. 3. R1, R2 R. 3. R. 4. F1. And F. Together, the number of cleavage dimensions that the community contains and the number and relative sizes of the groups on each cleavage dimension define its ethnic cleavage structure. Finally, identity repertoires are the inventory of ethnic group memberships that individuals possess from each cleavage dimension. In our example, we can depict them as Li, R1, K, where I is a number from I to 3, J is a number from 1 to 4, and K is either R or 2. Thus, Jose, a Spanish-speaking Latino Catholic, has an identity repertoire, /R, F, and Janet, an English-speaking Black Protestant, has an identity repertoire, /RF. Note that individuals have as many identities in their repertoires as the cleavage structure has cleavage dimensions. In addition to helping define our terms more precisely, Sachs's terminology also helps to clarify the goals and argument of this book. Restated in Sachs's vocabulary, the objectives of this study can be expressed as follows. First, the book develops an argument to account for the contents of actors' identity repertoires by explaining which category sets, or cleavages, come to be viewed as commonsensical alternatives for dividing up the political landscape. Here the outcome to be explained is the country's ethnic cleavage structure, why it contains the number of ethnic cleavages it does and why the groups on each cleavage dimension have the relative sizes they do. Then the book presents an explanation for which of the multiple dimensions of ethnic cleavage that the cleavage structure contains will emerge as the axis of political competition and conflict. It does this by comparing the relative benefits that actors will receive by identifying themselves in each of the identity categories, or group memberships, they have in their identity repertoires. I argue that these benefits are a function of the sizes of these groups relative to the other groups that are located within the same category set. Thus Jose, with identity repertoire, /R, F, would compare the size of his language group, /, with the sizes of the other language groups, and 1. 3. The size of his racial group, R, with the sizes of the other racial groups, R. 3. And R. 4. And the size of his religious group, F, with the size of the only other religious group in the community, F, and choose the one that puts him in the most advantageous ethnic coalition vis-a-vis the others. This is precisely the exercise to which I am referring when I say that actors will compare the size of their ethnic group with that of all the others located on each cleavage dimension. 9. Why Zambia? The question this book addresses is a general one. To develop and test a theory to answer it, I might, in principle, draw on empirical materials from any country or political system that contains more than one dimension of ethnic cleavage. Why Zambia? Zambia is a fortuitous case for studying the association between political institutions and ethnic cleavages for several reasons. First, the Zambian case provides variation on the institutions that structure political competition. From independence in 1964 through 1972, Zambia operated under a multi-party political system. Between 1973 and T99I, it became a one-party state. Then, following a political transition in late R99R, the country returned to multi-party rule. Zambia thus has gone through three distinct institutional periods, or republics. This variation in regime type allows us to test the theoretical expectations that the book develops by checking whether the shifts from multi-party to one-party rule, and back, generated the predicted changes in patterns of ethnic coalition building. An additional advantage stems from the fact that the two multi-party eras were separated by 20 years and corresponded with periods of dramatically different economic well-being. As I stress in Chapter 6, this pattern of variation makes it possible to control for a key competing explanation for the observed changes in our dependent variable. A second advantageous feature of the Zambian case lies in its ethnic cleavage structure. As I have noted, and shall elaborate further, Zambia's ethnic cleavage structure contains two dimensions of cleavage, and each defines a very different ethnic landscape. The language cleavage divides the country into 4 large regional groups, while the tribal cleavage divides it into roughly 70 small and highly localized groups. The large differences in the linguistic and tribal cleavage landscapes guarantee that the strategic dynamics of coalition building will be very different on each cleavage dimension. The fact that Zambian ethnic cleavage structure has just 2 potentially renobilizable axes of cleavage also simplifies the analysis considerably. These facts, combined with Zambia's single-member plurality electoral system, which gives power to the greatest vote winners even if they fail to achieve a majority, turn out to be quite important for generating clear theoretical expectations about how changes in institutional structures affect people's incentives for building or joining political coalitions constructed along one cleavage line rather than the other. Finally, the Zambian case is highly advantageous for reasons of data availability. Studies of politics in developing nations are frequently hampered by the unavailability or unreliability of basic social and economic data. Capper, Lewis, and Webb 1997, 726-29. Treatments of ethnic politics in developing countries face even greater obstacles, since the potentially inflammatory nature of accurate information about ethnic demographics means that ethnic demographic data are rarely collected, let alone made public. Yet having such data is essential for investigating and documenting the patterns of ethnic voting and coalition building that are at the heart of most theories of ethnic politics. A final reason why Zambia is such a good place to study the issues that this book addresses is because the country's I-990 census included an item on the questionnaire about respondents' tribal affiliations. Although this information was dropped in all official publications of the census results, it remained as part of the complete census data set, and I was able to gain access to it through the Zambian Central Statistical Office. A number of the analyses that I undertake in this study to document the effects of political institutions on ethnic cleavage outcomes would have been impossible without this unique data source. The plan of the book. The book is organized in 4 parts. Part I, comprising chapters 2 and 3, accounts for why Zambian political actors have the coalition building options that they do. It shows how a series of policies and regulations implemented by the colonial state and its missionary and mining company allies led to a situation where, when Zambians today think about who they are and who their potential ethnic coalition partners might be, they think of themselves either as members of one of the country's 70-odd tribes or as members of one of the country's 4 broad language groups, and why, for each of these bases of ethnic cleavage, the landscape of social divisions has come to look as it does. Having established the nature of Zambia's ethnic cleavage structure in Part I, Part 2 then addresses the central question of the book: why and when do tribal and linguistic differences emerge as the basis of political coalition building? Chapter 4 builds a foundation for the analysis by showing how and why ethnicity matters in Zambian politics and illustrating how political actors exploit and manipulate the country's ethnic multidimensionality. Chapter 5 then presents a simple model to explain why political actors make the ethnic identity choices they do and how the shift from one-party to multi-party political institutions creates incentives for them to alter these choices. The model thus shows how institutional change is responsible for the pattern of variation we observe in the relative salience of tribe and language across Zambia's 3 republics. Part 3 of the book employs a broad variety of qualitative and quantitative data to test a series of observable implications of this model. Drawing on secondary source materials, interviews, original survey and focus group data, and a combination of electoral returns, ethnic demographic data, and information I collected on the tribal backgrounds of more than 2,200 parliamentary candidates, I ask, do politicians push the ethnic buttons that the model expects they will? Do they choose the constituencies in which they run and invest in ethnic civic associations in the way that the model would predict? Do voters behave in keeping with the model's expectations? Do they support candidates from their own tribes in one-party elections and candidates associated with their language groups in multi-party contests? After Chapter 6 rules out alternative explanations, Chapter 7 focuses on the model's implications for the behavior of political elites, and Chapter 8 focuses on its implications for non-elite behavior, principally voting patterns. Part 4 takes the argument of the book beyond Zambia to test its explanatory power in other contexts. Chapter 9 explicitly tests the model's performance in an additional African country, Kenya. Chapter 2 then shows how the arguments developed in Chapter 5 can account for why political actors choose the identities they do and why particular social cleavages emerge as axes of political competition and conflict in a number of settings outside of Africa. The chapter concludes by underscoring the need to treat the ethnic cleavages that organize politics as outcomes to be explained rather than simply as the unquestioned social facts out of which analyses and explanation are built. Part I to Part I. This book develops and tests an argument to account for why and when one ethnic cleavage in an ethnically multidimensional society emerges as the axis of political competition and conflict instead of another. It builds its explanation around an account of the relative benefits that individuals receive from building or joining political coalitions constructed around different ethnic identities. I argue that the most beneficial identity will be the one that puts the person in a minimum winning coalition, and I show that, if everyone in society makes identity choices with this goal in mind, then a predictable ethnic cleavage will emerge as the basis of conflict in the political system. The particular identities that individuals will find it most advantageous to choose will depend on the nature of the political system's ethnic cleavage structure. Understanding what the cleavage structure looks like is therefore a prerequisite for understanding the choices that political actors will make. To explain their choices, we will need to know two things about that structure. First, we will need to know the number of cleavage dimensions it contains. This will tell us the number of identities in people's repertoires and thus what the range of options is from which they are choosing. Second, we will need to know the number and relative sizes of the groups located on each cleavage dimension. This will help us, and the political actors, determine which identity it will be most useful to embrace. One way of proceeding would be to take the ethnic cleavage structure as given. We could assume that both actors' identity repertoires and the relative sizes of the ethnic groups in society are determined exogenously and focus our attention on establishing actors' coalition building incentives in light of these predetermined social facts. In short, we could assume that players' hands contain certain cards and focus our energies on explaining 11. Which cards they play. This is the approach taken in most accounts of ethnic identity choice. But given the central importance that the ethnic cleavage structure plays in the explanation, a comprehensive answer to the question of why particular identities are chosen, and thus why a certain ethnic cleavage emerges as politically salient, requires that we account for the origins of that structure. It requires accounting for why players' hands contain the cards that they do. Doing this is the aim of Part I taken together. Chapters 2 and 3 show why, when Zambians think about who they are, and thus about the kinds of ethnic cleavages that might conceivably be used as basis for political coalition building, they think in terms of either tribe or language. The chapters do this by delving into Zambia's colonial history to identify the colonial-era policies, rules, and regulations that caused tribal and linguistic divisions to become the two central ways that Zambians think about their nation's ethnic landscape. I show how the administrative structures and policies of the colonial state and its missionary and mining company allies created both schemes of social categorization and, even more importantly, incentives for people to embrace and invest in these schemes such that, by the end of the colonial era, identities built around tribal membership and language group lineage, had come to be understood by all Zambians as the two commonsensical ways of thinking about who was, and was not, a member of their ethnic groups. The chapters also show how these administrative structures and policies caused the country's linguistic landscape to have 4 large groups and its tribal landscape to be composed of a much larger number of smaller groups. The chapters thus provide an explanation for both why tribe and language came to be viewed as natural potential building blocks for political coalitions in the post-colonial era and why the coalitions built from these identities came to have the sizes, and thus the political attractiveness or unattractiveness that they do. Explaining why tribe and language are part of Zambians' identity repertoires is part of the task. but fully accounting for the menu of coalition-building options from which Zambian political actors can choose also entails explaining why other objectively identifiable bases of social difference have not become part of their inventories of commonsensical social classifications. Thus, at the end of Chapter 3, I provide a brief discussion of why two other potential bases of social division, urban/rural identities and class distinctions, have not emerged as competitors to language and tribe as bases for national-scale political coalition building. In developing this account, I show that the same colonial-era policies and administrative structures that made tribal and linguistic distinctions natural to Part I. Ways for Zambians to see themselves and categorize their fellow citizens also prevented urban/rural or class-based distinctions from playing similar identity-defining roles. In tracing the origins of contemporary Zambian ethnic identities to the institutions of colonial rule, I am following an extremely well-trodden path. In fact, the notion that the colonial state created or heightened the importance of ethnic identities in post-colonial Africa is so accepted these days that to argue otherwise would probably be controversial. Nonetheless, my argument departs from standard accounts in significant ways. The first, and most obvious, way is in my assertion that the institutions of colonialism generated not just ethnicity but ethnicities. I show that the colonial experience in Zambia, then Northern Rhodesia, led to the creation not simply of tribalism, example Vale R 989, but to the emergence of two distinct dimensions of ethnic identity, tribe and language. I underscore this point by devoting separate chapters to tracing the development of each identity to different sets of colonial-era policies, rules and regulations. A second major difference between my account and others involves my assertion that colonialism was responsible not just for the formation of ethnic groups or the creation of ethnic identities but also for shaping their numbers, relative sizes, and spatial distributions. Thus, while one of the goals of chapters 2 and 3 is to explain why contemporary Zambians see themselves as members of tribes and language groups, another is to account for why, when they think of themselves in each way, they see themselves as members of groups of particular sizes surrounded by a certain number of other groups with particular sizes relative to their own. In short, my goal is to trace the effects of colonial rule in two dimensions, on maps of group distributions as well as on categories of identity. Given the argument I advance in this book about why political actors make the coalition-building choices that they do, accounting for the sizes and physical locations of the ethnic groups in the political system is obviously critical. To have accounted for the range of identity choices open to Zambian political actors but not for the corresponding cleavage structures that each choice implies would have been to provide the material with which to ask the right question, i.e., which identity is chosen at which times, without the information needed to answer it, i.e., what is it about each identity that makes it an attractive basis for coalition building? The final difference between the approach presented here and most others lies in the mechanism through which I claim that colonial-era policies and administrative structures led to the emergence of particular ethnic identities. Whereas most accounts of the colonial origins of ethnicity imply that the simple act of administrative categorization was enough to cause people to begin thinking of themselves in new ways, the account here emphasizes the incentives that colonial institutions created for people actively to embrace and identify themselves in terms of particular group memberships. In short, whereas most accounts tell a story about passive socialization, I tell a story about active, strategic investment. The key issue that distinguishes my approach from others in this respect is the question of how the administrative categorization implemented by the colonial regime from above shaped identities on the ground. For most authors, this is a non-issue. The simple act of classifying people as members of particular groups is assumed to have been enough to make the new identities take root in the minds of the people who were so classified, example by Art 1993, Young 1994. By formalizing such distinctions on official maps, including them on government forms, teaching about them in schools, and making them the basis of the colony's administrative apparatus, these authors argue, the colonial state unilaterally altered the way people understood themselves and their compatriots. Ottaway, 1999, for example, describes how the Zulus of South Africa were transformed from the members of a small, obscure clan to a large self-conscious ethnic community by the end of the colonial era by the simple act of being formally classified as a group. She writes that the multiplication of the Zulus from a few hundred to 7 million in the space of less than 2 centuries was not the result of a Malthusian nightmare of uncontrolled population growth but of a political process of ethnic reclassification and identity building, 301 to 302. Such claims are not entirely without basis. The notion that social identities can be fostered in subjects simply by assigning them to groups finds support in the social psychology literature, Tafel et al. 1971, Horowitz R. 985, Brown 1986, and probably does account for some of the identity formation that took place in colonial societies. But the problem with such top-down, classification-focused explanations is that they portray Africans as acquiescent sponges, passively soaking up the social categories codified in the policies and bureaucratic structures of the colonial two-part government. As Vale, R. 989, 4, puts it, such accounts depict Africans as little more than either collaborating dupes or naive and gullible people, beguiled by clever colonial administrators and untrustworthy anthropologists. In so doing, these accounts ignore the other, equally important, side of the story of identity formation in colonial societies, the story of how the policies of the colonial state generated incentives for people actively to invest in and cultivate the social distinctions that the state defined. As I demonstrate, the reason that tribal and linguistic identities came to be internalized by Zambians is not simply because they were employed as units of administrative categorization by the colonial government. These identities took because a wide range of formal institutions, including land tenure regulations, labor policies, civil service hiring practices, local government structures, and even the organization of the judicial system created incentives for Africans to invest in their identifications as tribespeople and language speakers. Rather than passive objects of colonial classification and boundary drawing, Africans were active participants in the process of identity development. Thus, while embracing the argument that the process of African identity formation must be seen as an outcome of the rationalizing tendencies of the colonial state, Young 1994, Scott R. 1998, I go beyond most treatments in this vein by emphasizing the equally rational responses of the state's African subjects. In elaborating on these themes, I institute a division of labor between the two chapters. Both chapters provide accounts of how colonial-era rules and policies caused the landscapes of tribal and linguistic groups to look as they do, and both chapters show how the ethnic identities that have emerged were products of conscious investments made for the purposes of gaining access to scarce resources. But Chapter 2, which focuses on the emergence of tribal identities in colonial Northern Rhodesia, puts much more emphasis on the latter point, whereas Chapter 3, which focuses on the emergence of linguistic identities, puts much more emphasis on the former. 13. 2. Accounting for Zambia's ethnic cleavage. Structure I. The emergence of tribal identities in colonial Northern Rhodesia. In this chapter, I explain why, when contemporary Zambians think about who they are, and about who is and is not a member of their ethnic group, one of the ways they do so is as members of one of the country's 6 tribes. I begin by showing how the institutions of Northern Rhodesian colonial rule created incentives for rural Africans to invest in their identities as tribe members. Then I account for the perpetuation, and reinforcement, of these identities among urban migrants. I conclude by explaining how the landscape of tribal divisions came to have its present contours. The origins of tribal identities in rural Zambia. The British South Africa Company, BSACO, took over the administration of the territory that later became Zambia in R894. The company sought to administer the territory with two goals in mind. First, it sought to extract labor from the local population to sustain its mining efforts and satisfy the demands of its white settler population for African workers. Second, it sought to minimize its costs. Taxation was embraced from the beginning as the key vehicle for achieving both of these goals. It not only generated revenue but, because taxes were payable in cash only, it also induced large numbers of African men to take up wage employment for Europeans. One first imposed in the northeastern part of the territory in 1900 and in the northwestern part in 1904, taxation quickly became the heart and soul of company government in northern Rhodesia, and the constant preoccupation of district officials, cum 1968, R2. The company's problem was that taxation was itself a labor-intensive activity, requiring far more staff than the company had at its disposal. At the turn of the century, the BSACO had fewer than 50 administrators in a territory of more than 29,000 square miles, far too few to administer the tax on their own. Johnston R. 897, 152, Gen 1958, Rohr. In addition, collecting the tax required detailed information about the distribution of the African population, information that the company did not possess. Although early missionary and travelers' accounts had provided some data about the peoples that were scattered about the territory, example Johnston R. 897, Chapman 1909, Mowbray R9 R2, this information was piecemeal and uneven. Only in a handful of areas where mission stations were located or where particularly powerful chiefs held sway had the boundaries of local groups been mapped and the number of African inhabitants counted and made known to BSACO administrators. As late as 1934, the Director of Surveys for Northern Rhodesia could write that the layman or tourist passing through the territory would in the course of a few days traverse the lands of so many tribes whose names bear no relation to each other that in the absence of a map he would be bound to be confused and go away with only the haziest notion of the country of any of the particular tribes in which he will be interested. Thomson 1934, 3. The BSACO possessed no such maps at the time it sought to begin collecting taxes, and its sense of the numbers and locations of the would-be taxpayers in much of the country were as hazy as the survey director's hypothetical tourist. The solution adopted, in northern Rhodesia as throughout Africa, was to enlist the help of indigenous chiefs. It was assumed that these local rulers knew the locations of the taxable males in the areas under their control and already possessed a machinery for extracting tribute that could be employed for the collection of taxes. The company thus sought to strike a bargain with local rulers whereby the rulers would use their authority and local administrative capacity to extract revenues from their subjects and, in return, the company would protect them from their rivals and guarantee their status as local leaders. Several difficulties presented themselves in the implementation of these arrangements, however. First, contrary to European assumptions about the tribal nature of African society, not all areas of the territory had chiefs that were capable of organizing or enforcing the collection of the tax. A few tribes, such as the Loza, Bimba, Ngoni, and Lunda, were organized around highly centralized chieftainships and possessed developed bureaucracies that were well suited for tax collection. The districts in which these groups were located were among the first to comply with the tax, Gen 1958, 8I.4. At the other extreme, however, were groups such as the Tonga, an acephalous community of cattle herders whose members recognized no common name and had no feeling that they belonged to a common polity. Colson 1969, 29. For chiefs to be employed as BSACO agents in Tonga areas, they first had to be created. Most of the tribes in the territory, comprising perhaps 2/3 of the total population, fell between these two poles. Chiefs were part of these groups' traditional social organization, but the tribe's bureaucratic institutions were undeveloped and weak. In such cases, tribal institutions had to be made stronger if chiefs were to be able to extract resources from their subjects. To promote efficient tax collection among such tribes, the BSACO implemented a series of administrative actions to bolster the authority of existing chiefs and to create new chiefs where they did not exist but would be administratively useful. The basis for these actions was the Administration of Natives Proclamation of 1916, which gave the BSA the emergence of tribal identities. The power to appoint or dismiss chiefs as it saw fit and provided for the fining or imprisonment of subjects who failed to carry out their chief's orders. Backed by the implicit threat of European force if its dictates were disobeyed, The proclamation had the effect of standardizing the role and power of the chief among the tribes of the territory, boosting the authority of all chiefs to at least the point where they were able to collect the tax effectively. The impact of this policy was, of course, far greater in those areas where chiefs had previously been weak or non-existent than in areas where chiefs were already powerful local actors. But the large number of areas in the former category meant that the BSACO's interventions had a transformative effect on the territory's local authority structures. The ostensibly traditional tribal institutions visible in many Zambian rural communities today have their origins in the BSACO's authority-building efforts during this early period. A second difficulty with employing chiefs as agents of tax administration was that the territories that the chiefs controlled were not clearly defined. Chiefdoms were galaxy-like, Tumbaya 1976, with power radiating from the chief's palace and diminishing toward its edges, rather than territorial, like the more familiar and administratively convenient European nation-states with which company administrators were naturally more familiar. Most of the early maps prepared for the BSACO reflected the ambiguous boundaries of tribal communities by indicating the names of tribes in the general areas where they were located but leaving dividing lines between tribes unmarked. The names of tribes that covered larger areas were simply printed in a larger font. S for lines of accountability for tax collection to be established, and to ensure that villagers located on the fringes of chiefdoms would not slip through the taxation net. The BSACO recognized that it was critically important that the boundaries of tribal authority be formalized and rendered territorial. It would be nearly impossible for district officers to monitor the tax collection efforts of the chiefs under their supervision if the areas from which each chief was responsible for collecting taxes was not clearly defined. Drawing on powers conferred in the 1916 proclamation, the company therefore acted to rationalize tribal boundaries. It parceled up the territory into tribal areas, recorded the boundaries between these areas on official maps, and then imposed and enforced these boundaries on the ground. By threatening violence against anyone who refused to recognize the lines of authority that these new demarcations entailed, the company forced the round peg of existing authority patterns into the square hole of territory-based administration. Over time, what began as little more than administrative wishful thinking was transformed into a new reality on the ground. The decision to use chiefs as agents of rural tax collection, and the policies employed to solve the various problems that arose as a consequence of this decision, had important implications for the structure of African society and for the nature of post-colonial identities. Together, these policies transformed chiefs from embodiments of customary authority into agents of European administration, and tribes from communities with fluid boundaries and varying degrees of internal cohesion into entities that, while not entirely fixed or uniform, were far more territory-bound and standardized in their social and political organization than in the past. Although rural life in most parts of the territory had been at least loosely organized along tribal lines before the introduction of European administration, village, lineage, and clan loyalties served as important parallel bases of social and political organization. Under the BSACO, a more rigid form of expressly tribal organization was imposed as the norm. This standardization and tribalization of rural administration was a momentous first step in the construction of the tribal dimension of Zambia's post-colonial ethnic cleavage structure. For it was only by organizing local administrative activities around tribal units that incentives could emerge for Africans to invest in their tribal identities rather than simply to accept them or allow them to wither away. These transformations in the nature of African society were taken several steps further when the British Colonial Office took over responsibility for the territory from the BSACO in 1924. Following a practice that had already been established in Nigeria and Tanganyika, the colonial government introduced a system of indirect rule in northern Rhodesia in 1929. Like the BSACO, the colonial administration adopted the tribe as its unit. The emergence of tribal identities. Of rural administrative organization. The principal innovation in the new system, however, was the replacement of chiefs by local governmental structures called native authorities. Although run by chiefs, native authorities were far more than the individual traditional rulers tapped to act as the agents of European administration under company rule. Equipped with their own courts, schools, treasuries, and, by the end of the colonial era, staffs of clerks, court assessors, police and, in some cases, even health, veterinary, fish, and education officers, these new administrative units were miniature rural bureaucracies in their own right. Chipungu 1992b, 75. This is not to suggest that native authorities did not have significant limitations on their powers. Important policy decisions continued to be made by colonial officials in the territorial and district capitals, and many chiefs lacked the education or administrative skills to run their native authorities effectively. In practice, Rotberg, 1965, 50, notes, district commissioners were reluctant to transfer any important governmental functions to the native authorities for fear that they would perform their required tasks inefficiently and incompetently. Harry Franklin, 1974, 143, a long-serving colonial officer in northern Rhodesia, concurs that devolving administrative power to chiefs made more work than it saved, and it never worked well except eventually in a few areas which had progressive chiefs and councillors. Even so, the new legal powers that the native authorities commanded, combined with the valuable resources and services over which they presided, guaranteed the chiefs that ran them and the tribes around which they were built central positions in the local political economy. As with the BSACO, this devolution of administrative responsibility was born in part from a calculation that giving power to local actors would keep administrative costs down. But the decision to introduce indirect rule to northern Rhodesia was also a product of the genuine belief by colonial officials that African societies were naturally communitarian and that the most appropriate way to organize rural administration was in tribal units. Bates 1984, 244-45, Crahan 1997, 206. To develop the institutions of indirect rule, it was assumed, would be to preserve and maintain all that is good in native custom and tribal organization, and make the natives more contented. 6. Yet, rather than preserve and maintain customary modes of authority, indirect rule accelerated the process that had begun under the BSACO of undermining traditional norms. Writing generally about the institution of indirect rule in British Africa, Lord Hailey, 1950, pt 4, 36, remarked that it might even be felt that the use now made of traditional institutions is tending to undercut the foundation on which their value to the administration originally rested, i.e., the customary authority of the chief. Even though they may continue to make some appeal as recalling established custom, the community is constantly being made aware that the sanction on which the institution rests is no longer tradition or religion but the authority of the government. Custom ceases in short to be recognized as custom when it is stamped with the government seal. Indeed, by the mid-194 OS, some chiefs in northern Rhodesia were maintained in their present position only by virtue of the powers conferred on them by the Native Authority Ordinance and by the support given to them by the government. Hailey 1950, pt 2, 142. Paradoxically, while the substitution of government sanction for custom as the rationale for obeying chiefs may have altered the basis of their authority, it did not diminish, and in some cases it may in fact have strengthened, the chief's ability to command allegiance and respect. It did this by transforming the nature of the chief's relationships with their subjects. Powerful chiefs had always been able to command the allegiance of their followers by providing them with protection from outside threats and serving as arbiters of internal disputes. While the former function was rendered obsolete by the imposition of colonial authority across the territory, the latter was still served, and in many ways enhanced, by the chief's role as the head of the native authorities' courts. What was new in the institution of indirect rule was the vesting in chiefs of control, through their positions as heads of native authorities, over valuable resources, like medicines, agricultural expertise, treasury funds, and land, and unprecedented judicial powers, like the ability to prosecute or to waive a host of administrative fines and regulations, that had previously been outside their scope of authority. The chief's control over these resources gave his subjects a new, if different, set of reasons for investing in their relationship with both him and the tribe that he presided over. The decline of the customary basis of chiefly authority therefore did not imply a decline in the importance of the chief or of the tribe in rural life, just a shift in its foundations. Take the case of the native treasuries, which were established by ordinance in 1936 and funded by allowing native authorities to keep the emergence of tribal identities. Portion of the taxes collected from their tribe members. Although the treasuries took several years to evolve into solvent financial institutions, and although some treasuries never had sufficient funds to do much more than pay the salaries of their native authority staff, the system as a whole flourished. By 1954 the total annual expenditures of Northern Rhodesia's native treasuries exceeded £35,000 and their surplus funds were more than £530,000. These were significant sums of money, and they allowed many treasuries to provide valuable projects and public services. In 1943, for example, funds from the treasury of the Plateau Tonga Native Authority paid for the maintenance of wells, the construction of new schools and court buildings, the upkeep of roads, the building of dams, and the creation of rural buying stations for produce. Carey Jones 1944, 46-47. In other native authorities, treasury funds provided for dispensaries, dip tanks, famine relief, rural postal services, and even the showing of free films. Ibid, Chipungu 1992b. So, by controlling the native treasuries, chiefs controlled where such services were cited. This allowed them to transform what were originally public goods into quasi-private goods, usable by all but much more valuable to those who lived closer to where the new services or infrastructure were physically located. The patronage powers that chiefs derived from their control over the siting of such projects gave their subjects incentives to cultivate those relationships with them. And because the power of the chief was reflected in the wealth, reputation, and cultural vitality of the tribe, it also created an impetus for subjects to make investments in the tribe itself. Such investments were made through the traditions subjects learned, the customs they observed, and, most importantly, the way they identified themselves to outsiders. Further reasons for subjects to strengthen their associations with their chief and tribe derived from the fact that, in addition to providing services of the sort just described, the native treasuries also provided loans to individual tribe members. Even the smallest native treasuries offered such loans, and the larger treasuries allocated substantial sums for this purpose. In 1960, for example, the Plateau Tonga Native Treasury had nearly £1,000 outstanding in advances and loans to individuals. 9 cents. Native authorities processed loan applications, and since chiefs ran the native authorities, chiefs were in a position to reward those subjects that had cultivated their association with the tribe. Loan-seeking subjects knew that to secure access to financial capital it was necessary for them to make social and cultural, and sometimes also economical investments in the tribal community. Another valuable commodity controlled by the native authorities was land. Although most chiefs already controlled access to land prior to the imposition of European rule, this power was formalized when the colonial office took over the administration of the territory. The reason the colonial regime did this, Bates explains, was that a system of communal rights empowered locally based confederates. It gave control over the allocation of the key resource in an agrarian economy to those who would govern on behalf of the colonial powers, the tribal chiefs. R 984, 245. Since the system of indirect rule rested on the power of the chiefs, it was critical for the system's success that chiefs retain as much authority as possible. Defending the authority of chiefs over the distribution of land was embraced by the colonial government as the key means of doing this. Bates, R 984, 246, quote C.K. Meeks 1949, Treatise Land Law and Custom in the Colonies. If indirect rule is to continue to be a cardinal principle of British policy, it would appear to be essential that the local native authorities should remain the ultimate owners of as much land as possible. 0. The result of the formalization of communal land rights was the creation of a system in which loyalty to the chief and membership in a tribe became prerequisites for gaining access to land. In colonial Northern Rhodesia, men and women were recognized as having a legal claim to land only in the territory of the group to which they belonged by birth. Colson 1968, 204. Preserving that claim required investing in one's credentials as a tribe member in good standing. This meant abiding by customary rules, participating in the social life of the community, and otherwise investing in one's identity as a tribe member. In addition to land and local development funds, Native authorities also controlled the local system of civil and criminal justice, the Native courts. More often a fee-levying nuisance than a resource to which Africans worried about securing access, the Native courts nonetheless played an important role in fortifying the local authority of the chief and reinforcing the importance of the tribe as a focus of identity. Initially established in 1929, the Native courts emerged as important local institutions. The emergence of tribal identities. When their powers were expanded and more clearly specified in 1936. Empowered after that date with applying native law and custom, Chanock 1985, to most civil and criminal matters, the native courts touched the lives, at one time or another, of almost all rural Africans. In the mid-194 OS, native courts heard an average of one case each year for every 28 people in northern Rhodesia. To interpret this ratio, we must remember that rural Africans tend to live in large, tightly knit family units comprised of several nuclear families and upwards of 20 members. Reframed to reflect the number of cases heard by the native courts per family unit, we approach and in some districts even exceed an average of one court case per family per year. By this calculation, it is clear that the native courts were a central feature of rural life. On a roughly annual basis, they reminded people in a, nearly, personal way of both the authority of the chief, who presided over the court proceedings and had the power to imprison, cane, or fine people found guilty of crimes, and the centrality of the tribe, in the name of whose traditions and customs the court's judgments were rendered. In addition to hearing civil and criminal cases, the native courts were also responsible for enforcing dozens of local regulations and assessing an ever-growing assortment of levies and fees. While some of the regulations that the native courts were responsible for enforcing, involving such things as the provision of marriage licenses or the granting of permits to travel to town or to relocate to other native authority areas, were highly demanded, many others, involving such things as the licensing of dogs, guns, or bicycles or the levying of fees on fish caught or livestock slaughtered, were deeply resented. Chipungu 1992a, 55-6r. The inability of colonial officials to oversee the everyday workings of the native authorities allowed chiefs a great deal of latitude in how they ran this aspect of the local administrative system. They could provide licenses and permits expeditiously, or they could drag their feet in the hopes of extracting bribes from those who needed such documents immediately. Franklin 1974. They could be strict in their enforcement of unpopular regulations and their assessment of fees, or they could turn a blind eye to statutory violations and unpaid levies. Chipungu 1992a, 55-6r. As with the patronage powers that derived from the chief's control over other valued resources such as land and soft loans, the discretion chiefs possessed over the application of legal sanctions gave subjects important reasons to invest in their association with the chiefs. A test of the argument. As the basis of identification with one's chief came to rest ever more centrally on his position as the senior executive of the native authority, a gulf began to emerge between those tribes whose chiefs were appointed heads of native authorities and those whose chiefs were not. Indirect rule was designed to be a comprehensive and efficient system of rural administration built on pre-existing tribal units. The problem was that the number of units 73, according to the authoritative count of the day, Thomson 1934, was recognized to be too large for viable administration. Chipungu 1992a, 52. Over the years, a series of consolidations and reorganizations by the colonial government shrank the number of native authorities to just 39 by 1948. Some of these 39 native authorities were hyphenated combinations of two or more named groups, example the Mukulu Unga Native Authority. Others were one of a pair of native authorities affiliated with a single tribe, example the Plateau Tonga and Gwembe Tonga Native Authorities or the Chua and Southern Chua Native Authorities. In all, the 39 native authorities carried the names, and were run by the chiefs, of just slightly more than half of the tribes that had been officially identified by the government. Although these tended to be the larger tribes, this still meant that a large number of people, roughly a sixth of the total population, lived in, and, for purposes of local government, were ruled by, native authorities whose chiefs were from tribes other than their own. If my argument about the incentives that the native authority system generated for investing in one's tribal identity are right, then we should find tribal identifications becoming stronger among the members of tribes that were given their own native authorities and weaker among the members of tribes that were not. Over time, people who were members of tribes that were not granted native authorities, or whose native authorities had been consolidated or done away with over the years, should have altered their tribal identifications to match the tribe that was associated with the native authority under whose jurisdiction they lived. The decline of the customary and the rise of the administrative basis of chiefly authority should have provided less and less reason for such people to maintain their linkages with their original tribe, and more reason for them to begin investing in their relationship with the entity that mattered, the tribe whose chief controlled their native authority. Evidence for this trend of identity consolidation is presented in Table 2.1, which compares the change over the course of indirect rule in the shares of the population of tribes that did and did not have their own native authorities. Figures for the start of indirect rule are the average of the figures for 1930 and 1933, as reported in the Northern Rhodesian Annual Report on Native Affairs for these years. I take the average of the two figures to guard against the potential unreliability of either single tally. Population shares for the end of indirect rule are from the Annual Report on African Affairs for 1962, as reprinted in Brailsford, 1965. If my argument about the native authorities creating incentives for investments in tribal identities is correct, we would expect to find an increase in the share of the population of tribes that had their own native authorities, as people from tribes without native authorities came to identify and invest in their relationships with tribes that bade them, and a decrease in 19. The share of the population of tribes that did not have their own native authorities, as members of such tribes came to identify with tribes that did. This is the trend that Table 2.I reveals. Over the course of the period of indirect rule, the percentage of the population identified as members of tribes that had their own native authorities, or shared hyphenated ones, rose by 6.7%. The significance of this seemingly minor change becomes apparent when we compare it to the 28.5% decline over the same period in the percentage of the population identified with tribes that did not have their own native authorities. In addition, tribes that had their own native authorities already comprised 8% of Northern Rhodesia's total population at the beginning of indirect rule, so there was an upper limit on the extent to which their share might possibly increase of roughly 25%. Moreover, whereas 58% of the tribes that had their own native authorities experienced an increase in their sizes between the beginning and the end of indirect rule, only 23% of tribes without native authorities experienced any growth, which is to say that 77% contracted. There was, of course, significant variation among the tribes within these two categories. Appendix A provides a tribe-by-tribe breakdown. But the general trend is clear: tribes with native authorities grew in size, tribes without native authorities shrank. Despite the clarity of the trend, these findings are vulnerable to the criticism that the data on which they are based were not a true census and reflects the tribal affiliations ascribed to people by the rural district officials who filled out the population census forms rather than the self-reported tribal identities of individual villagers. It is quite plausible that the way the colonial officers recorded the tribal affiliations of the African populations in their districts was shaped by the system of indirect rule that these officers were themselves responsible for administering. If this is the case, then the changes reported in Table 2.I might reflect the effects of changes in that system on the perceptions of district officers rather than on the identities of African villagers. One way of assessing the weight of this objection is to compare the I-930-I-33 figures with self-reported tribal identities recorded in Zambia's I-990 census, the only nationally comprehensive source of information about tribal self-identifications ever collected in Zambia. The fact that the I-990 census was administered nearly 30 years after the end of indirect rule means that it almost certainly captures identity changes that took place after that period in addition to during it. It would require heroic assumptions about path dependence to believe that the identities reported in 1990 were wholly the outcome of institutional arrangements that were in effect between 1929 and the early 196 OS. Despite this clear limitation, however, the census data have the virtue of doing something that the R962 data do not do, directly measuring our dependent variable. On balance, therefore, the 1990 data constitute a source that is in some ways superior and in some ways inferior to the source on which the results reported in Table 2I are based. By comparing the results derived from each data source, we can, in some measure, use the strengths of one to offset the weaknesses of the other. Table 2.2 reports the results of the I-930/33 I-990 comparison. Appendix A breaks down the results in greater detail. As in Table 2.I, Table 2.2 reveals a sharp disparity between tribes with and without native authorities. Here, however, the results are even starker. Tribes that had native authorities during the colonial era recorded a 10.9% increase in their share of the national population between I-930/33 and I-990, whereas tribes that did not have native authorities recorded a 56.9% decline in their share. The fact that only 39% of the tribes in the first category saw their share of the national population increase during this period confirms that the possession of a native authority during the colonial era is not the only factor that accounts for the strengthening of tribal identifications over time. Still, the fact that fully 84% of the tribes that did not have native authorities saw their share of the national population decrease between I-930/33 and R-990 often by very large margins strongly suggests that the possession of a native authority under indirect rule was a prerequisite for a tribe's avoiding a slide into irrelevance. By 1990, those tribes that did not have native authorities under colonialism comprised just 7% of the Zambian population, down from R6% in 1930/33. These findings suggest that the R962 tribal census figures probably do reflect more than simply the best guesses of district officials. Additional evidence of the identity and outlook shaping effects of the native authorities comes from survey data I collected in 6 case study districts in 1995. 1-3 To gauge the degree of social distance among members of different tribes, I asked respondents to identify the tribal backgrounds of their 3 closest friends. All but 2 of the 679 Zambian friends that were mentioned, fully 99.7% of total responses, were members of tribes that had possessed their own native authorities during the colonial era. Because the survey that generated this data was not administered nationally, these findings may be biased to some degree by the relatively narrow composition of the local pool of potential friends in each case study district. Though the findings can therefore only be suggestive, they do point to an interesting conclusion, namely, that native authorities seem to have shaped not only the way people identify themselves but also the range of categories into which they sort their friends and acquaintances. Taken together, Tables 2.R and 2.2 and the results of my own survey data support the contention that native authorities were the engines that drove the formation of tribal identities in rural northern Rhodesia. This finding, in turn, supports the larger claim that it was the institutions of colonial rule, specifically, the institutions that created and governed the operations of the native authorities, that generated the impetus for rural Africans to embrace and invest in their identifications with their tribal groups. But what about Africans who did not live in rural areas and who were therefore outside the jurisdiction of the native authorities? From the beginning of the century, the need to pay taxes, coupled with opportunities for comparatively well-paid employment in the northern Rhodesian copper mines or in the mines and on the farms of neighboring countries, led thousands of Africans to migrate away from their rural homes. By R963, fully 20% of the African population in northern Rhodesia was living in an urban area, Bates 1976, 49, and almost as many others were formally registered in rural areas but were living, either temporarily or on a semi-permanent basis, in town. How can we account for the maintenance, much less the growth, of tribal identities among these segments of the population? Absent the ability to benefit from rural development projects, access to land and credit, or the leniency of native court officials, why would urban migrants have had any incentive to invest in their identities as tribe members? The origins of tribal identities in urban Zambia. From as early as the turn of the 20th century, the mines and farms of southern and central Africa demanded large numbers of African laborers. In its capacity as the owner of both a large share of the region's mines and the railroad systems that served them, the BSACO controlled the key enterprises that stood to suffer if the demand for labor was not met. For in its capacity as the administrator of northern Rhodesia, it also controlled the territory from which African labor was sought. The company thus took advantage of its administrative powers to put policies in place that would ensure that an abundant supply of African laborers would be available for the region's industries. As we have seen, the principal instrument used by the company for this purpose was taxation. By consciously setting the rate of tax at a level that would successfully draw African males away from their homes to the usually distant centers of white agriculture and industry, the administration forced thousands of northern Rhodesians out of their villages, Rotberg 1965, 4R. In theory, Gann, 1958, 84, writes. The tax could be earned by working only a fortnight in southern or a month in northern Rhodesia for wages. These calculations, however, took no account of traveling time nor of the fact that the migrant could not save all his pay. Besides, it was impossible for every male to undertake an annual journey, for there was much work women could not do. Thus every tribesman had to bring back enough to pay for some of his fellows, and lengthy journeys away from the village became essential in order to meet their heavy obligations. As early as the second decade of the century, the flow of migrants from rural northern Rhodesia to the mines and farms of southern Rhodesia, South Africa, and Katanga was so great that native commissioners in northern Rhodesia began to complain that their districts were becoming denuded of their menfolk, Ibid, 86. By 1938, absentee rates of working-age males equaled or exceeded 50% in 7 of northern Rhodesia's 33 rural districts and approached that level in 6 others. Roberts, 1976, 191, estimates that, by approximately that date, more than half the able-bodied male population of northern Rhodesia was working for wages away from home. R6 For the first 2.5 decades of the century, the vast majority of northern Rhodesian labor migrants traveled outside the territory to find work. But by the end of the 1920s, northern Rhodesia's own copper industry also began hiring large numbers of African laborers. Although the wages paid by the northern Rhodesian companies were lower than those paid at the more distant mines, the promise of employment closer to home led many northern Rhodesian men to migrate to the copper belt rather than to southern Rhodesia, South Africa, or Katanga, as they had previously. By 1930, the African labor force in the copper belt, more than 80% of whom were migrants from northern Rhodesia itself, swelled to nearly 32,000, Berger 1974, 13-15. Just as the northern Rhodesian copper mines were entering production, however, the world market for copper collapsed. Beginning in 1931, mines were shut down, construction projects were halted, and labor recruitment was suspended. By the end of 1932, African employment in the copper belt had fallen to 677, more than 75% off its peak of little more than a year before, Ibid, 20. To the great relief of the colonial government and the mining companies, the majority of migrant laborers responded to the mine and business closures by returning to their villages. However, the several thousand men that remained in the towns in the hopes of finding work caused great apprehension within the European community. The presence of such large numbers of unemployed Africans in the predominantly white towns was blamed for an increase in crime and immorality, and created what the 1933 report of the Northern Rhodesian Government Unemployment Committee termed, with characteristic British understatement, a situation with most undesirable features. Production resumed at most of the copper belt mines by the mid-1930s, and African employment returned to pre-depression levels by the early 1940s. Yet the experience of the mine closures made a deep impression on the Northern Rhodesian government. It weakened the government's faith in the long-term viability of the copper industry, and it heightened its fear that a future collapse in copper prices would send an even larger number of unemployed and discontented Africans into the streets. To guard against this possibility, the government began to emphasize the maintenance of ties between urban migrants and their rural homes in the hope that this would facilitate the rapid return of unemployed laborers to their villages in the event that the mines were to close down again. After the experience of the mine closures of the early 1930s, the government was willing to support the resumption of wide-scale labor recruitment to the towns only if such a safety valve were firmly in place. The fears of African unemployment that served as the impetus for the government's new policy of fostering urban/rural ties were reinforced by a number of quite practical considerations. First, if urban workers maintained their linkages with their villages, they would preserve their access to traditional social support systems that could take care of them in times of sickness and reabsorb them upon retirement. Encouraging urban migrants to keep up their rural ties was therefore a cost-saving measure for the colonial administration, as long as the government could count on migrants' rural relatives to provide for their kin in times of need. Expenditures on hospitals and other social services for the African ill or aged could be avoided and, in effect, passed on to the rural sector. A second rationale for encouraging African migrants to maintain their connections with their villages was the presumption that doing so lessened the damage done to rural society by the absence of so many working-age men. The annual report on native affairs for 1930 described the effects of widespread male absenteeism from the rural areas as prejudicial, if not dangerous, to the rural community and blamed it for breaking up family life, reducing birth rates, undermining tribal control, and leading to insufficient cultivation and food shortages. Helen R. 968, 95. The large number of official reports and monographs written during this period that drew links between labor migration and the breakdown of rural life provide a measure of the colonial government's preoccupation with the effects of male absenteeism by implementing policies that would encourage men to return to their villages periodically. The government sought to stem some of what it took to be the more serious effects of labor migration on rural society. Encouraging workers to maintain links with their relatives in the villages also had the desirable effect of circulating cash in the rural districts. An internal mining company memorandum noted that government is very anxious to get natives to visit their homes, partly so that money will circulate to the rural areas and partly to avoid breaking up village life. By finding ways to induce African workers to send money to their rural kin, the government sought to promote rural development while investing only minimal sums of its own. As Berger notes, most of the African reserves in northern Rhodesia were so poor, and the administration's exchequer so depleted, that the best hope for any economic progress in the rural areas seemed to lie in the circulation of wages earned at the mines and elsewhere. Berger 1974, 36. To the extent that some of the recirculated money took the form of gifts to chiefs, the movement of funds from the urban economy to the villages served the additional purpose of fortifying the system of indirect rule on which the government's rural administration was built. A combination of cost-saving considerations, paternalism, and the fear of widespread African unemployment convinced the colonial authorities of the need to encourage migrants to preserve their links with their rural. The emergence of tribal identities. Villages. Because village life was deliberately structured along tribal lines, preserving connections with the village meant preserving connections with the tribe. Indeed, for the colonial authorities, the challenge of reinforcing links between urban migrants and their rural homes was explicitly seen as the challenge of preventing detribalization, Wilson 194R. The policies that the administration put in place to do this were thus explicitly devised as ways to preserve and promote tribal identities among urban migrants. The most obvious means of preventing the detribalization of migrant laborers was to structure urban life as much as possible along tribal lines. One mining company official made this goal explicit when he described government policy as seeking to bring about as close a parallel to village conditions in the compound as is possible. 21 The government and the mining companies endeavored to do this in several ways. Councils of tribal elders were established in the municipal and mining compounds in the 1930s. Comprised of representatives elected by the members of each tribe and charged with serving as a link between the municipal authorities and the African population, the tribal elders were explicitly designed to serve as surrogates in the urban context for the headmen back in the village. And many elders were, in fact, relatives of chiefs, and a large part of their authority stemmed from this connection. Epstein 1958, 49-50. Working in parallel with the tribal elders and similarly intended to serve as a manifestation of tribal authority in the urban setting was the system of native urban courts. Set up in each of the protectorate's 9 major urban population centers, the courts were comprised of 3 to 6 judges, each nominated by the senior chiefs of the tribes that had the largest representation in the urban area under the court's jurisdiction. Tribal custom served as the basis of the court's decisions, and efforts were made to ensure that cases were heard by judges from the same tribe as the defendant. When cases involved defendants from tribes other than those represented on the court, elders from other tribes were called in to assist as advisors on applicable custom. Like the tribal elders, the judges in the native urban courts provided an important link between the urban dwellers and the tribal chiefs, and they themselves saw it as one of the most important aspects of their task to uphold and reaffirm the norms and values of tribal society. Ibid. 223. Their important influence in this regard can be surmised from the very large number of cases that they heard. In 1947 alone, the native urban courts of northern Rhodesia heard a total of 030 civil and criminal cases, a very high average of 1 case for every 19 Africans living in the urban areas. 2-3 The establishment of the urban courts and the system of tribal elders constituted deliberate attempts by the colonial government to recreate patterns of tribal social organization in the urban domain. Other aspects of urban life that encouraged the maintenance of tribal identities were products not of intentional social engineering but of unconscious racism or even paternalistic considerations for African welfare. In the mines, for example, tribes tended to be segregated into particular occupational niches. This segregation had several causes. In part, it was due to stereotypes held by individual African personnel managers about which tribes were most suitable for which tasks. Papstein R 989, 382-83, Lukembe 1992, 31. A 1958 report on the African labor force at the Roan Antelope Copper Mine, RACM, went so far as to assign quasi-scientific ratings of the aptitude of each tribe for certain kinds of jobs. Evidence that such ratings were taken seriously comes from tables provided in the report showing that tribes with high ratings, potential supervisors, were, in fact, overrepresented in supervisory positions, whereas tribes with low ratings tended to predominate in low-skilled, labor-intensive jobs. Patterns of occupational segregation in the mines were also at least partly a result of differences in educational opportunities in the various districts from which laborers migrated. The preferences of the African laborers themselves certainly also played a role. For irrespective of its cause, however, the effect of occupational segregation was to reinforce tribal divisions and to undermine tendencies toward social homogenization in the workplace. Unlike the machine shop or the blasting face, the compounds where the miners lived were not tribally segregated. Still, the maintenance of tribal differences was encouraged by the mine management through its sponsorship of intertribal recreational activities. Particularly important were tribal dancing competitions, which were a central feature of urban. The emergence of tribal identities. Life in the Copper Belt, Mitchell 1956. The songs that were sung during these events, which almost always involved joking criticisms of rival tribal groups and frequently invoked images of village life and traditional authority, had the effect of solidifying tribal identities and reaffirming links between the urban and rural domains. As a further means promoting tribal connections, the government and the mining companies periodically invited chiefs and headmen to visit their tribesmen at the mines at company expense. The popularity of these visits, one mining company official counted more than I saw at one mine in a single month, stemmed from the fact that they served several purposes. For the mining companies and the colonial government, they were a means of keeping up contact between the natives and village life, and thereby acting to a small extent as a brake on detribalization. 6. For the chiefs, they provided an opportunity to extract tribute from their wage-earning subjects and a chance to remind their tribesmen of the importance of maintaining their, especially financial, links with their village. Savvy chiefs timed their visits to coincide with payday. All of these policies, the creation of the system of tribal elders, the setting up of the native urban courts, the practice of occupational segregation on the mines, and the encouragement of intertribal recreational competition and chiefly visits were efforts to import aspects of rural life into the urban environment. A different set of policies attempted directly to encourage migrant workers to maintain their linkages with their rural homes. For example, at the insistence of the government, the mining companies bore the cost of repatriating migrant workers to their villages once their term of service had expired. In T93I alone, more than 7,500 such workers were repatriated to their villages by the mining companies. 28. The companies were also persuaded to undertake the logistical burden of arranging for workers' pensions to be paid in their local districts, providing 24 facilities for laborers to remit portions of their income directly to their relatives in the village, and organizing a voluntary deferred payment scheme whereby part of a worker's salary would be held until the end of his service and paid to him once he had returned to his village. Also, at the government's urging, the mining companies set up elaborate paid leave policies to encourage Africans to return to their rural areas periodically during their employment tenure. 9. According to figures from the Northern Rhodesia Chamber of Mines, NRCM, more than 9,000 African laborers were provided with such paid leave benefits between 1941 and 1953. L0. To this point I have discussed the various institutions that the colonial government and the mining companies put in place to facilitate urban/rural ties, as if the colonial administration had to force urban migrants to maintain links with their tribes and villages. To the extent that these administration and company-sponsored institutions served their intended purpose, however, it was precisely because labor migrants had incentives of their own to maintain their connections with their rural kin. Most of the measures devised by the government to foster tribal linkages were easily circumvented. Repatriation at the end of one's contract could be, and sometimes was, avoided. Tribal elders could be ignored. In fact, in 1953 the institution of tribal elders was scrapped when mining compound residents voted overwhelmingly for its abolition in an industry-wide referendum, Epstein 1958, ch. 4. Remittances to rural relatives could be withheld. The deferred payment scheme could be refused. Chiefs' visits and tribal dancing competitions could be boycotted. And leave could easily be taken in town rather than in the village. The existence of these policies thus may explain how migrants who were already predisposed to maintaining their links with their rurally based tribes were able to do so, but the policies do not explain why migrants sought to maintain these links in the first place. To explain why migrants had an interest in maintaining and cultivating their tribal identities, we need to shift our attention to the factors that created not simply opportunities but incentives for migrants to invest in preserving their attachments to their rural homes. For Copperbelt labor migrants, the most significant feature of urban life was its inseparable connection to formal wage employment. When formal employment ceased, so too did a laborer's access to housing, social services, and, to some degree, even food. Until the mid-1940s, almost all the emergence of tribal identities. African housing was tied, that is, tied to employment and had to be vacated upon retirement or rented from the former employer at rates that were unmanageable once a worker's wages ceased. Why the possibility of building one's own house in, or near, the town was undermined by municipal ordinances that made most land in the urban and peri-urban areas unavailable for residential housing. In the few areas where it was legal for Africans to build, municipalities imposed excessively stringent standards for construction, thereby raising home building expenses beyond the means of most retirees. Bates R 976, 62 and 29 R, and 78. The option of retiring to a home built in one of the illegal shanty towns that emerged on the outskirts of most urban areas was blocked by the periodic destruction of such communities by the municipal authorities. Problems of housing were compounded by the expense of purchasing food. Bates, Ibid, 62, points out that regulations enforced by the government forbade the growing of most crops in the urban townships, and land in the areas immediately adjacent to the townships could not be legally converted into gardens. Absent the ability to maintain their own gardens, Africans who did not have formal employment were forced to purchase their food at the market, a situation that quickly became unsustainable in the absence of a regular salary. Attempts to supplement one's income by engaging in commercial activities outside the formal sector were illegal. Although restrictions on urban cultivation seem to have been more strict in some towns than in others, 3-2 zoning laws and township ordinances regulating the construction of urban gardens had an important effect on the household budget calculations of a very large number of would-be urban retirees. The nearly total absence of health facilities for Africans outside of formal employment, and a tax structure that assessed urban dwellers at a rate that was nearly double that of their rural counterparts, compounded the already strong disincentives for urban retirement. The recognized unfeasibility of this option is revealed starkly in the results of surveys carried out in the early 1950s that found that anywhere from 60 to 90% of adult males in the Copper Belt intended eventually to return to the 1R rural homes. Bates 1976, 57, Ferguson 1990, 609. Remarkably, even among men who had been in town from before the age of 15, nearly 75% expressed a desire ultimately to return to the village, 1B1D. The practical impossibility of remaining in town at the end of formal employment generated powerful incentives for migrants to do what they could during their tenure in the urban area to facilitate the eventual return to the village. As Epstein, 1958, 238-39, puts it, urban laborers were compelled by circumstance to retain a foot in the rural camp. The principal purpose of this rural foot was to protect the migrant's access to the land on which he would retire and to safeguard the possessions that he had left in the village until he did so. As we have seen, the colonial regime's interest in bolstering the local authority of the traditional chiefs led it to introduce a communal, rather than title-based, form of land tenure in the rural areas. THIRD-WORLDISM policy shaped the investment strategies of migrant laborers by causing them to shift their energies from accumulating financial capital, WH1CH under a private property system might be used to purchase land upon retirement, to cultivating relationships with the individuals and traditional institutions that possessed authority over land distribution. Because land could not be bought, migrants interested in maintaining access to land future invested in their associations with their tribes and WTTH the CH1EFS who would serve as the arbiters of their future land claims. A symbiotic relationship emerged between urban migrants and rural chiefs in which chiefs and elders held land against the money which the younger men earned away from home, and, the younger men wanted this land against their ultimate retirement from labor migration. Gluckman 1958, VU. In addition to controlling the distribution of land, chiefs also served as guardians of the belongings that the migrant left behind in the rural village. The most important of these belongings was the migrant's wife and children, Vale 1989, 15. When men traveled to the D1 stand towns for work, they entrusted chiefs to exercise their legal and cultural authority to dissuade wives from seeking divorces or leaving the rural areas illegally to move to industrial and urban areas. Ibid. 33 Because the chief's ability to serve this function depended on H1's stature the local community, migrants had a strong interest in protecting and even building up that stature. Thus, in addition to maintaining their links with traditional chiefs as individuals, migrants also had an interest in making sure that the institution of the chieftainship itself was preserved and protected. Beyond the somewhat narrow, albeit central, aims of safeguarding access to land and ensuring the welfare of their nuclear families, migrants also had an interest in investing over the years in the general vitality of the tribal community to which they planned to return. When migrant laborers eventually retire to the village, Van Velsen, R966, R60, explains. They do not fall back upon the security of a tribal social system which happens to have continued during their absence. The migrants themselves, during their absence, have been contributing actively and consciously to its continuance because they know that they may have to rely on it when they are no longer usefully employed in their urban habitat. The labor migrant sees his contribution as a kind of insurance premium. How can we expect our abali, kin, friends, to help us later when we are old, if we do not help them now? This insurance premium was paid in various forms of coinage. Gifts were given to the chief, remittances were sent to relatives, respect was paid to tribal elders, native court members, and other individuals that served as the tribe's urban agents, and opportunities were seized to visit the village from time to time. Although the value of gifts given to chiefs and the degree of respect accorded to urban-based tribal figureheads is difficult to assess, available evidence confirms that significant investments were made by migrants in these other areas. According to data compiled by Wilson, as summarized by Bates, 1976, 57-58, urban males in the mining town of Broken Hill visited home on the average once every 3 years and spent 1/4 of their time since leaving the village back home in the rural area. Wilson also found that a full 10.5% of the wages earned in Broken Hill were sent as gifts and remittances to the rural areas. AR 957 survey of the household budgets of 204 African employees at RACM echoes these earlier findings. The survey found that workers spent an average of 11.9% of their income on gifts to relatives and remittances to support wives or mothers at home or to pay for the upkeep of cattle. L4 The Sears Report of 1964 provides further evidence of investments by migrant laborers in rural ties, estimating that as many as 75% of wage-earning males in the urban areas kept up rural homes with some land under cultivation. Macmillan 1993, 700. The data suggest clearly that, to safeguard their futures, urban migrants invested in their relationships with their tribal communities. Mitchell summarizes the pattern succinctly when he writes that the African migrant laborer's participation in the cash economy in the towns, leaves his obligations and duties to his rural kinsmen and his general involvement in the tribal social system unchanged, quoted in Ferguson 1999, 89. In terms of their investments in their tribal identities, urban Africans acted identically to their rural counterparts. The kinds of investments made by people in each domain may have been slightly different, but the underlying incentives for investing in one's tribal affiliation, as well as the role of the institutions of the colonial state in shaping these incentives, were identical in both cases. Tribal identities among members of the urban segment of the northern Rhodesian African population were as much a product of colonial policy making as were tribal identities among rural dwellers living under the jurisdiction of the rural native authorities. The shape of the tribal map in Zambia. The story of why the tribal groups we find in Zambia today came to have the sizes, and also the physical locations, that they do is straightforward. As we have seen, tribes were transformed by the colonial regime into units of territorially based administration. In rural parts of the country, the locations of tribal communities today are a direct product of the boundaries of these administrative units, and their relative sizes are a function of their scope at the beginning of the colonial era plus or minus the members they attracted from or lost to adjacent tribes during indirect rule. In urban parts of the country located along the rail line, tribal compositions were shaped by migration patterns from particular rural areas to particular towns, of which I will say more in Chapter 3, though in no case did a single tribe come to dominate any urban population center. Thus, while rural areas in Zambia are a patchwork of relatively small, homogeneous tribal communities, urban areas are tribally heterogeneous. The average index of tribal fractionalization for Zambia's 10 urban districts is 0.88, implying that if one were to choose 2 urban Zambians at random, there would be an 88% probability that they would be from different tribes. By comparison, in the country's 7 rural districts, the average index of tribal fractionalization is 0.54, a figure that would be far lower if the districts were smaller, since many of them contain more than one tribal group. In 1990, the average size of a Zambian tribe was roughly 8% of the national population. L6 Far more ambiguous than the issue of how tribes are distributed around the country and how large they are relative to each other is the question of how many tribes there are in total. The exact answer to this question is not crucial to our analysis, since, as we shall see, what matters for determining the relative political usefulness of tribal and linguistic coalitions is the relative numbers of linguistic and tribal communities in the country, and almost any count of Zambia's tribes will yield a number many times larger than the number of principal languages of communication. Still, the apparent contradiction in the number of tribes I have said Zambia to possess at different points in my discussion presents a puzzle. Perceptive readers will notice that I have provided 2 separate answers to the question of how many tribes there are in Zambia. On the one hand, I have argued that people's identities tended to coalesce around those tribes that had been designated as native authorities, and since only 39 tribes were so designated, this would suggest a tribal map with only 39 units. Yet, in Chapter 1, I claimed that when Zambians think of themselves in tribal terms, they see a social landscape with roughly 70, not 39, actors. How can we account for this apparent contradiction? Why are people's imaginings of the number of tribes in the country so different from the number of units that actually serve as objects of tribal self-identification? The answer is that perceptions and individual-level identities were shaped by different forces. As we have seen, individual-level identifications were shaped by the creation and consolidation of the native authorities. The reason Zambians identify themselves and others in tribal terms is because the institutions of BSACO and colonial office rule classified them in this manner and generated incentives for them to invest in these classifications. Perceptions of the number of units on the tribal map, in contrast, were shaped by books, educational materials, and the pronouncements of colonial officials that, again and again, invoked the number 73 when specifying the number of tribes in the territory, Ahanasayan and Kashoki 1978, 9. In newspaper articles and editorial columns 37, political speeches 3. 8. And popular usage 39, Zambians invariably invoke the number 73 when describing the country's tribal composition. 4 degree The idea that there are 73 tribes in Zambia can be traced to J. Moffat Thompson's 1934 Memorandum on the Native Tribes and Tribal Areas of Northern Rhodesia. Thompson's classification was influential because his memorandum was the first territory-wide count of the tribes of Northern Rhodesia. Although more detailed studies that appeared after his investigation produced slightly different tallies, University College of Rhodesia and Nyas Ulund 1958, Brailsford 1965, K 1967, and although the number that Thompson arrived at was itself arbitrary and subjective, the memorandum's count of 73 tribes quickly became ships to on-the-ground realities, are found in other African countries. In Kenya, for example, the ubiquitously repeated number is 42. The emergence of tribal identities. The canonical number that everyone used to summarize the country's tribal makeup. So hegemonic was Thompson's count that a tendency has emerged among scholars to invoke the fact that Northern Rhodesia has 73 tribes, even if they then go on to provide lists or maps that enumerate a different number. In BIS African Survey, for example, Lord Haley, 1950 pt2, 8r82, claims that there are now some 73 tribes in the Protectorate, though a subsequent table lists only 51. Even Thompson himself, after claiming in the text of his memorandum that he had classified the population of the territory into 73 different tribes, provides an appendix at the end of the document that lists only 71. Publications by the Zambia Central Statistical Office regularly refer to the country's 73 tribes, yet only 61 tribal categories were made available to enumerators in the national census. Clearly, the dubious accuracy of the 73 tribes figure does not detract from the ubiquity of its use. Absent the ability to count the number of tribes with which their fellow citizens actually identify themselves, there is no way for people to know that the figure that they were taught in school and hear repeated in everyday discussions is different from the number of actual identity groupings on the ground. The myth of 73 tribes therefore coexists quite comfortably with a very different reality. Point 4. 3. Accounting for Zambia's ethnic cleavage. Structure 2. The emergence of language group identities in colonial Northern Rhodesia. Chapter 2 showed how the institutions of colonial rule, that is, the policies, rules, and regulations put in place by the Northern Rhodesian colonial administration and its mining company partners, created incentives for Africans to invest in their identities as tribesmen and tribeswomen. In this chapter, I show how a different set of colonial-era actions and policies caused Africans also to think about themselves and the territory's ethnic divisions in language group terms. In addition, just as Chapter 2 showed how colonial-era institutions were responsible for shaping the locations and relative sizes of tribal communities, this chapter accounts for the number, distribution, and dimensions of the groups that make up Zambia's contemporary linguistic landscape. The chapter is divided into 4 parts. The first part shows how colonial-era institutions led to the consolidation of language use patterns from a situation where dozens of different vernaculars were in use to one where 4 major languages predominated. The second part explains how these institutions led Zambia's 4 broad linguistic communities to have the relative sizes that they do and to be physically located in the parts of the country that they are. Having accounted for the contours of the landscape of linguistic divisions, the third part of the chapter explains why Africans in Northern Rhodesia had incentives to embrace and define themselves in terms of their language communities, and thus why language matters for self-identification and group classification in Zambia today. The final part of the chapter shows how colonial-era policies and regulations help to explain why 2 other potential bases of social cleavage, class and urban-rural divisions, have not become alternatives to tribe and language as axes of coalition building in contemporary politics. The emergence of language group identities. The consolidation of languages in Zambia. When the first Europeans reached the territory that comprises present-day Zambia, language use corresponded almost perfectly with tribal affiliation. With the exception of a handful of trading peoples that learned regional languages of commerce to facilitate their trading efforts, Africans tended to speak the single language or dialect of their local community, and each community had, more or less, its own language or dialect. Indeed, so close was the connection between community boundaries and patterns of language use that almost all of the earliest tribal maps were, in fact, language maps, with linguistic distinctions serving as proxies for more difficult to measure markers like cultural difference or traditional authority boundaries. Prince R. 98-0-33. At the beginning of the colonial era, Northern Rhodesia was a babel of languages. By the end of the colonial era, patterns of language use had consolidated considerably. As early as the late 1940s, Lord Haley could report the emergence of a set of distinct regional languages in Northern Rhodesia, Haley 1950. In the northern part of the protectorate, he noted, Chiwamba is practically the lingua franca of the tribes on the Central Plateau, Ibid, R38. In the east, the dialects of the various groups were gradually being merged into Shishua, which is becoming the lingua franca of the area, Ibid, R3R. In the west, Haley reported an increasing fusion of language. Silazai is becoming the lingua franca of the region and most of the tribes longest resident there understand it, Ibid, 92. Although Haley was silent on the extent of linguistic consolidation in the southern part of the protectorate, other authors writing during this period noted the emergence of Sai-Tonga as the dominant medium of communication in that region, example Colson 1962. By the time of Zambian independence in 1964, Bimba, what Haley called Chiwamba, Nyanja, Shishua, Tonga, Sai-Tonga, and Lozi, Silazai, had achieved the status of first among equals insofar as language use was concerned. By 1990, the first year for which reliable information is available, fully 78.8% of the Zambian population used one of these four languages as either their first or second language of communication. When we consider that probably no more than a quarter of the population spoke these languages a century before, this figure points to a remarkably rapid consolidation of language use. The extent to which Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Lozi emerged as dominant regional languages in Zambia is demonstrated in Figure 3.R, which compares the percentage of the national population that used one of 17 major Zambian languages as their first or second language of communication in 1990 with the estimated percentage of the population that used each language at the beginning of the colonial era. As the figure indicates, the shares of the population using Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Lozi in the pre-colonial period, indicated by the white bars, were only slightly larger than the shares using other languages. By I-990, however, the shares of the population using these four languages, indicated by the black bars, far exceeded the shares that used any of the other languages in the country. Close to 40% of Zambians used Bimba as their first or second language of communication, just over 30% used Nyanja, about R2% used Tonga, and just under R0% used Lozi. After these four languages, frequencies of language use drop off considerably. The next most frequently used languages, Tumbuka and Lamba, were used by only 3.8 and 3% of Zambians, respectively. Part of the reason that Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Lozi are as dominant as they are is that people came to learn and use these languages in lieu of the languages that were traditionally spoken by members of their tribes. Another important reason is that, over time, Zambians came to develop language repertoires that included more than one language of communication, usually one for home use, often their tribal language, and one or more others for commercial or social exchanges with members of other tribes, Layton 1992. Bimba and Nyanja, and to a somewhat lesser degree Tonga and Lozi, emerged, along with English, as the key languages that came to play this second role. Figure 3.R suggests that whereas a small part of the growth of these four languages came from stealing shares from other languages, much of it came from the acquisition of Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, or Lozi as second languages of communication. 6 Indeed, 25% of the people who speak one of these four languages do so as their second language. How can this dramatic consolidation of language use be explained? Some of it undoubtedly took place between the end of the colonial era and I-990. Yet to the extent that it did, this represents the continuation of a trend whose origins lie in the period before independence. Understanding how Zambia's linguistic map was transformed from one containing more than 50 languages to one containing just 4 major ones requires that we delve into colonial history. As I will show, 3 colonial-era forces in particular were responsible for the consolidation of language use in Zambia: missionary activity, colonial education policies, and labor migration. Missionary activity. Between R885 and 1945, nearly 24 missionary societies set up shop in northern Rhodesia, establishing between them more than 100 mission stations around the country. Davis R967, Snelson 1974, Henkel 1985. Although formally set up as evangelical outposts, these mission stations had as important an impact on the territory's linguistic landscape as they did on its religious life. Language was central to the missionary enterprise for a simple reason: in order to teach the gospel, the Bible first had to be translated into the local language. And before the Bible could, the emergence of language group identities, be translated, the local language itself had to be written down. Early missionaries in northern Rhodesia therefore doubled as linguists. Many of them spent as much energy writing grammars, compiling dictionaries, and translating hymns, religious books, and readers into new written vernaculars as they did proselytizing. Johnston 1919, Doak 1945. Because the transcription of an African language required an enormous investment, missionary societies sought to locate their stations, when they could, in areas where large numbers of people already spoke the same language. However, it was not always possible for missionary societies to choose the sites of their mission stations exactly as they pleased. More often than not, they simply set up shop wherever they could get a toehold away from stations already established on the ground, or where they thought they would be received reasonably well by the local chiefs. Thus many missionary societies found themselves in a position where, once they had reached the entirety of the population into whose language they had translated the key liturgical texts, they simply extended the use of that language to neighboring peoples who spoke different but structurally similar dialects. As Young, 1976, R66, writes, it was only natural to amortize their investment by maximizing the diffusion of the standardized language forms to neighboring groups, where possible. The local vernaculars into which the Bible was first translated and for which grammars and dictionaries were first written were thus exported from the domains where they were naturally spoken to adjacent areas, where they gradually replaced or came to coexist with the languages that were previously in use. 8. The fact that the colonial administration encouraged missionary societies to concentrate their activities in separate areas of the protectorate reinforced this economy of scale logic and, with it, the process of regional language standardization. The principal mechanism through which this export of vernaculars from one area to another came to affect language use on the ground was through mission-sponsored African education. By 1925, the year that the colonial government first entered the education field, missionaries were operating close to 1,000 schools throughout northern Rhodesia with combined enrollments of more than 89,000 pupils, Hall 1976, 83. Even after that date, mission schools continued to play a central role in African education. According to enrollment figures in Snelson, R 974, 296, it was not until 1940 that the number of African students in mission schools was exceeded by the number in government-run schools. Even at that time, mission schools had enrollments well in excess of 000 students. As essentially, literacy centers, supplemented by training in whatever skills or interests the particular missionary possessed, the early missionary schools had an enormous effect on patterns of language use, Ragsdale R 986, 32. Over time, areas where mission stations proliferated tended to coincide with increasing linguistic homogeneity. Evidence supporting this link is presented in Table J.I, which reports the results of a statistical analysis of the relationship between missionary educational activities and the homogenization of language use in Zambia's 57 administrative districts. The dependent variable is the ratio of tribal to linguistic heterogeneity in each district. Low a perfect correspondence of tribal affiliation and language use, as I argue was the case at the beginning of the colonial era, yields a value of 1. Increasing linguistic homogenization is reflected in progressively larger values greater than 1, since the denominator, linguistic fractionalization, decreases as the numerator, tribal fractionalization, remains constant. This ratio thus serves as an excellent indicator of the degree of linguistic homogenization that has taken place in the district since the beginning of the colonial era. Note that an advantage of defining the dependent variable in this manner is that it automatically controls for the tendency of missionary societies to locate their stations in districts that were already linguistically homogeneous. Measuring the impact of missionary activities, the key independent variable, is somewhat more complicated. I began by identifying the present-day districts in which every mission station established in northern Rhodesia between R880 and 1960 was located. After recording the number of stations in each district, I then weighted this value by the number of decades that each station was in operation, thereby producing a district-level count of station decades. Since education was the mechanism through which missionary activities affected language use, I then weighted each station's impact a second time by the educational commitment of the missionary society with which it was affiliated. Societies strongly committed to African education, like the Free Church of Scotland, the London Missionary Society, or the university's mission to Central Africa, received a score of 5. Societies with very weak commitments to African education, like the Christian missions in many lands or the South Africa General Mission, received a score of 1. 12. These scores were then incorporated into the analysis to produce an educational commitment weighted station decades value for each district. Finally, to smooth out the differences across districts, I took the log of this value for use in the regression analysis. Because language homogenization in urban areas has a logic of its own, to which I shall return, I also included a dummy variable to control for whether the district was urban. The results of the analysis suggest, first, that urban location matters. For reasons I shall explore, urban settings generate a strong standardization of language use. The more important finding for our present purposes, however, is that, controlling for urban/rural location, districts that contained missionary societies that were committed to the education of Africans had significantly higher ratios of tribal to linguistic heterogeneity in 1990, i.e., greater evidence of language homogenization, than other districts. Indeed, the estimated regression coefficients suggest that moving from a district with no mission stations to one with 30 years' worth of missionary activity by a society highly committed to African education increases the predicted degree of language standardization by a factor of 4. The evidence thus supports the argument, missionary activity does seem to have led to the consolidation of language use. Colonial education policies. The homogenization of language use that was begun by the Christian missions was reinforced and expanded by the policies adopted by the colonial government when it took over primary responsibility for African education after 1925. The most important such policy was the decision taken by the Advisory Board on Native Education in July 1927 to simplify the administration's job by adopting just 4 languages: Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Lozi, as languages of instruction in African schools. 3. The rationale for this decision was spelled out in a 1926 memorandum from the acting director of Native Education to the Northern Rhodesian Chief Secretary. Northern Rhodesia unfortunately suffers probably more than any other African protectorate from a diversity of dialects. What are we to do here and now? Our aim should be, I think, to select a limited number of the languages in use in the territory and to adopt these as official mediums for vernacular teaching in elementary schools. The principal vernacular dialects indicated are Chila Tonga Tonga and 2. Wemba Bimba. To these I would add, J. Siko Lolo Lozage for the Barose district and 4. Chinyanja Nyanja for most of the East Luangwa district. No one would deny that there are many other languages in use in the territory which may be worth preserving and which may survive whether they are adopted as educational mediums by the government or not. I submit that it is not practicable for government to support the production of literature in more than, say, 4 African languages. Indeed, while the board recognized that some pupils initially would have to continue to receive their early primary education in languages other than Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Lozi, it was assumed that eventually these 4 vernaculars would become, with English, the sole languages of instruction at all levels. Ahanasayan and Kashoki 1978, 287. To give effect to this new policy, the administration established an African Literature Committee, the first of its kind in Africa, to promote the publication of secular school books in each of these 4 languages. Between R937 and 1959, the committee and its successor, the Joint Publications Bureau of Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland, published or reprinted more than R.7 million copies of 484 titles, more than 92% of which were in Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, Lozi, or English. 5. The dominance of these languages among the books produced by the Bureau is readily apparent in Figure 3.2, which shows the number of volumes published in each major Zambian language in the years 1949-59. Evidence that books in Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Lozi were demanded as well as supplied comes from bestseller lists provided in the Publications Bureau's annual reports. These lists reveal that every single one of the best-selling books in these years was written in one of these 4 languages or in English. The demand for vernacular language books was fueled by the growth of African education in the 1940s and R950s. As Figure 3.3 demonstrates, both school enrollments and government expenditure on African education exploded at the end of the R93OS. Whereas only 25% of school-age children were estimated to have been attending school in 1924, the share attending school in 1945 reached 75% in some rural districts and exceeded that number in many of the major towns. 6 By 1958, the Northern Rhodesian Annual Report estimated that 60% of school-aged children were enrolled in schools territory-wide. Major efforts were also made to promote literacy among adults, particularly in the Copper Belt, where, by the late 1950s, more than 4,500 adult men and women attended educational classes each day, Hay 1947, Bromwich 1963. Although many areas of the country remained educational backwaters, the general trend was for greater and greater numbers of Africans to be exposed to formal education and for the quality of that education to improve gradually over time. The fact that the medium of instruction in these schools and literacy courses was either Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, or Loza meant that every newly literate student that did not already speak one of these languages as his or her native tongue became a member of one of these language groups. The impact of formal education on language consolidation was reinforced by trends in the popular media. In R936, the colonial government began publishing the African newspaper Mutend as a response to the Watchtower movement, an evangelical religious community whose authority questioning literature was in wide circulation around the protectorate at the time. Published in Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, Loza, and English, Mutend reached a peak circulation of 18,000 during the war years, Hall 1976. As with most African newspapers, however, the number of people that Mutend reached was many times its circulation. During the 1950s, the mining companies also began publishing monthly magazines for their workers. Although most of the stories in these magazines were initially in English, increasing numbers of articles appeared over the years in Bimba and, to a lesser degree, Nyanja. Even more important than newspapers in bolstering the dominance of Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Loza in northern Rhodesia was radio broadcasting. Thanks to the invention and rapid proliferation of the saucepan special, an inexpensive battery-operated radio set developed specifically for the northern Rhodesian African population, many thousands of Africans had access to radio in northern Rhodesia by the 1950s. 7 Largely because it knew it had such a big audience of African listeners, the Northern Rhodesian Broadcasting Service was the first radio service in Africa to allocate significant airtime, fully 72% in 1952, to programming in African languages, Mitten 1978, 209. Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Loza were chosen, with English, as the languages of Northern Rhodesian broadcasting. Because radio broadcasts reached such a large population, the choice of these languages had a critical impact on patterns of language consolidation in the country, more, even, in all likelihood, than the educational system, which directly touched fewer people. Over time, Spittelnick, 1992, 340, notes, the selection and dominance of these 4 languages became mutually reinforcing. Africans learned Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Loza by listening to the radio and, having learned them, demanded more programming in these languages. Labor migration. The third major force that contributed to the consolidation of language use in colonial northern Rhodesia was labor migration. As we saw in Chapter 2, the colonial administration and its mining company partners enacted policies designed to attract thousands of African laborers to the territory's mining centers. The intraterritorial labor flows that resulted had a profound effect on the shape of the country's language map. A key effect of the administration's policies was to bring an ever-increasing number of migrants from the hinterland to the industrial rail line that connected the mines of the northern Rhodesian Copper Belt, and Katanga, just across the border in present-day Congo, with the ports of South Africa. Once the migrants were along the rail line, their patterns of language use changed. Since both productivity on the job and everyday interactions in the social sphere required that people be able to communicate with each other, a single language naturally emerged as a common medium of communication in each urban area. 18 and once such an urban lingua franca was established, new migrants who spoke other languages had incentives to learn that lingua franca too in order to participate in the activities of urban life. Epstein 1958. A strong tendency toward linguistic homogenization therefore emerged along northern Rhodesia's rail line. And the policies that brought thousands of laborers there thus contributed significantly to the countrywide consolidation of language use. This trend of urban linguistic homogenization is captured by the large and highly significant coefficient on the urban variable in Table 3.1. Bubak picks up the wide gulf between the ratios of tribal and linguistic heterogeneity in urban and rural districts of the country. Whereas Zambia's 10 urban districts have an average ratio of 2.23, indicating that they are much more heterogeneous tribally than linguistically, its 47 rural districts have an average ratio of 1.5, indicating that they are also more heterogeneous tribally than linguistically, but far less so than the urban districts. Although some of the linguistic homogenization that these figures reflect undoubtedly took place after the colonial era, the data are still suggestive of the effect of labor migration on language consolidation. Since almost all urban residents during the colonial era started out as rural dwellers, the different ratios suggest that the act of moving from a rural to an urban environment affected the likelihood that a person would speak one of the country's principal lingua francas. The data are thus in keeping with the argument that the experience of migration contributed to the standardization of language use. The shape of the linguistic map in Zambia. Missionary activities and colonial education policies help to explain how the dozens of African languages spoken in the pre-colonial period gave way to 4 principal languages of communication by the time of independence in 1964. Labor migration helps to explain how this trend of language consolidation was carried over from the rural to the urban areas. But the causal mechanisms discussed thus far provide few clues as to why the populations that speak each of these languages came to be physically located in the areas of the country that they are. To be sure, the decision of the colonial administration in R92-7 to adopt Bernba as the language of instruction in the northern part of the territory, Nyanja in the east, Tonga in the south, and Lozi in the west does account for the general spatial distribution of these language communities in the rural parts of the country. But it does not explain why different parts of the industrial rail line came to be dominated by the groups that they were. Nor do the variables I have described provide insight into why each language community came to have the size and thus usefulness as a political coalition that it does. Underlying population densities in each region tell part of the story. But given that more than 40% of the Zambian population lives along the urban rail line, to fully account for the shape of Zambia's contemporary linguistic map we must look not just at the fact of labor migration but at its pattern. We must explain why certain language groups came to dominate certain urban centers. The pattern to be explained is captured in Figure 3-4, whereas Figure 3 are told a story about the consolidation of language use. Figure 3-4 suggests a story about its spatial distribution. The map identifies districts in which, according to 1990 census data, more than % dark shading, and 40% light shading, of the population spoke Bimba. The emergence of language group identities. Figure 3 plus language communities in Zambia. Nyanja, Tonga, or Lozi as their first or second language of communication in R990. As the discussion thus far would lead us to expect, each language predominates in a particular region of the country, Bimba in the north, Nyanja in the east, Tonga in the south, and Lozi in the west. The map also makes clear that, while Zambia's urban areas may share similarly homogeneous patterns of language use, hence the shading in the towns along the rail line, the particular languages that came to dominate each urban setting vary. Bernba emerged as the principal language of communication in the copper belt and in the mining town of Kabwe. 19 Nyanja served this purpose in Lusaka 0 and Loza came to play this role in Livingstone. Thus, While the circumstances of urban life may have guaranteed the emergence of an urban lingua franca in every town, they did not guarantee that the same language would serve this purpose in each place. The language that emerged as dominant in each urban area was determined by patterns of migration, in keeping with Schelling's 1978 tipping model. The region of the country that supplied the largest percentage of the urban area's migrant population also supplied the language that the urban population came to speak. Accounting for patterns of migration from particular rural hinterlands to particular urban population centers is thus critical for explaining the shape of Zambia's language map. Doing so requires that we turn again to the policies of the colonial administration and the mining companies. Linking towns and languages. The direct link between government and mining company policies and the emergence of particular languages as dominant media of communication in specific urban areas is most evident in the cases of Kabwe and the Copper Belt, where conscious policies were put in place to encourage migration from Bimba-speaking rural areas to the mines that were located in these two places. In other parts of the protectorate, the government's concern was simply to stimulate migrant labor flows of sufficient magnitude to allow taxes to be paid in the rural areas. But in the Bimba-speaking northeast, that is, in roughly present-day northern and Luapula provinces, the government and the mining companies conspired not simply to encourage outward labor migration but to make certain that this migration would be channeled to the domestic copper mines. The dominance of the Bimba language in the mining towns was a direct outcome of these policies. A number of factors having nothing to do with government policies ensured that migrants from the Bimba-speaking heartland would be easy to attract. A combination of poor soil, the presence of the tsetse fly in much of the area, and the great distance that agricultural products had to travel to the markets of the rail line ruled out cash cropping or animal husbandry as a means of earning money to pay one's taxes. The dearth of European settlers in the area also meant that local cash employment opportunities were limited. Thus, to an even greater degree than in most other regions of the protectorate, residents of the northeastern part of northern Rhodesia had few alternatives to labor migration. Richards 1939, Moore and Vaughan 1994. This may explain why Bimba speakers were willing to come to the mines for work, but it does not explain why the government and mining companies went to such great lengths to bring them there. The reason they did had to do with the geography of the labor market in the southern African region. Of all the rural areas of northern Rhodesia, the Bimba-speaking northeast was located farthest from the South African and southern Rhodesian mines. Moreover, established labor migration routes from Bimbaland ran from east to west, to Katanga, via the northern Rhodesian Copper Belt, rather than from north to south, to southern Rhodesia and South Africa, as they did in the other parts of the protectorate. At the time when the northern Rhodesian mines began production in the late 1920s, the Bimba-speaking northeast thus constituted a labor reserve where the Copper Belt companies faced relatively little competition from their better-paying South African and southern Rhodesian rivals. By focusing the bulk of their labor recruiting efforts on the northeast, and by protecting this region from competition by labor recruiters from the mining centers to the south, the northern Rhodesian mining companies could, and did, keep the wages they paid at less than half the prevailing rates in the rest of southern and central Africa. In 1933, for example, wages at the Rand mines averaged 3 shillings per shift, while wages in the northern Rhodesian mines averaged just 1 shilling per shift. Evidence from internal mining company documents confirms that wage calculations were the principal motivation for focusing labor recruiting efforts on the northeastern part of the protectorate. A revealing moment came in 1933 when the Union of South Africa withdrew its voluntary embargo on recruiting African labor from northern Rhodesia. This alarmed the Copper Belt mining companies, who were concerned that the already steady flow of northern Rhodesian migrants to the south might increase to the point where the protectorate's own labor supply would become insufficient to meet local needs. If this were to happen, the manager of the Northern Rhodesian Native Labor Association, NRNLA, worried, our only means of meeting competition from the South African mines would be to increase our wage scale, and the resultant extra costs to our mines would be £225,000 on a year. This extra cost would obviously result in a reduction of profits. 2-4 Anxious to avoid a situation of competitive recruiting with the Rand mines that might bid up African wages in the northern Rhodesian mining areas, the copper belt companies told the northern Rhodesian government that they would be prepared to abandon all recruiting activities in the western part of the protectorate and leave that area open to the Rand recruiters, provided that, in turn, the Rand recruiters would not encroach on any other northern Rhodesian districts. The goal, the NRNLA manager made clear, was to ensure that the introduction of South African labor recruiting would not materially diminish our labor resources in the northern and eastern areas. 6. Recognizing that its own revenues depended on the profitability of the copper belt mines, the government agreed to protect these areas by adopting the NRNLA's proposal to limit Rand recruiters to the western districts. The mining company's efforts to forge links between the copper belt and Kabwe and the Bimba-speaking Northeast during the 1930s went far beyond the protection of this area from foreign labor recruiting agents. When the NRNLA began recruiting labor for the copper belt and Kabwe-based mines in 1930, the largest share of recruits were intentionally drawn from Bimba-speaking areas. When the mines came back online in the mid-R93 after the Depression, the first rural district officers instructed to lift their restrictions on issuing passes for migrants to travel to the copper belt were those in Kazama, Fort Rosebery, and Abercorn, 3 of the most populous Bimba-speaking districts, and when, at the insistence of the colonial government, the mining companies agreed in 1939 to underwrite the construction of rest camps along labor migration routes to the copper belt and Kabwe, 9 of the 10 camps that were constructed were built along routes from the Bimba-speaking Northeast. This decision represented both a recognition of the nature of existing migrant flows and an investment in perpetuating them. All of these efforts led, by the end of the 193 OS, to the establishment of well-defined labor migration routes between Bimbaland and the northern Rhodesian mining centers. In 1937, fully 51% of the African workers employed at the copper belt's 3 largest mines were from the Bimba-speaking Northeast, PIM report, cited in Berger 1974, 15. This is a remarkable figure when one considers that the Northeast contained only between 20 and 25% of the protectorate's total population and that it was not the most proximate area from which labor might have been recruited. By 1961, the proportion of copper belt laborers from this area was over 60%, Chamber of Mines Yearbook, cited in Harries Jones 1965, 130. This number was more than sufficient to tilt the linguistic balance in favor of Bimba as the urban lingua franca of the mining towns. Given that, by the time of independence, the mining areas contained nearly a quarter of Zambia's total population, the role of the colonial government and the mining companies in establishing Bimba as the principal language of communication in the mining towns had a profound effect on the shape of the contemporary Zambian linguistic and also political map. The government's role in shaping the languages that came to dominate Livingstone and Lusaka, the territory's 2 other major urban population centers, was less direct than in Kabwe or the Copper Belt. Although the colonial administration did have a hand in encouraging TB Lozi and Nyanja-speaking migrants who came to dominate these towns to leave their rural homes in search of wage employment, it did this everywhere in the hopes of enabling rural Africans to meet their tax obligations. The administration did little specifically to encourage these migrants to settle in Livingstone or Lusaka. The fact that large numbers of Lozi and Nyanja-speaking migrants eventually settled in, and lent their languages to, these towns was, more than anything else, a product of the limited transportation infrastructure that was available at the time. Livingstone became a Lozi-speaking town because, after the completion of the rail bridge connecting northern and southern Rhodesia in 1904, it served as the railroad terminus for trains heading south to the mines of South Africa and southern Rhodesia. From before the turn of the century, the Lozi-speaking hinterland had served, with the administration's encouragement, as one of the major northern Rhodesian labor reserves for these southern mines. 31 The construction of the Malobisa-Livingstone Railway, which covered half the distance from the center of Barotseland to the southbound rail terminus at Livingstone, cemented the close link between Lozi migrants and the town by greatly reducing the cost of and time required to get to the Livingstone railhead, Philpott 1945, 50-54. Thus, When Livingstone-based industries like the Zambezi sawmills began hiring larger numbers of workers in the 1930s and 1940s, the makeup of existing flows of southbound migrant workers through Livingstone guaranteed that the most plentiful supply of laborers would be from Loza-speaking areas. In addition, at least some Lozas were recruited directly to Livingstone by the Northern Rhodesian government. Intensive missionary education work undertaken in Barotseland at the behest of the Loza paramount chief meant that Lozas were among the best educated Africans during the first several decades of the century, and this made them especially sought after for the colonial civil service. During the brief period, 1924 to 1935, that the colonial administration was situated in Livingstone, well-educated Lozas were recruited to work as government clerks and interpreters. By 1956, 2/5 of Livingstone's population was from Barotseland, McCulloch 1956. Although Loza speakers were never a majority, they were by far the largest group in the town, and the Loza language became Livingstone's urban lingua franca. Nyanja came to play this role in Lusaka for similar infrastructure-related reasons. Before the opening of the Northern Rhodesian copper mines, the colonial administration encouraged Nyanja-speaking migrants from the eastern part of northern Rhodesia to forge links with the mines and farms of the south, particularly those in southern Rhodesia. After the late 1992s, the government and mining companies also began recruiting men from this area to the copper belt. The nearly total absence of north-south roads directly linking eastern northern Rhodesia with either southern Rhodesia or the copper belt, however, meant that Nyanja-speaking migrants from the east had to travel along the Great East Road, completed in 1928, until it met the rail line in Lusaka before they could turn south or north toward their ultimate destinations. Until the late 1940s, Lusaka served as little more than a way station for these Nyanja-speaking migrants from the east. By the 1950s, however, both the colonial administration, which had moved to Lusaka in 1935, and the various businesses and industries that had located there began to demand significant numbers of African laborers. Since Nyanja speakers from along the Great East Road comprised the majority of the available workforce, they became the majority of settlers in the town. By 1959, they made up more than 40% of Lusaka's population, Bet Ison 1959. And because Nyanja speakers made up the largest single language group, their language became the lingua franca of the town. For all three of these urban areas, early patterns of labor migration generated in one case by conscious policy and in the two others by infrastructure constraints led to the entrenchment of migration links between each town or segment of the rail line and a different rural hinterland. In each case, the language of the rural hinterland became the lingua franca of the urban area. These linkages are evident in Figure 3.4, which depicts major roads and rail lines connecting the Bimba-speaking northeast with Kabwe and the Copper Belt, the Nyanja-speaking east with Lusaka, and the Loza-speaking west with Livingstone. Only the Tonga-speaking language area, which straddles the southern half of the line of rail, does not have its own urban enclave. In fact, the single major town located within the Tonga-speaking zone, Livingstone, is a Loza-speaking rather than Tonga-speaking area. The reason for the absence of a Tonga-speaking urban enclave is that, in contrast to people living in the Bimba-Nyanja- or Loza-speaking rural areas, Tonga speakers had abundant opportunities for local employment, either on the many European farms located along the rail line or as cash croppers or cattle herders. The fact that Tongaland was bisected by the railway line meant that any crops or cattle that were raised there could be inexpensively transported to markets in the Copper Belt or in southern Rhodesia. Tongas thus could meet their tax obligations either by hiring themselves out to local European farmers or by engaging in rural agricultural production. Migration to distant urban employment centers was unnecessary and, for the most part, avoided. According to data presented in Helen, I-968-99, fully 62% of the taxable males from the Tonga-speaking southern province were at work locally in I-96R. Comparable figures for the other major rural areas were just 20% for the combined Bimba-speaking populations of northern and Luapula provinces, 2% for the Nyanja-speaking Eastern Province, and 25% for the Loza-speaking Barose Province. Figure 3-4 also reveals another map-shaping effect of urban migration. In addition to affecting patterns of language use in the towns, the linking of each urban area with a specific rural hinterland also affected patterns of language use along the routes that the migrants traveled. Notice that the Bimba and Nyanja-speaking zones extend like fingers from their linguistic epicenters toward their respective urban satellites, L. Over time, the languages spoken in the rural hinterlands were diffused to the areas located between the migrants' homes and their urban destinations. Northwestern Province, the exception that proves the rule a final, quite obvious, point to note about the map provided in Figure 3-4 is that the entire northwestern portion of the country is unshaded, signifying that none of the four major languages of communication took hold in this area. Not only have Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Loza been unable to penetrate the northwest, but no single local language has managed to emerge as a dominant regional lingua franca for the area. Although the Lunda, Kayond, and Lavali languages enjoy first among equals status in this part of the country, none of them has approached the positions of dominance that Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Lozi have established in their respective rural regions. According to 1990 census figures, Lunda, Kayond, and Lavali were spoken as a first or second language by 34.3, 28.1, and 23.9% of the population of Northwestern Province, respectively. By comparison, Bernba was spoken as a first or second language by 70% of the populations of Northern and Luapila provinces, Nyanja was spoken as a first or second language by 86% of the population of Eastern Province, and Tonga was spoken as a first or second language by 79% of the population of Southern Province. From the standpoint of language use, the Northwest constitutes the great exception to the trend of colonial policy-driven linguistic standardization in Northern Rhodesia. As I shall argue, however, it also constitutes the exception that proves the rule. For it is precisely the absence of the factors that explain the linguistic consolidation that took place in the rest of the country that explains the preservation of multiple languages of communication in northwestern Zambia. First, missionary societies, which played such a central role in consolidating patterns of language use elsewhere in the protectorate, could not play this role in the Northwest for the simple reason that, because of population scarcity and transportation difficulties, very few missions were located there. Moreover, until 1931, the few missionary societies that did build stations in this area tended to be evangelical groups that were far less concerned with African education and language work than their counterparts from the mainline denominations that set up shop in other parts of the territory. Gadsden 1992, I04.3J. Indeed, while the average educational commitment weighted station decades value for all rural Zambian districts is 33.5, the average for the 6 districts located in present-day Northwestern Province is just 8.2, significantly lower than for any other rural province. Second, colonial education policies, which had bolstered the positions of Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Loza by designating them as vernaculars of instruction in schools and making them priority languages for book publishing, made no special arrangements for the major northwestern languages and thus did nothing to stimulate their diffusion outside their tribally defined core areas. As Figure 3.2 revealed, only a small fraction of the books published by the government in the I-950s were in Lunda, Kayond, or Lavali. Although radio broadcasts in Lunda and Lavali were begun in 1954, Kayond was added as a 7th language at independence 10 years later. These two languages were allocated only half the airtime of Tonga and Lozi and less than a third of the airtime of Bimba and Nyanja, Mitten 1978, 2IO. The inclusion of these languages on the broadcasting roster, while no doubt contributing to their prestige, Spitalnik I-992, 34142, thus probably had little effect on language standardization in the Northwest. Finally, although large numbers of men from northwestern Northern Rhodesia migrated to the Copper Belt, along with the Bimba-speaking Northeast, the Northwest had the largest percentage of males at work outside their villages of any region of the Protectorate, Northwesterners never came close to equaling the number of Bimba-speaking migrants in even the most northwestern of the mining towns, Helen 1968, 99. According to figures cited in Harries Jones, R 965, 130, migrants from the Northwest constituted only 8% of the non-alien workforce in the Copperbelt mines in R 96R. Of course, even if they had constituted a larger percentage, the variety of languages spoken by migrants from the Northwest would have presented a significant obstacle to a Northwestern linguistic takeover of the Copperbelt. Lunda, Kayond, and Lavalley therefore never challenged Bimba as the Copperbelt's lingua franca. Rather than recruit speakers of other languages to their own vernacular, as Bimba speakers did in the mining towns, Loza speakers did in Livingstone, and Nyanja speakers did in Lusaka, migrants from the Northwest either adopted Bimba outright or expanded their linguistic repertoire to include Bimba as a supplementary language. Labor migration therefore did not have the same effect on the diffusion of the Northwestern languages that it did for Bimba, Nyanja, or Loza. From language use to language identity. Thus far I have shown why patterns of language use in Zambia have consolidated around Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Loza, and why the speakers of these languages have come to occupy the regions of the country that they have. I have yet to explain, however, why these languages became sources of self-identification among those who spoke them. Doing so is a prerequisite for understanding why language identities came to constitute such powerful axes of political mobilization after independence. The principal forces that encouraged Northern Rhodesians to identify themselves in linguistic terms were migration and the competition for employment. When migrants came to work in the towns, they found themselves in a thoroughly unfamiliar environment. Quite naturally, they tended to congregate in groups of people similar to themselves. But because of the enormous diversity of tribes in the urban environment, understandings of similarity had a tendency to expand to include people from one's region, which meant language group, rather than simply one's tribe. Urban Residents, Young, 1976, 42, explains, places persons in juxtaposition and social interaction with culturally differentiated. The emergence of language group identities. Individuals, from far more diverse provenience than would be characteristic in the countryside. For both self and other, it is inconvenient to interpret social reality through too complex a mapping system. The process of simplifying one's mapping system involved substituting broad linguistic labels for more narrow tribal ones. This affected not only the way people divided up the highly heterogeneous world of others that confronted them in the urban environment but also the way they defined themselves in juxtaposition to the others. Describing the situation in the Northern Rhodesian Copperbelt during the 1950s, J. Clyde Mitchell, the preeminent student of urban ethnicity in Southern Africa, noted that town dwellers display their ethnic origin by the language they speak. This enables members of other tribal groups immediately to fit their neighbors and acquaintances into categories which determine the mode of behavior towards them. For Africans in the Copperbelt, tribe-sick is the primary category of social interaction, i.e., the first significant characteristic to which any African reacts in another. 1956, 32. Although Mitchell employs the term tribe, he makes it clear that the boundaries of the tribal groups he is describing were defined by both in-group members and out-group members in linguistic terms. There is a tendency, he writes, for the Bimba and other tribes from the northern province to consider the Chua, Ansenga, Kunda and other people from the eastern province, for example, as Ngoni, i.e., Nyanja speaking. In the same way, the eastern province tribes tend to lump together the Lungwa, Tabwe, Eastern Lunda, Bimba and other northern province tribes in one category, the Bimba. 1956, 30. What was true in the Copperbelt was true in the other towns as well. The extreme heterogeneity of the Livingstone and Lusaka populations also undermine the usefulness of tribal designations as means of organizing and making sense of the urban environment. In these towns, as in the Copperbelt, broader linguistic criteria were used as the basis for social categorization. Thus, despite their centrality in the village setting, Tribal identities and labels were eclipsed by linguistic designations in the urban areas. Social interactions and conflicts were viewed through a tribal lens in the village and through a linguistic lens in the towns, and migrants viewed their world through each of these different lenses as they passed back and forth between the urban and rural domains. Prior to the era of widespread labor migration, when rural Africans' worldviews were constricted to the villages in which they lived, it might have been possible for villagers to view all social interactions in tribal terms. But the constant circulation of people between the urban and rural sectors meant that village life could not remain insulated from the perspective-broadening and identity-shaping influences of the towns. Thus, while tribal categories continued to organize social life in the village, over time linguistic categories came to be used by rural Africans to organize the broader world that lay outside of it. Thanks to the influence of migration, Africans' mental maps of the village level and protectorate-wide social landscapes came to be built from different dimensions of ethnic identity. Local interactions and conflicts were seen in tribal terms, and national-scale interactions and conflicts were seen in linguistic terms. 34 But linguistic identities were a product of more than simply a psychological need to simplify a complex social environment. As with tribal identities, there was also an important instrumental rationale in identifying oneself in language group terms. A striking illustration of this point is provided in Colson's account of rural Tongaland in the 1940s. Recalling what she saw at the time, Colson, 1968, 204-5, writes that schoolboys recently returned home from the secondary school in Lusaka, were ardent advocates of the development of local culture and the rights of the local Tonga language as against other African languages. They were angry that one of the languages of the territory, not their own, had been accepted as a school language in which examinations could be passed. And when they heard that a language other than Tonga was to be one of the languages of instruction in the territorial agricultural school to be built within their district, they argued passionately that this honor should be given to their own language because it was the language of the district. Why was it so important for the schoolboys to protect the position of their Tonga language? Perhaps the passion of their reaction was a product of their exposure in Lusaka to an ethnically mixed environment, and to the deepening of linguistic identifications that such exposure generated. But a larger part of the explanation is almost certainly instrumental. The expansion of the mining and administrative sectors in northern Rhodesia during the R940s brought a great demand for clerks and other literate civil service personnel in the towns. Coupled with the prestige that came from holding such positions, the salaries paid for these jobs, while low compared to what European employees earned, were as much as 4 times what one could earn as a peasant farmer. Berger, 1974, 16, estimates that, just after the Second World War, annual village income, including the estimated value of subsistence farming, was thought to be £4r6s per head, while the average income for a person in town was calculated at £16.17s. Prestige was also an economic asset. A man could use it to reduce the marriage payments he was required to make or to marry a more desirable woman from a wealthier family. This was an important consideration in a matrilineal society where a man's wife's family would provide for his children. The students' linguistic patriotism can thus be best interpreted as an attempt to preserve their access to high-paying civil service positions. This interpretation is supported by the fact that their central concern was that they would be forced to pass examinations in a language that was not their own, which, of course, would disadvantage them in the competition for civil service posts vis job seekers from rival language communities. The students reacted as they did because the stakes, both in economic terms and in terms of social status, were so high. Having devoted the time and energy to learning to read and write in a given vernacular, and colonial education policies guaranteed that this vernacular would be either Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, or Loza, educated Africans had strong incentives to protect the status of their language against the encroachments of others. And once certain languages had achieved special status in the civil service, which Bimba, Nyanja, Tonga, and Loza did, people who had mastered literacy in them had strong incentives to identify themselves in terms of the languages in which they were proficient. By designating certain languages as civil service lingua francas, and by making literacy in these languages a prerequisite for consideration for civil service appointments, the colonial government created reasons for Africans to invest in their memberships in these privileged language groups by learning how to read and write in them and, once this was accomplished, to identify themselves publicly and proudly in those terms. The weakness of urban/rural and class identities as basis for political coalition building. Thus far, in the last chapter and this one, I have focused on showing how colonial-era policies and regulations caused tribal and linguistic identities to come to be viewed by political actors in post-independence Zambia as natural ways of thinking about the country's ethnic divisions. I suggest 42. That this explains why these two identities have come to be viewed as potential building blocks for political coalitions in contemporary Zambian politics. In this final section, I seek to complete my account of the origins of Zambia's cleavage structure by explaining why two other identities, those built around urban/rural divisions and around class distinctions, failed to emerge as commonsensical bases of self-definition and group categorization. When Zambians think about the natural lines of political and social conflict in their country, they think in terms of tribe and language, but not in terms of urban/rural divisions or class. I show that the reason urban/rural identities have failed to emerge as a potential axis of political cleavage is because the policies and administrative structures of the colonial regime left no basis for their emergence as such. I show that colonial institutions played a somewhat less decisive, though still important, role in undermining the emergence of class identities as well. Clearly, other identities, such as those based on gender, age, occupation, clan, lineage, or family position, among many others, also serve as bases of social differentiation in everyday life. But when Zambians turn their attention outward from the towns and villages in which they live to the domain of national political competition, these identities fail to provide blueprints for the country's wider social landscape. Despite their relevance at the family and local community levels, national-level political identity distinctions are simply not made in these terms. Part of the reason this is so is that the colonial state, the entity that grouped the disparate peoples of present-day Zambia into a common political unit and thereby made comparisons of the groups located within its boundaries thinkable, failed to employ these identities as categories of social organization. Urban/rural divisions. As we have seen, a variety of policies implemented by the Northern Rhodesian administration and the mining companies led to the migration of thousands of Africans from their rural villages to the urban rail line. Given the conflicting interests, concerns, and policy preferences that rise from living in each of these domains, we might have expected an urban/rural cleavage to have emerged between the residents of these two areas. We might have expected people's identities as townsmen/women and villagers to have solidified to the point where appeals to such identities would resonate and generate political mobilization. Yet this is not the case. The urban versus rural card has almost never been played in Zambian politics. And, when it has been, its mobilizational effect has been extremely weak. Take the case of the National Lima Party, which was formed prior to the 1996 general election as an explicitly farmer-oriented political organization. Although the party pitched its appeal at the roughly 70% of the population engaged in agricultural production, it managed to capture less than 7% of the vote. The party's very poor showing in the election, and its subsequent collapse, attests to the weakness of appeals couched in urban versus rural terms. The unavailability of the urban/rural cleavage as an axis of political mobilization follows directly from the colonial-era policies that generated incentives for urban Africans to maintain close links with their rural kin. Thus far, I have focused on the consequences of these linkages for the perpetuation of tribal identities among urban migrants. Another important consequence was that households came to straddle the urban/rural divide. This in turn meant that the emergence of identities based on a person's urban or rural residence was unthinkable. For rural villagers to identify themselves as rural would be to exclude from their identity group the urban relatives on whose remittances they depended. For urban migrants to identify themselves as urban would be to erect a boundary between themselves and the sector on whose economic and social vitality they were counting on to support them in their retirement. The natural difference in interests between urban dwellers and rural dwellers highlighted by Bates, R. 9. 8R, and others, which might have driven a rift between town dwellers and villagers in the immediate post-independence era, was thus neutralized by the fact that, thanks to the colonial era policies I have discussed, Zambians maintained one foot, either as individuals or through the 1R extended families in each of the camps. This pattern of maintaining complementary interests in the urban and rural sectors, while perhaps a product of colonial era institutions, has continued into the post-colonial era. Long after the lifting of the ban on permanent urban residence, and thus urban retirement, that forced Africans to maintain their linkages with their rural villages, urban-based Zambians still find it much cheaper to retire to the village, and thus they continue to maintain strong interests in the economic health of their former, and future, rural home areas. As Ferguson, 1999, writes, the precipitous decline of Zambia's urban economy in TE198 OS has meant that retired or laid-off workers have found it much less desirable, often virtually impossible, to stay in town. The continued relevance of rural retirement means that most mine workers are obliged to consider some social nexus of relatives back home as an unavoidable part of their life's social context. 43. Ferguson reports that, of the 50 retiring mine workers he interviewed, 47 were making active plans to return to a home village, while 2 were planning to start farming in rural areas surrounding the copper belt, and 1 was planning to join relatives in Lusaka, Ibid, 40. In the same way, village dwellers intent on benefiting from the lodging, jobs, capital, or market access made available by their urban-based kin have powerful reasons for viewing their own interests as bound up with those of the urban sector. Zambians have responded to the weakness of the country's economy by spreading their household members across urban and rural sectors so as to diversify their income streams, Ashbaugh 1996. In such a context, it is very difficult to code most Zambian families as either urban or rural, let alone attribute homogeneously urban or rural interests, or identities, to their members. From the standpoint of political identity repertoires, such intrafamily connections across towns and villages make it inconceivable for most Zambians to either view the country's political divisions in urban/rural terms or mobilize themselves for political action along urban/rural lines. 35. Class divisions. What about class divisions? The salience of class in Africa either as an objective social category or as a focus of subjective self-identification is a subject of heated debate, Sklar 1979, Young 1986. The specific question here, however, is whether Zambians view their country's basic social divisions in class terms, and whether class distinctions might thus compete with tribal and linguistic distinctions when Zambians try to sort themselves into winning political coalitions. The answer is that, by and large, class identities are not sufficiently deeply felt for them to play this role. As with urban/rural identities, the reason they are not may be traced to policies and institutions that were put in place during the colonial era. In the immediate post-independence era, the administrative regulations of the colonial state guaranteed that there would be very little class differentiation within the African population, at least outside the mining sector. Throughout the colonial era, Northern Rhodesia's economy was dominated by foreign capital and regulated by economic policies designed to block opportunities for wealth accumulation by indigenous Africans. Although a handful of African property owners and businessmen existed during this period, government policies ensured that their numbers would be far too small for them to constitute, or for their members to see themselves as a capital holding class. Indeed, outside the mining sector, where the organization of production necessarily gave rise to class distinctions, measurable class stratification was almost non-existent in the Zambian population at the end of the colonial era. Baylis and Zeftel, 1982, 190, report that, on the eve of independence, only 6% of trading licenses were held by Africans, and these were overwhelmingly held by small traders. This figure almost certainly represents a high point, as the number of Africans with such licenses was undoubtedly lower during the earlier part of the colonial period. In the rural areas, objective differentiation among peasants was very modest and, at any rate, limited to a handful of wealthier agricultural districts, Mamba 1985. Since that time, however, a sharp gap has emerged, as it has in most African countries, between a small privileged elite that enjoys access to state resources and the vast majority of citizens that do not. Sklar 1979. The Africanization of the civil service, the expansion of the parastatal sector, and the economic reforms of the late 1960s and early 1970s all opened the door to capital accumulation and business ownership by those with ties to the state. This led, by the early 1970s, to the emergence of demonstrable differences in wealth and economic power across different segments of the population. In short, although the colonial experience left little basis for their formation, objective class differences did emerge in the post-independence era. But were such differences paralleled by the emergence of class consciousness? When Zambians think about their country's political and social conflicts, do they view them through a class lens? The answer to this question would need to be yes, for class to serve as an alternative to tribe and language as a basis for political coalition building. The overwhelming answer given by scholars who have addressed this issue is no. Class differences may be objectively identifiable in Zambia, but, except perhaps on the Copper Belt, Burawa 1972, Gertzel 1975, Sklar 1975, Parpart 1983, they are peripheral to politics. Molteno, 1974, 80, writes that in Zambia, neither leaders nor followers have perceived class membership as a variable relevant to their political behavior. Scarrett, 1983, 6, asserts that extensive participation by the less privileged classes in conscious pursuit of their class interests has not occurred in Zambia to any significant extent. And Chikulo, 1988, 48, argues that although class formations have emerged in Zambia, class per se has not become sufficiently important as a basis of cleavage and conflict. In electoral politics, survey evidence reported in Alawa, 1979, confirms the weakness of class identities in post-independence Zambia. Only 46% of respondents in his 1975-77 survey even identified the existence of a difference between the upper class and the working or lower class in Zambia, and fewer than half of these could identify what the basis of these class differences entailed. Alawa concludes that despite the underprivileged position of the poverty-stricken masses vis the members of the ruling class, the former do not on the average possess even the minimum degree of class sensitivity considered a prerequisite for the emergence of class consciousness. 380. In post-independence Zambia, therefore, the dominant potentially mobilizable social cleavages have been limited to those built around tribal affiliation and language group membership. When Zambians think about who they are and who their potential ethnic coalition partners might be, they do so in terms of tribe and language. Political competition and conflict is seen through the lens of tribal affiliation and language group membership. These two bases of social identity constitute the complete menu of social identities that are available to Zambian political actors when they try to build and secure membership in winning political coalitions. I turn in the chapters that follow to the question of when and why they will find it most useful to choose one instead of the other. Part 2 to Part 2. As a consequence of the administrative policies of the Northern Rhodesian colonial state and its missionary and mining company partners, Zambians in the post-independence era came to view both their own ethnic identities and the country's larger social landscape in terms of two competing schemes of ethnic classification, one defined by affiliation with one of the country's 6 tribes, and the other defined by membership in one of the country's 4 principal language groups. Each scheme of ethnic classification implies a very different landscape of political competition and conflict. It also provides people with a very different set of criteria for determining, in the course of that competition and conflict, who is and is not a member of their ethnic group. The question is, given this ethnic multidimensionality, can we generalize about the conditions under which Zambians understand politics as a struggle among the country's tribes rather than as a conflict among its language groups? Can we construct an explanation to account for when one of these ethnic cleavages will become politically salient rather than the other? Part I furnished the background necessary to ask these questions. Part 2 provides the empirical and theoretical tools with which to answer them. Chapter 4 provides the foundation for our exploration by showing why ethnicity matters in Zambia and how it is used politically. The chapter shows that ethnicity matters because of the widespread expectation that politicians will channel patronage resources to members of their own ethnic groups. It documents this claim with original data from surveys, focus groups, and elite interviews, as well as evidence from speeches, newspaper reports, and secondary sources. The chapter then shows how this expectation generates predictable patterns of ethnic appeal making by politicians and electoral support from voters. Whereas most studies of ethnic politics in Africa simply assume that ethnicity motivates political action and build their models of political and social conflict without accounting for why this might be the case, Chapter 4 carefully documents the expectations of ethnic favoritism that are at the heart of my explanation for Zambians' political behavior. Having done this, Chapter 5 then presents an argument to account for why certain kinds of ethnic appeals and voting patterns tend to predominate in different institutional settings. The account begins with a simple model that builds on the empirical foundations laid in Chapter 4 to explain why political actors who possess multiple ethnic identities, and are thus faced with a decision about which one to mobilize, make the choices that they do. The chapter then relates this model to the question at hand by showing that the choices actors make will be sensitive to the boundaries of the arena in which political competition is taking place and that changes in political institutions, including the shift from multi-party to one-party rule, can alter the boundaries of the political arena and thereby change the choice outcome. The chapter then applies the model to the Zambian case to account for why tribal identities have tended to play a central role in the country's politics during periods of one-party rule whereas linguistic identities have tended to do so under periods of multi-party rule. 4. This chapter lays the foundation for the argument presented in Chapter 5 by accomplishing 3 tasks. In its first part, the chapter establishes the relevance of ethnicity in post-independence Zambia by showing that ethnic group memberships underlie people's perceptions of how patronage resources are distributed by those who enjoy access to them. I show that, in a context where all politicians promise to distribute jobs and development resources to the people whose votes they are seeking, voters use ethnicity as a cue to help them distinguish promises that are credible from promises that are not. I argue that it is the information that ethnicity is assumed to convey about likely patterns of patronage distribution, not atavism or tradition, that explains why it plays such an important role in Zambian political life. The second part of the chapter shows how these expectations shape the strategies that politicians, parties, and individual voters employ to construct and secure membership in winning political coalitions. Specifically, I show that, because Zambians assume that having a member of their own ethnic group in a position of power will increase their access to patronage resources, they are inclined to join coalitions led by members of their own ethnic groups, to be sympathetic to electoral appeals couched in ethnic terms, and to be skeptical of promises made by leaders of groups other than their own. I show that, knowing this, politicians and parties appeal to voters' ethnic affiliations in predictable ways. The third section of the chapter shows how the calculations that give rise to such coalition-building efforts are complicated by the fact that a person's ethnic background can be understood in more than one way. Depending on whether a person thinks of his ethnic background in tribal or linguistic terms, that person will identify himself with a very different 46 set of in-group and out-group members, respond favorably to different kinds of ethnic appeals, and perceive as salient a very different axis of political competition and conflict. For coalition-building politicians and political parties, the ability to alter people's perceptions of the nature of the political playing field by invoking different dimensions of ethnic identity constitutes an extremely valuable political resource. For individual voters, the ability to claim membership in ethnic groups of different sizes is similarly advantageous. However, for the analyst of Zambian political affairs, and of ethnic politics more generally, the ability of politicians and voters to choose strategically the ethnic identity they will use to define themselves presents an empirical and theoretical challenge, namely, to identify the conditions under which one principle of group differentiation will emerge as the basis for ethnic coalition building rather than another. Meeting that challenge is the objective of the chapter that follows. It is important to underscore that the purpose of this chapter is not to show that ethnicity is the only factor motivating the behavior of Zambian politicians or voters. Not only is this not the case, but it need not be. Answering the question that this book poses does not depend on showing that ethnicity is the sole determinant of political action. It depends simply on being able to account for the relative salience of tribal and linguistic identities within the portion of people's political behavior that can be accounted for by ethnicity. Of course, ethnic motivations have to play at least some role in shaping people's behavior for this exercise to be meaningful, and the evidence presented here clearly shows that they do. But they need not be the only factor. Ethnicity in Zambia. In some respects, Zambia would appear to be an unlikely choice of country for a study about ethnic politics. High rates of intertribal marriage reveal many Zambians to be relatively unconcerned about ethnic attachments in their day-to-day social relations. 2. In surveys and focus groups, Zambians. Of course, the fact that ethnic motivations are only part of the total explanation for political behavior has important implications for testing the arguments I advance, which I discuss in Part 3 of the book. Claim to attach only minimal importance to ethnic group affiliations as motivations for their political behavior. Of the nearly 200 Zambians questioned in a 1996 University of Zambia/Michigan State University, UNZMSU, Democratic Governance Survey, Bratton 1996, fully 83.6% agreed that, when it comes to politics, being a Zambian is more important than belonging to a particular tribe. 3. My own 1995 survey, N equals 252, yielded very similar results when asked which they put first when it came to politics, being a Zambian or being a member of their group. 83% of respondents said they put being a Zambian first. When asked which they thought was more important, to support a politician from their own group or to support the politician with the best abilities, even if he was from a different group, 85% said they thought it was better to support the politician with the best abilities. When asked whether they thought that people can only rely on members of their own group, only 30% agreed. A focus group participant in Luancha, Liti, spoke for many of her peers when, in response to the question about whether Zambians tend to support members of their own groups, she said, "The element of supporting members of your own tribe is there, but it is maybe 1/100 or so, i.e., Rai-00 of the explanation." This remarkably non-ethnic political orientation is reflected in and is in no small part a product of the pronouncements of the country's public officials, newspaper editors, and civil society leaders, who regularly denounce tribalism as retrogressive and incompatible with national development. 5. But public pronouncements, and survey responses, can be misleading. Zambians today may marry in large numbers across tribal lines, tell survey enumerators that they put their national identity before their ethnic affiliation, and loudly condemn manifestations of tribalism in the country's politics, yet, below the surface, Zambia is still a place where ethnicity matters. Though disdained in public, ethnicity nonetheless serves as one of the principal lenses through which Zambians perceive their social and political environments. It undergirds expectations about how others will behave, it colors understandings about where social conflicts originate, and it shapes perceptions about who stands to gain and to lose from the current distribution of political power. It is the topic of discussion at nearly all informal fora and gatherings. The Monitor, 2-24 September 1998 L. Ethnicity may not play this role for every person or in every situation, but it does so much of the time and for a very large share of the population. Indeed, for every Zambian who chooses a spouse from a different tribe, there are nearly 2 that marry within their groups. For every columnist who claims that there is no such thing as tribalism in this country, 6 there is another to pronounce such assertions as naive or as coming from someone who definitely does not understand the problem. And for every focus group participant who insists that we should not support a person simply because he is a member of our group, there is another to argue that, although such a practice may be wrong, the attitudes that lead to it are still there locked up in people's minds. It is not right that they do it that way, but they are doing it. Live me. The zeal with which Zambian political leaders, like political leaders across Africa, denounce tribalism reflects the existence of a strong social norm against open confessions of ethnic motivations, and this may explain why survey respondents are reluctant to admit to having their political behavior shaped by tribal considerations. When asked whether they would willingly support members of other ethnic groups, Zambians may be engaging in what Quran, 19,951 terms preference falsification, they publicly espouse a view that they privately reject. In many Zambian businesses, hiring decisions and promotion prospects are widely assumed to be linked to a person's ethnic group membership. Someone gets into a company and then brings all their relatives, one focus group participant explained. Jobs are wako nyanja, 4 years is yours, or, more loosely, your relatives first. Live WI9. A focus group participant from Luancha expressed exactly the sentiment when he insisted that Zambians put their own groups first in the workplace. If Mr. Zulu, a common Eastern province name, were to be a manager and he asks where I come from and I tell him that I come from Eastern province, he will treat me properly and possibly employ me. But for some others, he would just know they are not from Eastern province and tell them there is no vacancy. J.YMSW. Another focus group participant, Lee Msme, explained, if the man at the top comes from a certain area of Zambia, you find that the people who come after him are all from the same area. It is just a matter of helping someone because he is from the area, doing a favor for him. A newspaper column echoes this theme. There are organizations in this country, even foreign-owned for that matter, where almost every name, from the manager down to the office orderly, belongs to one regdan. In this country, professionally qualified youngsters never find jobs if they belong to the wrong tribes. When you enter certain offices, you get the impression they are tribal establishments. The Post, January 24, 1996. Respondents told me that even securing a bank loan can be difficult if one belongs to the wrong ethnic group. According to one account, whereas loan officers tend not to be particularly stringent with applicants from their own groups, applicants from other groups sometimes find that the lending institution will work to rule, i.e., follow guidelines to the letter instead of using common sense and being flexible as they do when they deal with their favorite applicants. The Post, December 7, 19951. Such perceptions of ethnic group favoritism, widespread in the private sector, are even more prevalent when it comes to resources controlled directly by the government. From the president to the lowest-ranking civil servant, public office holders are assumed to use their power to assist members of their own ethnic groups. They may not have many resources to distribute. In many contemporary African states, budgets are extremely thin. But it is widely assumed that they will use whatever resources they can control to build schools, clinics, and roads in their home areas and provide jobs for people from their ethnic group. They are also expected to channel donor aid or relief food to their regions and to be helpfully selective in their enforcement of bothersome regulations and taxes. Survey evidence confirms that almost half of Zambians think that the president's region of the country gets more than its share of development resources. In the 1996 UNSMSU survey, Bratton 1996, 49% of respondents agreed that the president's region of the country gets more government services than any other region. In my own survey, 44% of respondents said that they thought that people from the president's region benefit more than people from other areas of the country. The president is not giving attention to other areas, one focus group participant complained. He wants his area to develop through fishing and agriculture to become the second money spinner after the copper belt. Lee MSM. Yes, Look at then President Chaluba's home province of Luipula, a survey respondent protested. It is not a farming area but already fertilizer has been sent there, SR 17. Another survey respondent complained that the best road contractors are assigned to President Chaluba's favorite provinces, while the inferior roads department is given the assignment of mending the roads here and in other provinces of little importance to him, SR 99. Another recalled. One time I was watching a program on TV which showed Chaluba's village. It was being electrified. It had a good road network. They are doing so because that is where he comes from. It shows that you have to elect someone from your place because development will be there. Mon RM. A veteran politician concurred that people have come to expect that when you become president, the people of your area will benefit a lot. A market seller in Chipeta summarized the feelings of many Zambians when he said, simply, where I come from, I'll develop. That's what is going on, CPTAMSM. 0 Interview with William Shipango, Livingstone, R6 December 1995. First learned during the rule of Zambia's first leader, Kenneth Kaunda, the lesson that the president will favor his own ethnic group has become, for many Zambians, an axiom of politics. Not surprisingly, this perception is particularly strong among Zambians that are not members of the president's group. At the time of my field research, Frederick Chaluba, a Bimba speaker, was president. Whereas only 23% of Bimba speakers in my survey said they thought that people from the president's region benefit more than people from other areas of the country, 52% of non-Bimba speakers said they thought that this was the case. These perceptions persist despite the fact that there is little evidence that patterns of resource expenditure actually are biased in favor of the president's region. This was the conclusion drawn by Dresang, 1974, and Bates, 1976, about the 196 OS and early 1970s, and, to judge from figures in the annual reports of provincial development expenditure during the 1990s, it remained true under President Chaluba. In fact, some evidence suggests that President Chaluba's home province of Luipula was actually disadvantaged vis-a-vis other provinces in securing financial assistance from the government for its development programs. Times of Zambia, September 4, 1996. The widely held perception that the president's part of the country must be benefiting from his rule is much more powerful than the facts on the ground. Evidence that this is the case comes from the fact that some of the most vocal critics of presidential favoritism routinely misidentify the province the president comes from. A Livingstone market seller told me that she knew President Chaluba's region of the country was benefiting more than her own because we hear through our ears and radios that in Kazima they have done this and that, in Kazima they are resurfacing the road, in Kazima they have taken relief food there, in Kazima they have gone to assist the less privileged. We hear that development is being taken up there, a lot of it, Live MSW. Apart from her exaggeration of Kazima's good fortunes, the problem with the market seller's evidence is that Chaluba is not, in fact, from Kazima. He is from Luipula province, another Bimba-speaking area some 250 kilometers away. Several other respondents made similar mistakes, variously identifying the president's home area as Kazima, Northern Province, or the Copperbelt, all Bimba-speaking areas, but not his actual home. In addition to being perceived to be channeling development funds to his home region, the president is also widely assumed to favor members of his own ethnic group when it comes to making governmental appointments. Again, there is often a misidentification of beneficiaries, since the 49 recipients of the most sought-after jobs and appointments tend to be close relatives of the president, in-laws, cousins, and other extended family members, rather than members of his ethnic community more broadly. Even so, the social unit that is presumed to benefit is the tribe or language group. Indeed, whenever a new cabinet is announced or an old one is reshuffled, newspaper columns and letters to the editor focus in minute detail on the number of positions won by each ethnic group, and readers scrutinize these accounts like box scores, trying to confirm their expectation that members of the president's ethnic community have been given the most important positions. And although every Zambian cabinet since independence has been mixed in its ethnic makeup, all of them have been used by one group or another to favor people from the president's ethnic community. President Konda's early cabinets were criticized for being Bimba-dominated. Later, they came to be viewed as biased toward Nyanja speakers. Molteno 1974, Bratton 1980, 212-13. President Chiluba's cabinets were criticized for being feud with his Fayoyo Bimbas. Weekly Post, 15-21 November 1991, The Sun, 25-31 October 1993, The Monitor, RR 24 September 1998. One focus group participant protested that if you look at the ministers, you find that, one man is a Bimba, a second man is a Bimba, a third man is a Bimba. It is very bad, CPTARM. Look at the key ministerial posts, another commented. They are not evenly distributed. They are all held by the Bimbas, Mon RM. And you find, a third noted, that when the cabinet is reshuffled these people who have dominated, are not shaken. Some tribes are permanent, CPTAT. As with the distribution of development resources, the perception of Bimba domination is particularly strong among non-Burn BAS. Although I did not ask respondents directly whether they thought that members of the president's ethnic group were overrepresented in the cabinet, I did ask whether they thought that people from their own areas had received a fair share of government appointments. On average, only 36% of respondents thought that they had. But while Fuui 61% of Bimba speakers answered the question affirmatively, only 27% of non-Bimbas did so. This suggests that members of the president's group feel far less aggrieved about their group's representation in the senior government bureaucracy than do members of other groups. Critics concede that Bimbas do not occupy every ministerial position. But they are quick to emphasize that the non-Bimbas who enjoy front bench appointments tend to occupy junior positions or to be given dormant portfolios that do not wield the necessary power to benefit the people in their province. Sunday Mail, January 7, 1996. As one Southern Province focus group participant explained, the minor appointments that go to people from his part of the country are simply cosmetic. You find that Southerners are appointed as deputies. But where do their seniors come from? I think we should look at that angle as well. \X high are we not given the priority of running a full ministry? When are we going to have RVLR? Hakakoma Atanga speaker from Southern Province as Minister of Agriculture instead of Deputy Minister or Permanent Secretary. These people that are given the priority of running full ministries come from the same area as the President. Live MSM. A column in the Monitor titled All Zambians Are Equal but argues similarly that one can argue that there are some positions that have gone to minority tribes like Tongas and Losas, but, when you come to the crunch, these ministers from so-called minor tribes are not even influential, they are only there as figureheads, while the real power lies elsewhere, in the north. RR 24 September 1998. The handful of non-Bimbas who do hold important government portfolios tend to be dismissed by members of their ethnic groups as inauthentic representatives of their interests. For example, General Godfrey Mayanda, a Nsenga whose roots are in Eastern Province but who spent most of his life outside of the region, was widely perceived by Easterners during his tenure as vice president as someone with no allegiance to Eastern Province. 3. Similarly, former Foreign Minister Vernon Mwanga, a Tonga who grew up on the Bimba-dominated Copper Belt, was viewed with suspicion as a spokesperson for Tonga interests. This was vividly illustrated in 1996 when he rose to address the meeting of a Tonga cultural group and was greeted with shouts that he was not one of us and the taunt that he should change his name from Mwanga, a characteristically Tonga name, to Mwansa, a characteristically Bimba one. Zambia Today, R8 February 1996. The assumption that the president favors members of his own ethnic group extends beyond the cabinet to include the people that he selects as parastatal chiefs, diplomats, judges, and members of government commissions. In the Konda era, it was alleged that to get a job in Zambia Today, one has to be a Zulu, a Firi, a Tembo, or a Bunda, all Eastern Province names. 14 After Chiluba took power in 1991, being a Bimba speaker came to be perceived as the passport to senior government employment. Chiluba's relations are the ones given those appointments, one survey respondent complained. If you are not from that tribe, i.e., if you are not a Bimba, you won't be selected. SR 120. A letter to the Post, January 20, 1999, complained that most of Zambia's diplomats are in those positions purely on tribal and family grounds and not on merit or qualifications. Otherwise, how do you explain the fact that nearly all the diplomats at the Zambian embassy in Belgium and elsewhere are Bernbas? Another letter writer criticized the appointment of the new managing director of the state-run Zambia National Oil Company on the grounds that his only qualification is that he comes from Luapula province and is somewhat related by marriage to one of the cabinet ministers. The capable person for the job, the former director's long-serving deputy, happens to come from the wrong tribe. The Post, January 6, 1999. 5 An open letter in 1993 from the Eastern Province Executive Committee of the Movement for Multiparty Democracy, MMD, to the party's National Executive Committee echoed such sentiments when it demanded to know why Easterners who had held senior positions in the major parastatal companies during the Konda administration had been replaced by Bimbas during the months after Chiluba took power, and why no Easterners had been posted as ambassadors. Open letter to the MMD National Executive Committee, Weekly Post, 2-8 July 1931. A similar open letter from the MMD Southern Province Executive Committee charged that the party's leaders were behaving as if the people of Southern Province had no right to lead others. Referring to the favoritism of Bimbas over Tongas in appointments to leadership positions in the party, the letter asked, must some people in Zambia continue to herd and milk cattle while other selfish and sectarian people like yourselves continue to drink the milk? Open letter to Mr. Michael Charles Chilufayasada and Mr. Elias Marco Kisha, Weekly Post, 2R27 May 1931. Both the fact that the letter was addressed to two senior Bimba-speaking party officials, a point underscored by the author's inclusion of the addressees' multiple, and tellingly Bimba names, and the fact that Tongas are famous for their cattle keeping, while Bimbas are not, made it perfectly clear to any Zambian reader which groups were the hard-working herders and which were the selfish drinkers. Addressing the provincial party conference a month later, the provincial party chairman was less metaphorical when he complained directly that, in contrast with people from Bimba-speaking areas of the country, people from the southern province have been sidelined in appointments to government, parastatal, civil service or diplomatic service posts. Weekly Post, 9 Rs July R 993. Such feelings of marginalization were not limited to MMD politicians from the eastern and southern provinces. When President Chiluba nominated a Bimba-speaking candidate as the replacement for the ailing, non-Bimba, Speaker of the National Assembly in R 998, MPs from other parts of the country joined those from the south and east in vowing to block the nomination on the grounds that there is no way that all the key positions in the executive and the legislature should go to the same provinces. The Post, March 26 R 998. The perception that the president favors his own group is paralleled by an expectation that the ministers, parastatal employees, and other public office holders that he appoints will also favor their fellow ethnic group members. Colson, R 996, 72, notes that people in the Tonga villages where she worked in the 198 OS frequently commented that it was pointless to apply for jobs in such and such ministries because they were controlled by members of other ethnic groups who looked after their own. The ubiquity of such sentiments, which were echoed in comments made by 51 survey and focus group respondents, can be attributed to a combination of personal experiences, second-hand rumors, and a steady diet of newspaper reports and government inquiries into the domination of particular ministries and government-owned companies by particular ethnic groups. 16. Of course, not all ministers and government officials provide special treatment for their fellow group members. 7. And those that do are often quite discreet about their behavior. But even those who try to be discreet are sometimes discovered. In R 99-5, A private letter from a senior Bimba minister to President Chiluba surfaced, in which the minister asked the president to appoint a fellow Bimba to replace a non-Bimba who was currently serving as permanent secretary in his ministry. The letter read in part, "He was born in Kazima and is Bimba speaking, this is the man for the job." The Post, March 24, R995. Other public office holders, however, are quite open about the fact that they look out for their Kothniks. Another minister, responding to allegations that he had favored an applicant from his home province in filling a senior position in his ministry, told a reporter bluntly, "If I don't employ my own tribesmen, who will?" Weekly Post, 17-23 April 1992. A focus group respondent almost certainly had such behavior in mind when he observed that at the local level, people are made to believe that someone who can bring development or jobs is someone from that area or that tribe. Why are they saying so? Because they have got the example from the top leadership, live MSM. Indeed, for most Zambians, the expectation that people with access to patronage resources will channel them to members of their own ethnic group stems from what they observe government officials saying and doing. But expecting a certain kind of behavior from others is not the same thing as engaging in it oneself, particularly if one thinks the behavior is wrong. Of course, many Zambians do not think that ethnic favoritism is wrong. Many feel a strong sense of obligation toward people from their own group, and their acceptance of ethnic favoritism stems from an assumption about what they would do if they were in a government position that allowed them to help their fellow group members. Indeed, several survey and focus group respondents suggested that the practice of favoring members of their own ethnic group or people from their home region was a moral obligation. "You cannot go and clean someone else's house when yours isn't swept yet," a focus group respondent insisted. "You can't do that because it is not normal. The president is a leader. But just like any other person, he knows where he comes from. So he has to take development there before he takes it to other areas." Live MSM. A survey respondent argued similarly that there is no one who can put a bone in his own plate and real meat in another man's plate, SR 107. At the same time, other Zambians, in fact, a large number, do feel that ethnic favoritism is wrong. A market seller in Kazima spoke for many others when he said that there should be no discrimination. Just like the Bible puts it, when God made man, he said he had made him in his image, not in his tribe. This idea of focusing attention on tribes should not be entertained, Cas MSM. However, Zambians with such views have little choice but to behave in accordance with the expectation that ethnic favoritism will take place. Faced with the logic of a prisoner's dilemma, most decide that, despite their misgivings about the practice, supporting members of their own group is preferable to not doing so and being dominated by people from other groups that do. 8. It is bad to support a person simply because he comes from your tribe, a teacher in Mungu explained, but we have a situation in Zambia where if you don't support your own man, who else is going to support him? Bimbas are supporting Bimbas, so even Lozas should support Lozas. Chiluba is a Bimba and Western Province is not benefiting. This is why people are saying now that if we can have a Loza man on top, maybe he will do wonders for us. So now we support people from our own tribe, which is again very bad. Monty. In the context of the expectation that others will favor their own, people know that they will be penalized if they do not do so themselves, and they adopt patterns of behavior that they would not have otherwise. As Van den Berg, I-97I, SRSR 6, explains. Everyone expects everybody to be a tribalist, and thus finds it easy to justify his own ethnic particularism on defensive or preemptive grounds, or ostensibly to re-establish the balance destroyed by the tribalism of others. In short order, favoritism becomes endemic, ubiquitous, and virtually inescapable. Universal expectations of tribalism lead to a systematic interpretation of others' behavior as tribalistic, which in turn produces preemptive tribalism, and the latter further reinforces the expectations. Expected and actual behavior feed on each other in the classic self-fulfilling prophecy. It ceases to matter whether people champion tribalism or frown on it. They will behave in a tribalist way because they fear the consequences of not doing so. The fact that so many survey respondents told me that tribalism was wrong thus does not imply that it is absent either from their calculations or from their behavior. Despite their preference for a situation in which resources are not distributed along ethnic lines, they find themselves trapped in an equilibrium where ethnic favoritism is the rule, and where they lose out on access to resources if they ignore its implications for political behavior. The political uses of ethnicity in Zambia. The widespread expectation that people in positions of power will favor members of their own ethnic groups with access to jobs, development funds, and other state resources has important implications for the way politics is conducted in Zambia. First, it makes voters inclined to support politicians from their own ethnic groups over others. And because politicians know that voters will do this, it creates incentives for politicians to couch their electoral appeals and frame their coalition-building strategies in ethnic terms. Ethnicity thus emerges as a feature of Zambian politics not, as many commentators on Africa assume, because of the passions it inspires or the traditions it embodies but because of the information it conveys about the expected behaviors of other political actors. For voters, ethnicity provides insight into how candidates will distribute patronage if they are elected. It helps them determine the utility they will derive from having one candidate win the election instead of another. For politicians, it provides information about how voters are likely to cast their ballots, and thus which kinds of ethnic coalitions it will be most useful for them to try to mobilize. In devising their strategies to win seats and secure access to public resources, both politicians and voters thus find ethnicity to be a powerful tool. But why must voters focus exclusively on patronage flows, and not on the policies that each candidate promises to implement? Generally speaking, the utility that a voter derives from a particular political representative should be a function of two things: the utility they derive from the policies the politician implements on their behalf, and the utility they derive from the patronage the politician channels to them. However, in developing countries like Zambia, the policy part of the utility function tends to drop out of voters' calculations. Voters know that the policy implementing capacity of the state is weak, so they discount the impact of formal policies. In addition, voters have very low levels of information about what their political representatives actually do for them to formulate, lobby for, or push through policies that might benefit them. Monitoring policy outcomes, which are a product partly of the representative's effort and partly of factors outside of the representative's control, is much more difficult for voters than monitoring patronage outcomes, which are immediately visible to members of the representative's constituency. Voters therefore tend to focus their attention on and to judge prospective political representatives based on their assessments of the representative's likely performance in the area they can monitor, the representative's distribution of patronage. Apart from the tendency it generates for voters to allocate their support along ethnic lines, the expectation that people in positions of power will favor members of their own ethnic group also has a second implication. It makes it very difficult, or impossible, for politicians to build multi-ethnic coalitions. If people believe that being in the same ethnic group as a power holder is a necessary condition for gaining access to the spoils that the power holder controls, then they will put little stock in the promises of leaders of other groups to help them if they are elected. This does not necessarily imply that political leaders will not attempt to build coalitions across group lines. Indeed, for politicians from minority ethnic groups, this may be one of the only viable strategies to pursue. But given expectations about how patronage resources are distributed, politicians' promises to share the spoils of power with members of other groups are not likely to be viewed as credible. And absent an ability to commit credibly to sharing the spoils of power with members of other groups, cross-ethnic coalitions 53 will be very difficult, if not impossible to build. The implications of this point will become clear in the next chapter. Ethnicity thus serves as a valuable resource for political coalition building but imposes limits on the kinds of coalitions that can be built. I turn now to a discussion of how ethnic coalition building works in practice. Candidates and ethnic coalition building. In its simplest form, ethnic coalition building involves politicians emphasizing their ethnic affiliations to fellow group members as a way of signaling their commitment to distribute patronage to those group members and thus win their votes. Of course, not all politicians will be advantaged by such a strategy. Politicians running in constituencies where their ethnic group is a minority will find it disadvantageous to draw voters' attention to their ethnic backgrounds lest they frighten off the supporters from other groups whose crossover votes they will need to get elected. In such circumstances, politicians try to depict themselves as above tribe and focus voters' attention on non-ethnic issues, such as their experience, their record of service to the community, or their qualifications for the job. The best strategy for politicians to play thus depends on the circumstances in which they find themselves. They do best by emphasizing their ethnic group affiliation when running in constituencies where they are members of the dominant group and by playing down their ethnic backgrounds when they are not. In addition to emphasizing, or de-emphasizing, their own ethnic affiliations, politicians also attempt to improve their electoral prospects by drawing attention to the ethnic backgrounds of their rivals. For the same reason that depicting oneself in ethnic terms is sometimes disadvantageous, emphasizing the ethnic affiliation of one's opponent can often be a very useful political strategy. First, it increases the likelihood that the rival will be able to draw support only from members of his own group. If the rival comes from a small ethnic community, limiting his support to that group can be strategically useful. In addition, drawing attention to one's opponent's ethnic background can be an effective way to mobilize members of one's own group for defensive action. When the charge is made that another candidate is practicing tribalism on behalf of his group, the implicit message is that members of one's own group should do likewise lest they be dominated by the other group. Allegations that secret meetings are being held or that tribal campaigning is taking place in certain areas are interpreted by fellow group members as thinly veiled calls to arms. Zeftel, R. 978, 343, explains that in such cases, no one is named and it is possible to make the appeal in terms of the candidate's own commitment to unity and non-tribalism. But the generalized assertion that some people are going around to organize their followers has a clear meaning to members of the speaker's ethnic group and often constitutes an exhortation to them to mobilize against a threat. Zeftel notes that, during Zambia's 1973 elections, he observed numerous instances of this negative tribalism in which a candidate would denounce tribalism and immediately elicit the response from his followers that their own interests were being challenged. Ibid. 343-44. Indeed, ethnic finger-pointing of this sort is such a useful strategy that politics in Zambia tends to revolve at least as much around accusations that rival candidates are affiliated with particular groups or engaged in tribal campaigning as it does around the efforts of candidates to identify themselves positively with their own ethnic communities. As with explicit calls for support from fellow group members, the utility of such a strategy stems from the expectation that people in power will channel patronage to their co-ethnics. Here, the emphasis on the rival's tribalistic tendencies is simply a means of reminding one's supporters of this fact. Political parties and ethnic coalition building. Just as individual candidates exploit ethnicity as a political tool, so too do the political parties under whose auspices they run. Almost every political party that has ever been formed in Zambia has the words National, United, Zambian, or African in its name. In part, this simply reflects the origins of these parties during, or shortly after, the independence struggle, when the goal was to build a unified national front against the British colonial regime. But the choice of these words is also part of an effort to make the parties appear to be national in their orientations, that is, to be above tribe. Despite such efforts, however, and notwithstanding the fact that many Zambian political parties have historically enjoyed significant support across ethnic lines, every major political party in Zambia since independence has been perceived, to at least some degree and by at least some citizens, to represent the interests of a particular ethnic group or region of the country. In the First Republic, the African National Congress, ANC, was widely seen as a Tonga party, the United 54 Party, UP, was viewed as a Lozi party, and the United Progressive Party, UPP, was perceived as a Bimba party. Times of Zambia, August 15, I-968, Molteno 1972, 1974, Bates I-976, Zeftel 1978, Gertzel ETAL 1984, Weekly Post, 24–30 April 1992. The ruling United National Independence Party, UNIP, was also viewed in many circles as a Bimba-oriented party, despite the fact that it had support across most of the country and that, by then end of this period, its base had begun to shift from the Bimba-speaking northern provinces to the Nyanja-speaking east. By the Third Republic, UNIP had come to be regarded as an unambiguously Eastern Province party. Indeed, a focus group participant claimed in I-995 that Eastern Province is UNIP. If you come there, you find that the Anganis, Ansengas, Tumbukas all support UNIP, CPTARM. 9 Also during the Third Republic, the National Party, NP, was widely viewed first as a Lozi and Tonga party. Daily Mail, August 24, I-993, The Sun, 25–13 October 1993, Times of Zambia, December 29, 1995, and later as a party for the tribes of Northwestern Province, Sunday Mail, I-3 August 1995, Times of Zambia, I-8 March 1997. The agenda for Zambia, AZ, was seen unequivocally as a Lozi party. Times of Zambia, November 13, 1996. The United Party for National Development, UPND, was viewed as a Tonga party. Times of Zambia, September 24, 1999 and I. February 2000, The Monitor, 24–30 November 2000, The Post, June 12, 2001. And the ruling MMD, though enjoying at least some support from every ethnic group, was widely regarded by many Zambians as a party for the Bimbas. Weekly Post, 8/5 April 1993, Financial Mail, I-6–23 November 1993, Times of Zambia, April 29, 1995 Letter to the Editor, Sunday Mail, I August 1995, The Post, April 2 I-998. Even the Zambia Democratic Congress, ZDC, a party that defied easy classification, was identified by at least some political observers as a Bimba-dominated organization. 21 In the case of every one of these political parties, the identification of the party with a particular ethnic group was as much an outcome of the unprompted equation in people's minds of the party with the ethnic group of the party's president as it was a consequence of active self-definition by party organizers. Given what we have seen of Zambians' expectations about in-group favoritism and what has been written about the highly personal nature of African politics, Jackson and Rosberg 1984, Young and Turner I-985, Chahal and Dela's I-999, the association between the ethnic affiliation of the party leader and the presumed sympathies of the party should not be surprising. Zambians simply assume that if the party president is a member of a particular ethnic group then, in directing the functions and setting the agenda of the party, he will put the interests of that group first. Even when the president surrounds himself with deputies from other groups, as party presidents invariably do, the overwhelming tendency is for voters to ignore the vice presidents, secretaries general, and party chairpersons from other groups and to draw their inferences about the party's patronage orientation from the ethnic background of its top leader. So strong is the assumption that the patronage orientation of a political party can be deduced from the ethnic background of its president that when party leaders change so do people's perceptions of the ethnic orientations of the parties. When the National Party was founded in 1993, for example, its interim chairperson was Dr. Inanjumbai Kuzita Lewanika, the daughter of the former Lozi paramount chief. Largely because she was a member of such a prominent Lozi family, the party was viewed by many Zambians as a Lozi party. When Lewanika was replaced later in the year by Baldwin Gumbula, a Tonga speaker and the son of the late ANC President Harry Mwangankumbula, the party came to be seen as a Tonga party. and when Kernvila was unseated at a party conference 2 years later by Humphrey Mulumba, a Northwesterner from the Kayan tribe, the party's presumed ethnic and regional orientation changed yet again. In a similar vein, UNIP, while generally viewed first and foremost as a Nyanja speakers party, was perceived to have close ties to Tonga speakers during the brief presidency of Kebi Musicotwain, a Tonga-speaking southerner, and briefly became identified with Loza speakers following the election in 1995 of Loza senior chief Lni Arnboyeta as party vice president. What are the political implications of the tendency for parties to be associated with the ethnic groups of their leaders? From the standpoint of winning support from voters in the Leaders' Horn region, the identification of the party with its leader's ethnic group is a great advantage. In fact, as I show in Chapter 8, the home regions of party presidents have been, historically, the parts of the country where Zambian political parties have had their greatest electoral successes. And from the standpoint of capturing national power, however, the tendency for Zambians to associate parties with the ethnic groups of their presidents is a problem, since even the largest ethnic group in the country, Burnba speakers, comprises less than 40% of the total population. This means that no ethnic group can constitute a majority coalition in and of itself, and no party without a Burnba speaker as its leader can win a plurality nationally so long as everyone in the country votes along ethnic lines. To be nationally viable, Zambian political parties must win support across ethnic communities, and this means eschewing public identification with any single ethnic group. Given such a constraint, parties tend to adopt a strategy of emphasizing non-ethnic issues and condemning tribalism in their public pronouncements and official campaign literature, while quietly playing the ethnic card in the region with whose people they are identified. The goal of this dual strategy is to construct a solid ethnic coalition in the party's Horn region while still preserving the ability to win pan-ethnic, or non-ethnic, support in the rest of the country. A particularly revealing glimpse of how such a strategy is carried out is provided by the National Party. From the party's inception, as a senior party organizer told me, its founders foresaw that their success would depend on their ability to combat the party's association in voters' minds with Loza speakers from Western Province. To avoid this fate, the party adopted an explicitly pan-ethnic name, the National Party, and chose a unifying symbol, clasped hands. In addition, whenever they campaigned outside of Western Province, party leaders took great care to emphasize the vices of tribalism and the need for national unity and national development. But to make sure that the party would retain its foothold among Loza-speaking Westerners, party organizers made it a practice, when campaigning in that part of the country, of always referring to the party by its Loza name as the Sikaba Party. To non-Lozas, the subtle shift in the party's designation was imperceptible. Sikaba was, after all, the direct Loza translation of national, and much campaigning in Zambia is ordinarily conducted in local languages. But to the Loza audiences whose support the National Party leaders coveted, Sikaba Party was an obvious reference to the Loza nationalist party of the same name that had been active in the region in the early R96 OS. By alluding to it, the NP campaigners made their party's true ethnic orientation clear. But doing so in this manner limited the audience that would understand this message to fellow Loza speakers. The United Progressive Party provides another example of a party that employed national appeals for one audience and ethnic appeals for another. Founded by Simon Kapwepwe, the pre-Ern, Burnba politician of the independence era, the UPP drew almost all of its most senior leaders from the Bimba-speaking Northern Province and the Copper Belt. As a consequence of its close association with the Bimba elite, the party was widely assumed to be a party for Burnbas only. Thus, while the party's leaders did campaign, clandestinely, along ethnic lines in Bimba-speaking areas to shore up their natural base, Bratton 1980, 212-20, Gertzel and Zeftel 1984, II-35, they recognized that their more important task was to win support among non-Bimba voters. To do this, they sought to establish the UPP as a national political party, and avoided expressing its appeal for popular support in regional or factional terms. Zeftel R98-0, 86. The party's manifesto emphasized that one of its goals was to stamp out all forms of tribalism and sectionalism by establishing real unity. Through discussion, Daily Mail, August 25, 1971. In his public campaign speeches, Kapwepwe focused on explicitly non-ethnic issues such as the evils of corruption, the need for economic change, and the importance of national unity. When a dispute broke out over allegations that Bimbas were being mistreated by the UNIP government, Kapwepwe went out of his way to state publicly that it was his hope and prayer that all leaders will avoid the temptation of speaking for particular groups. "We are going to fight as a nation and not as Bimbas, Tongas, Nganis, or Losas." Daily Mail, January 27, 1971. In these ways, the party attempted to preserve its viability as a national, rather than simply a regional, political force. In addition to trying to help their fortunes by shaping perceptions about their own ethnic orientations, political parties, like individual candidates, also employ the strategy of ascribing ethnic orientations to their rivals. By successfully cultivating the identification of a rival party with a particular ethnic group, a savvy party leader can improve his own party's prospects by undermining the rival party's ability to win support beyond a relatively narrow area. Such a strategy is particularly common for ruling parties, which, having succeeded in capturing power, have an incentive to portray upstart opposition groups in terms that will undermine their ability to compete with them at the national level. Faced with threats from the ANC and the UP in the 196 OS, the UNIP accused both parties of being more interested in helping their narrow ethnic constituencies in western and southern provinces than in fostering the development of the country as a whole. 26 In so doing, the UNIP hoped to, and largely did, undercut these parties' support outside of their regional home bases. The same tactic was employed against the UPP in 1971. The party was depicted by UNIP leaders as a manifestation of Bimba tribalism, and its adherents from other ethnic groups were dismissed as people of no consequence who were permitting themselves to be used to provide UPP with a national image. Zeftel 1978, 356. In addition to accusations of this sort, the UNIP government arrested the UP's two most senior non-Bimba leaders, Henry Misanai and Zipoke Mumba, in an effort to disrupt the party's ability to point to these men as evidence of the organization's multi-ethnic roots. Kapwepwe reacted to his colleagues' detention by calling it an attempt by the UNIP to try to prove their theory that this is a tribal party. Times of Zambia, August 25, 1971. Although part of the reason the UPP found it so difficult to escape its Bimba label was because of Kapwepwe's strong association with the Bimba cause, the UNIP's steadfast campaign to brand the party as a Bimba instrument also played an important role in shaping people's perceptions of the UP's ethnic orientation. The MMD also adopted the practice of ethnic finger-pointing as a means of limiting the threats posed by opposition parties. When the upstart National Party was formed in 1993, and then when the UPND was created in 1998, the MMD's principal response was to brand them as vehicles for Lozi and Tonga interests. The Monitor, R9-25 November 1999, February 25 to March 2 Wu, Daily Mail, R3 September 2000. The extraordinary level of resources that the MMD devoted to defeating the NP candidate in the Malali by-election of R993, a race viewed around the country as a test of the NP's claim to be a truly national political organization, attests to the importance that the MMD attached to containing the NP in its relatively narrow Lozi and Tonga-speaking ethnic heartlands. The by-election pitted Emmanuel Kassand, a former finance minister who had been sacked by President Spilabo following unsubstantiated allegations of financial impropriety. Weekly Post, 23-29 April R993, against an unknown MMD challenger. The significance of the by-election stemmed from the fact that Kassand was one of the most powerful and visible Bimba politicians in the country and the man widely credited with having delivered Northern Province to the MMD in 1991. To have allowed him to win the seat would have been to give the NP a foothold outside of the South and West and to eliminate the MMD's ability to brand the NP as a regional party. 27 The MMD, like the UNIP before it, was willing to risk reinforcing the opposition party's hegemony in its home region so long as it could be assured of limiting its rivals' ability to attract supporters across the country as a whole. Candidates as bearers of both individual identities and party labels. I have argued that voters use a candidate's ethnicity as a guide to how that person is likely to distribute patronage if elected. I have also argued that voters make their decisions about which political parties to support based on a similar assessment of the match between each party's ethnic orientation and their own. The goal for voters is to support the candidate or party that is perceived to represent the interests of their own ethnic group. The problem, however, is that the candidates among whom the voters must choose are competing simultaneously as individuals and as representatives of particular political parties. This means that they can be coded ethnically in two different, and sometimes contradictory, ways, one way suggested by the candidate's own cultural background, and another way suggested by the ethnic orientation of the party on whose ticket the candidate is running. Both provide clues about how the politician is likely to behave if elected, but these clues may point in different directions. For example, the candidate may be from one ethnic group but running on the ticket of a party associated with another group. In such a situation, the ethnic community that the candidate is likely to favor once in office is not obvious. Which ethnic Q, the individual one or the party one, should voters focus on in making their decisions? And which ethnic affiliation should the candidates themselves try to emphasize in making their electoral appeals? The answer, to the second question, at least, depends on the context. Sometimes, the ethnic loyalties that are imputed to a candidate by virtue of his party affiliation run counter to the candidate's interests, as, for example, when the party on whose ticket he is running is associated in voters' minds with a region or group other than that of the voters themselves. In such a situation, the candidate will either try to stress his party's national orientation or, if he himself is a member of the dominant local group in the constituency, attempt to draw a distinction between his party's perceived ethnic orientation and his own, and encourage voters to focus on the latter. At other times, however, the party's ethnic coattails may be quite beneficial. For example, when a candidate is running for a seat in the region of the country with which her party is popularly identified, the candidate will have a strong incentive to underscore her party affiliation and the ethnic orientation that it conveys. These strategic considerations are at the heart of the explanation for why different dimensions of ethnic identity emerge as salient in one-party and multi-party electoral contests, and I will return to them in the next chapter. The political consequences of ethnic multidimensionality. Thus far, as I have discussed the coalition-building strategies of Zambian political actors, I have treated ethnicity as an unambiguous, unidimensional concept. I have described political parties as avoiding overt ethnic appeals in their public campaigns and as carefully playing the ethnic card in regions dominated by people whose interests they are perceived to represent. I have described candidates as either playing up or seeking to hide from their ethnic group affiliations, depending, first, on whether or not they happen to be located in constituencies dominated by members of their own groups and, second, on whether or not the parties on whose tickets they are running are popularly viewed as representatives of local interests. And I have described how both parties and candidates brand their rivals with ethnic labels, sometimes to restrict the breadth of their rivals' potential support base and sometimes to mobilize members of their own groups against implied outside threats. In each case, the strategic decisions made by the political actors have been cast as a choice between actively drawing upon ethnic identity or actively hiding from it. Entirely absent from this discussion has been the possibility that political actors, in choosing whether to embrace ethnic labels or ascribe them to their rivals, might also be faced with a decision about which dimension of ethnic identity to embrace or ascribe. Yet ethnic coalition building in Zambia requires precisely such a decision. Recall that two different dimensions of ethnic identity are available to Zambian political actors, one stemming from tribal affiliation, and the other from language group membership. This means that the calculation surrounding how best to employ ethnicity as a coalition-building tool entails an additional decision about whether to stress tribal connections or language ties. It also implies that the process of ethnic coalition building is considerably more complex than has been suggested thus far. Although both tribal and linguistic identities are commonly referred to as tribal in everyday social discourse, Zambians, like most Africans, almost never use the terms ethnic group or ethnicity. Each designation refers to membership in a very different sized social unit. Tribal affiliations identify their bearers as members of one of roughly 6 dozen highly localized groupings, whereas language group affiliations classify most people as members of one of 4 much larger coalitions. Since the size of the group with which a person, or political party, is identified is so different depending on whether the group is defined in tribal or linguistic terms, the decision to describe oneself, or one's political opponents, in terms of one dimension of ethnic identity rather than the other has important consequences. To define oneself in linguistic terms is to identify oneself not simply as a member of a particular ethnic group, but as a member of a large and nationally powerful coalition. To define one's rivals in such terms is to identify them with a large, potentially threatening, and perhaps unfairly favored ethnic grouping. Conversely, to define one's own, or one's opponent's, ethnic identity in terms of tribal affiliation. 58. Is to emphasize one's own, or one's opponent's, local roots and to assert boundaries between narrower ethnic units that might otherwise be lumped together as part of the same linguistic entity. In each case, the perceived landscape of in-group and out-group members and thus political allies and political adversaries, is quite different. The ability of Zambian political actors to alter perceptions of the size of their own or their opponent's ethnic coalition by emphasizing tribal versus linguistic differences constitutes a valuable strategic resource. It allows politicians and political parties to define themselves and their rivals as members of groups on the dimension of ethnicity that will yield them the greatest political leverage given the situation in which they find themselves. As the situation changes, so too can the dimension of identity that they find it most advantageous to embrace. In the context of a struggle over the distribution of national development resources, cabinet positions, civil service jobs, or parastatal posts, for example, a Zambian politician can define himself in linguistic terms to signal the large size and political importance of the coalition whose support he can claim to represent. In the context of a campaign for re-election in his rural constituency, that same politician can play down his linguistic identity in favor of his affiliation with the dominant local tribe in the area to better distinguish himself from rivals, who probably share his language group background, and to underscore his authenticity as a representative of the interests of the local community. More generally, by framing political conflicts in terms of one dimension of ethnic identity rather than another, politicians and political parties can shape perceptions about the fairness of the distribution of government resources to convince voters that they are disadvantaged and that mobilization for change should be a priority. And by defining themselves in terms of the right, in the sense of strategically optimal, dimension of ethnic identity, they can also convince voters that this mobilization should take place behind their banner. In Zambia, as in many contexts where social identities are multidimensional, the dynamics of such ethnic self-definition and ascription are complicated by the fact that the tribal and linguistic collectivities with which people identify themselves nest inside one another. Tribal and language groups are organized in concentric circles, with all the members of each tribal group located entirely within a single language category and each language category containing several different tribal groups. Thus, every Loza Tribe-S person is also a Loza speaker, but every Loza speaker is not a Loza Tribe-S person. The coalition of Loza speakers contains a great many tribal groups, Kwangwe, Kwandi, Mashi, Mbunda, Subiya, to name just a few who are not Lozas in the tribal sense. The same is true of the coalition of Bimba speakers, which includes people who are, among other things, Ashi, Bisa, Kaband, Lala, Lunda, Mamwi, Namwanga, and Ngi Umbo by tribe, Tonga speakers, which includes people who are tribally Lenye, Soli, Ila, and Tokalia, and Nyanja speakers, which includes people who are tribal Lichua, Ansenga, Ngoni, Chikunda, and Tumbuka. Such nesting of tribes within language groups need not cause confusion in and of itself. The confusion stems from the fact that, because of the way in which patterns of language use developed historically, the name of each of the 4 major language groups in Zambia is the same as the name of the largest tribe in each language coalition. These, of course, are the tribes whose local dialects became the basis for each of the 4 major regional linguas franca. L. 8. To refer to someone simply as a Loza, or a Bimba or a Tonga or a Nyanja, as is commonly done in Zambia, is therefore fundamentally ambiguous, since there is no way of knowing whether we are referring to the person's tribal identity or to the person's language group affiliation. This ambiguity has very important political implications, which I will explore in the next section. Before doing so, however, it is necessary to add an additional wrinkle to our discussion of the Zambian ethnic landscape. To this point, I have described the country's politically relevant social cleavages as being built along either tribal or linguistic lines. As I argued in chapters 2 and 3, the reason that tribal and linguistic cleavages constitute such important bases for political coalition building is because the colonial government and the Northern Rhodesian mining companies made access to state and company resources during the pre-independence era contingent on identifying oneself as either a member of a tribe or a speaker of one of the country's 4 principal languages. When independence and the advent of electoral politics shifted the competition for state resources from the offices of the district governors and the headquarters of native authorities to the arena of mass politics, Zambians continued to view this competition in terms of a struggle among coalitions defined in tribal or linguistic terms. One of the important changes that came with independence was the emergence of provinces as units of development administration. Provinces had first been demarcated in northern Rhodesia in the early 1930s, and by the mid-R94 each of the protectorates, then, 6 provinces had its own African-staffed administrative council, Hall R976, 68, Stone R979. But it was not until after independence that the scale of the resources allocated for rural development through these units became large enough for provincial administrations to become perceived as sources of patronage. When this happened, provinces became focal points for political competition, and Zambians came to view the struggle for state resources partly in terms of a conflict among the country's provinces. 29 In the post-independence era, provincial divisions have thus come to play a similar role to tribal and linguistic divisions as a foundation for political coalition building. The reason that the emergence of provincial identities as an alternative to tribe or language has not thoroughly altered the dynamics of Zambian political competition is that, by and large, provincial identities and linguistic identities overlap. Leaving aside the provinces located along the rail line whose migrant populations are so mixed as to have only weak provincial identities, the boundaries of provinces are generally, both in Zambians' imaginations and in fact, the same as the boundaries of the country's main language groups. Southern Province is more or less the Tonga-speaking part of the country, Eastern Province is the country's Nyanja-speaking region, and Western Province is the home of Zambia's Loza speakers. 3 degree In each of these cases, the name of the province and the name of the language group are used interchangeably in popular discourse. Tonga speakers are referred to as Southerners, Nyanja speakers as Easterners, and Loza speakers as Westerners. There are, however, 2 important exceptions to the otherwise close match between provincial and linguistic boundaries. The first is Northwestern Province, which is not associated with any of the country's 4 major language groups. For reasons explained in Chapter 3, no single regional lingua franca took root in Northwestern Province, as it did in the other rural areas of northern Rhodesia. Provincial identities thus tend to play an analogous role for people in Northwestern Province to linguistic identities in other parts of the country. Zambians often refer to Northwesterners as the 5th major ethnic group alongside the Bimba speakers, Nyanja speakers, Tonga speakers, and Loza speakers. People from Northwestern Province also commonly identify themselves in such terms. The second of the exceptions is the Bimba-speaking region, which spans both northern and Luapula provinces, and, in the eyes of many Zambians, also Copperbelt Province and the northeastern portions of Central Province. The fact that the Bimba-speaking coalition does not RNAP onto a single province means that, unlike the coalitions defined by the three other major language groups, Bimba speakers can be divided not only into tribal subgroupings but also into provincial subunits. This, in turn, means that what is meant by Bimba is even more ambiguous than what is meant by Tonga, Nyanja, or Loza. When people are described, or describe themselves, as Bimba, do they mean that they are members of the Bimba tribe? That they speak the Bimba language? Or that they are from Northern Province, the home of the Bimba tribe and thus the more Bimba of the two Bimba-speaking provinces? In a political context where Bimbas are widely perceived to dominate the most important positions in the government and to receive the lion's share of development resources, this ambiguity is a source of tremendous misunderstanding and conflict. The central question of whether or not Bimbas are, in fact, overrepresented in senior government positions or advantaged in the allocation of development funds depends entirely on which dimension of Bimba identity one uses in the counting. To develop this point, and to illustrate the political implications of Zambia's ethnic multidimensionality, I turn now to the question, what is a Bimba? What is a Bimba? For non-Bimba speakers, almost all people who speak the Bimba language, or, more precisely, all people who are members of tribes or who trace their roots to provinces that are considered Bimba-speaking are viewed as Bimbas. Epstein, R978, RR, relates a telling anecdote from his field work in the Copperbelt about a young laborer from Winalunga, a Kaonde area of northwestern province, whom he met one Sunday afternoon when the laborer was on his way home from watching a tribal dancing competition in the Endelo municipal compound. The young man explained that he had not stayed there very long, because his friend had 60 not appeared and there were only Bimba dancing Kale/a well-known tribal dance that day. Epstein writes, "Since Jay knew that Kalida was not danced by Bimba, I asked whether they were not really Bara and Umbo members of a different Bimba-speaking tribe whom he had seen. He replied, in Burnba those of us who come from afar know only the Bimba. It is just the same way they call us from the far west Kalwina, even though we are of many different tribes. From afar, most Zambians ignore the internal complexity of the Bimba category and lump anyone who comes from a Bimba-speaking area into the same group. Aussie, Lala, and Umbo, a Lusaka focus group participant explained, these are all Bimbas because they speak the same language, LSKTR. Even Bimba speakers themselves sometimes define their group in undifferentiated terms. Most of the people in Luapula are not Bimba by tribe, and yet I have had many experiences where I have met people there who call themselves Bimba." A Catholic missionary from Northern Province recounted. A market seller in Luancha, herself a Lungu and a lifelong Copperbelt resident, followed precisely this pattern when she characterized people from Northern Province, Luapula Province, and the Copperbelt as all the same, all behaving like one group, Lee MSW. A former MP, now retired to the Copperbelt, agreed similarly that people from Luapula and Northern Provinces were just the same people, except that the dialect is a little different. To me, I feel that people from Luapula and Northern Provinces should be 133. Sometimes such characterizations are born from little more than a subconscious effort to simplify an otherwise complex social landscape. Among urban dwellers in particular, this is a common means of coping with social complexity. Mitchell R956, R969, 1974, 1987. But in some situations, defining the Bimba coalition in linguistic terms is part of a conscience strategy, either by Bimba speakers or by outsiders, to identify the Bimbas as the country's largest ethnic coalition. For non-Bimba speakers, the purpose of such a characterization is often to expand the universe of office holders that can be labeled as Bimba, thereby underscoring the degree to which Bimbas dominate the most important positions in the government and dramatizing the need to mobilize against Bimba hegemony. For members of the Bimba-speaking group, by contrast, defining Bimba in linguistic terms is used to justify precisely such dominance. faced in 197R with accusations that Bimbas held too many of the country's top posts. Justin Chimba, a senior Bimba minister at the time, argued that this country must realize that Bimbas are a majority. We comprise 58% of the Zambian population and should not be taken lightly. Daily Mail, January 25, R97R.14. In a similar vein, Uniamwila, another senior government official, concluded a speech to the UNIP National Council meeting of February 1968 by pointing out that, if Bimbas were a majority on the Central Committee, it was because Bimba-speaking people number 2 million, L5. In both cases, the speakers sought to defend their group's privileged status by defining their coalition in the broadest possible terms and then claiming that the size of their group justified its share of senior positions. A second rationale for Bimba speakers to define their ethnic coalition in linguistic terms is to maximize the number of supporters in their coalition. When the emergence of the National Party in 1993 seemed to threaten the MMD's grip on power, President Chiluba attempted to play precisely this strategy. Fearful that Northern Province Bimba speakers might follow their leader, Emmanuel Kassand, into the opposition camp, Chiluba called the Northern Province parliamentary delegation to a special State House meeting at which he quoted historical tribal links between the people of Luapula and Northern Province and stressed that family ties between his province and theirs should not be broken. Weekly Post, 6R2 August R993. By invoking the common linguistic ties between Northern Province and Luapula, his own home area, Chiluba hoped to keep intact the Bimba-speaking alliance that comprised the core of his party's supporters. But while Bimba speakers may find it advantageous to emphasize their linguistic identities in some situations, in other situations they are eager to draw distinctions between themselves and other fellow language group members. Especially when they are faced with allegations that Bimbas are enjoying more than their fair share of the national cake, many Bimba speakers are quick to point out that only certain provincially or tribally defined segments of the larger Bimba-speaking coalition are, in fact, benefiting from a preferential access to power and resources. A letter to the editor of the Times, April 29, 1995, from the chairman of the Bimba Jalamfaya Council, the Bimba tribe's leading cultural association, provides an excellent example of such within coalition boundary drawing. It has been said and it is being said that the MMD government is dominated by Bimbas. This is not correct. If they mean that the government is dominated by members of the Bimba tribe, it is not true. The only Bimba minister is Chitalu Sampa. All those you see in the MMD government today just speak Bimba, but they have their own tribes. Even President Chiluba is not a Bimba by tribe, he is just a Bimba speaker. So it is wrong to say that Burn Bas have dominated the MMD government. In response to allegations of Bimba overrepresentation in the government, Bimba Paramount Chief Kitamyakolu himself issued a public statement in which he humbly asked whoever is the proponent of the anti-Bimba sentiments, to stop pointing fingers at the Bimbas because Bimbas constitute only one of the 73 tribes. Weekly Standard, August 30 to September 5, 1993. The rationale for both the chief's request and the chairman's letter was made explicit in the latter, which lamented that the tendency of Zambians to conflate Bimba tribespeople with Bimba speakers more generally had resulted in a situation in which those who were Bimba by tribe were put at a disadvantage in as far as employment, promotion, or appointments to high offices is concerned. The Times, April 29, 1995. The most vocal protests against the assumption that all Bimba speakers are part of the same group, however, have come not from Bimba tribal leaders but from politicians identifying themselves in provincial terms. In the late 196 OS, politicians from Luapula province began to speak out against what they perceived to be the insufficient rewards that they were receiving for the contribution they had made to bringing the UNIP to power. Bates 1976, ch 10, Zeftel 1978, ch 6. Many of their demands were couched in terms of a comparison between the meager resources allotted to their province and the far more generous allocations enjoyed by their Bimba-speaking neighbors in Northern Province. In 1969, a group of MPs from Luapula wrote to the president to protest the lack of development and rewards accorded their region. The authors of the letter referred to slights and insults accorded Luapulans by people from Northern Province. They noted that in the past they had regarded Northern Province as a sister province and had accepted its leadership in the interest of unity. However, these insults had opened their eyes to the costs of their support for Northern Province, and they were determined that henceforth they would represent their own interests and seek their fair share of the benefits of independence. Zeftel 1978, 334-35, 6. Later the same year, Luapula politicians asserted the distinction between Northern Province Bimbas and Luapula Bimbas once again by publicly rejecting the government's nominee for a parliamentary by-election in Kawamwa East constituency in Luapula Province. The nominee John Mwanakatwi was a Bimba-speaking Mamwilungu from Isoka district in Northern Province. At the time of his nomination for the Kawamwa East seat, he was the Secretary General to the government. Previously he had been a Minister of Education and a Minister of Mines. Despite his very senior status in the government, Mwanakatwi was rejected on the grounds that, although he was a Bimba speaker, he was a northerner rather than a local Luapulan. Times of Zambia, July 14, 1969. To build support for their opposition to Mwanakatwi's nomination, Luapula MPs spearheaded an outpouring of letters, petitions and telegrams in support of their demand that the political interests of TB province be looked after by its own sons and daughters, and that no outsider be imposed on the Luapula people. Bates 1976, 229. In addition, they devised and disseminated a story contending that Mwanakatwi had chastised the Luapula people for aspiring to assert themselves politically and had called the Luapula people Batubula, or dumb fishermen who were ordained to be ruled by others, Ibid. Although the allegation about Mwanakatwi's Batubula slur was widely reported in the Zambian press at the time, Bates, 1976, 229, claims to have investigated the matter and found little basis for it. He concludes, "The significance of the story therefore lies not in its veracity. Rather, it lies in the political designs that underlay it." The story was clearly aimed at demonstrating the hauteur and insensitivity of the Northern Province politicians and at severing the bonds of political loyalty between the Luapula constituency and the national-level politicians from the north. 230. In I-970, 5 high-ranking Luapula politicians in the Copperbelt sent another letter to President Konda demanding that their province be given a greater share of government appointments. To make their point, the authors attached a list of senior government officials to point out how few of the positions had gone to Luapulans. 37. Bates, 1976, 2R9, cites a 1971 speech given by a Luapula MP at a district-level political meeting that emphasizes the same themes. Since independence, the government has done nothing in this province. Before independence we were united together with other provinces, but since then other provinces have wanted the lion's share and to eat on their friends' heads. In Northern Province, government has established a railway line, so we want government to establish mines in Luapula. In all of these examples, politicians from Luapula sought to increase their access to political power and public resources by asserting the difference between themselves and their fellow Bimba speakers in Northern Province. What outsiders may have perceived, and depicted, as a uniformly privileged Bimba bloc was, in fact, deeply divided by internal factions, each seeking greater access to the coalition's spoils. In the I-99DS, the tables were turned. With the reins of power in the hands of President Chaluba, a Luapulan, it was the Northerners who emphasized the distinction between the two provincial groupings in complaining about inadequate resource allocation. A focus group respondent in Northern Province protested that whenever they talk of people being favored by the government they talk of Bimbas. But, we Northerners, are not involved. It is the ones from over there in Luapula that are benefiting, Cass RM. Echoing this sentiment, a newspaper report in the days leading up to the MMD's 1995 party convention describes Northerners as feeling abandoned by their party. They claim President Chaluba has sacrificed Northern Province for Southern Province, Luapila Province, and Eastern Province. The Post, December 18, 1995. Yet at the very moment that a senior MMD member from Northern Province was complaining to the reporter that since the late Simon Kapwepwe's vice presidency, no one from Northern Province has held a senior position in the politics of this country, Ibid, many, if not most, of the non-Bimba speaking delegates were convinced that Northerners were controlling both their party and the government. The fact that one of the groups that felt itself to be so ill-treated could be perceived by another group as favored attests to the power of Zambia's complex ethnic landscape to breed grievances and misunderstandings. Nowhere are the possibilities for conflicting interpretations of the same reality more evident than in the composition of the cabinet. As we have seen, the ethnic breakdown of the cabinet is one of the most visible and closely watched indicators of ethnic group favoritism in Zambia. As we have also seen, the allegation that Bimbas are dominating the cabinet has been, since independence, a central theme of Zambian politics. Figure 4R displays the share of Bimbas in the cabinet in every odd year between 1965 and 1999 using different bars to indicate the share in each year of Bimba tribespeople, members from Northern Province, and Bimba speakers. J8 As the figure makes clear, the accuracy of the claim that Bimbas are dominating the cabinet depends entirely on how one defines Bimba. Defined in terms of language, Bimbas occupied an average of 35% of all cabinet positions between 1965 and 1999, with a low of 22% and a high of 44%. Defined in terms of tribe, however, Bimba cabinet representation during the same period was less than a third of that rate, averaging just 10%, and ranging between a low of 0 and a high of 25%. Defined a third way, in terms of province of origin, as cabinet members from Northern Province, the Bimba share of cabinet seats averaged 21%, approximately the midpoint of the linguistic and tribal averages. 0.39 As these numbers make clear, and as figure 4.1 graphically illustrates, the conclusion one draws about the dominance of Bimbas in the government depends completely on which ethnic lens one employs in counting heads. When Bimba speakers respond with disbelief and anger to allegations that they hold the lion's share of cabinet posts, it is often because the definition of Bimba that they are employing differs from the one being used by their accusers. But whereas figure 4R may help to explain why people can draw such different conclusions from looking at the same list of cabinet members, it does not provide very strong support for the conclusion that Bimbas, irrespective of how they are defined, are actually overrepresented in the cabinet. While the average share of Northerners in the cabinet does exceed the proportion of Northerners in the national population by a significant margin, the average proportions of cabinet ministers that are Bimba by tribe are well below the percentages of Bimba tribespeople in the country as a whole, and the proportion of Bimba speakers in the cabinet is fairly close to this group's share in the national population. 4 degree Part of the reason for this is that President Konda, whose cabinets comprise 12 of the 17 in the sample, took great care to balance his cabinet appointments across ethnic groups. Where Konda was less even-handed, however, and where Bimba dominance clearly does manifest itself is in the composition of the top 6 cabinet positions. If we focus, as I do in figure 4.2, and as most Zambians do in practice, on the key positions of President, Vice President, and Ministers of Defense, Home Affairs, Foreign Affairs, and Finance, the source of the perception that Bimbas are running the country becomes apparent. 4R. In most years, the percentages of Bimbas in the 6 top positions were significantly greater than in the cabinet as a whole, particularly when Bimba is defined in terms of province or language. Whereas an average of 35% of all cabinet ministers between R965 and 1999 were Bimba speakers, members of this group occupied an average of 55% of the top 6 posts. Similarly, whereas Northerners comprised 21% of all cabinet ministers during this 30-year time frame, they accounted for 33% of the people in the 6 top positions. Interestingly, the decline in the share of Northerners after 1991 was paralleled by a dramatic rise in the share of senior ministers from President Chaluba's Luapila province. Over the period from 1991 to 1999, Louis-Pilens occupied, on average, 3 of the top 6 cabinet positions. As in Figure 4.1, however, the clearest message conveyed by Figure 4.2 is the disparity in the shares of Bimba tribespeople, Northerners, and Bimba speakers. Depending on whether one understood Bimba in tribal, provincial, or linguistic terms, one would reach quite different assessments of whether, or how much, Bimbas were overrepresented in the most powerful positions in the government. An observation in need of a theory. The answer to the question "what is a Bimba?" is that it depends. It depends on who is being asked and what their interests are. Of course, people answer this very question, or one of its cousins: what is a Loza? What is a Nyanja? Or what is a Tonga? Dozens of times every day without even knowing that they are doing so. One friend is implicitly thought of as a member of a different group because she speaks a different language, another is perceived as a kinsman because his village of birth is located in the same region of the country, a third is assumed not to be related because she does not share a particular funeral custom or pays allegiance to a different chief. In each of these cases, the person is accepted or rejected as a member of the ethnic group by virtue of a different set of standards for community membership, one linguistic, one regional, one tribal. In none of these cases, in all probability, is the decision to use one yardstick instead of another made strategically or as part of a larger plan to extract rewards or further material interests. Was confirmed by President Konda himself, who told me that, next to the presidency and the vice presidency, the portfolios for defense, home affairs, foreign affairs, and finance were the ones to which people paid the most attention. Interview with Dr. Kenneth Konda, Lusaka, January 17, 1994. However, in the realm of politics, questions of group membership are much more often answered through calculations of self-interest. This is because ethnic identities are assumed to convey information about the likelihood that a person in a position of power will channel resources to another person, perhaps oneself, perhaps someone else who does not directly enjoy access to those resources. The fact that people have more than one ethnic affiliation means simply that the information that ethnic identities convey about patronage commitments is ambiguous and sometimes misleading. This ambiguity, while frustrating for RHE analyst of political or social affairs, is a valuable tool in the hands of a strategically minded politician or citizen who is trying to build or to secure membership in a winning political coalition. It allows people to present themselves, identify others, and make demands as members of groups of different sizes. And it allows them to tailor their choices in this regard to best serve their needs given the circumstances in which they find themselves. Whether they invoke or embrace tribal or linguistic, or even provincial, identity in their coalition building or coalition joining efforts will depend on their situation and the constraints and interests that follow from it. Such a conclusion, while perhaps correct, is nonetheless not particularly satisfying. To summarize our discussion of the ways in which Zambian political actors take advantage of their country's ethnic multidimensionality by simply saying that they choose whatever identity will best serve their purposes is, frankly, not saying very much, or, at any rate, not saying anything particularly new. The real contribution, for both our understanding of Zambian politics and for the study of ethnic politics more generally, will come from articulating and providing theoretical support for a set of clear, generalizable propositions about the specific conditions under which one form of ethnic identity will be chosen rather than another. Doing precisely this is the objective of the next chapter. A model of political institutions and ethnic cleavage outcomes. In 1984, Cherry Gertzel and her colleagues from the University of Zambia published a book, The Dynamics of the One-Party State in Zambia, whose purpose was to describe the origins and workings of the country's new single-party political system. Much of the book's analysis drew on a detailed study of the general election of 1973, the first contest held after the country suspended multi-party competition and moved to one-party rule. In the course of describing the campaign and interpreting the voting patterns that emerged in the 1973 race, the authors observed, almost in passing, that politicians seemed to be emphasizing, and voters seemed to be embracing different kinds of ethnic identities than they had in 1968, the last election held under RHE old multi-party system. They noted that, whereas campaigning during the R968 general election had revolved around the competition among broad, linguistically defined voting blocks, campaigning in 1973 seemed to revolve around the conflicts between local tribal groups. Whereas voters had overwhelmingly supported representatives of their language groups in the multi-party contest, they seemed to ignore language group distinctions and line up behind members of their tribes in the one-party race. It was not that ethnicity was more or less central in either election, for, as the authors made clear, it was highly salient in both. But the specific kinds of ethnic identities that served as bases of electoral competition and as motivations for political support were different. The observation that the shift from the multi-party system to the one-party system had altered the political salience of linguistic and tribal identities was given little sustained attention by the contributors to the Goertzel et al. Volume. Although the authors presented a number of anecdotes to suggest that the shift had taken place, they offered no systematic evidence to support the claim and articulated no clear mechanism to account for it. Despite this, their observation was a potentially important one. For if the change in institutional rules had led to a shift in the salient axis of ethnic cleavage, then it suggested the possibility of a general proposition about the conditions under which individuals with multiple ethnic identities might choose one identity instead of another. Clearly, something about the incentives generated by the one-party or multi-party nature of the country's political institutions had led to different kinds of ethnic identity choices. But what was the link? Why did Zambian politicians and voters focus on language group differences during multi-party elections and tribal differences during one-party contests? How was the institutional change causing the change in identity choices? This chapter suggests a mechanism. Chapters 7 and 8, which test a number of this mechanism's observable implications, provide additional empirical support for the connection between the party system type and the cleavage outcome. I develop my account in 4 stages. First, I introduce a simple model of ethnic identity choice. This general model shows how, given a set of simple, and, in light of the discussion in Chapter 4, empirically justifiable, assumptions, we can predict the identities that individuals will choose and thus the cleavage dimension that will emerge as the axis of competition and conflict in the political system. Then I show how changing the boundaries of the arena in which political competition takes place can change the outcome that emerges. Next, I show how shifting from multi-party to one-party rule brings about a de facto alteration in the boundaries of the political arena and, with it, a change in both the choices individuals will make and, through those choices, the ethnic cleavage that will emerge as salient. I then apply the model to TB Zambian case. The chapter concludes by revisiting some of the model's key assumptions to assess its portability to other settings. A simple model of ethnic identity choice. Start with the political arena with a very simple ethnic cleavage structure, A, B, where A equals A 3. And B equals B, B, B. 3. Bm, and where A1 A2 A3 and H1 B2 B 3. Bm. 1. Recall from the notation introduced in Chapter 1 that A and bear the cleavages, example. 1. Although I define this as an ethnic cleavage structure, the logic extends to non-ethnic cleavages like class. Also, while the example contains only 2 cleavages, the logic of the model extends to cleavage structures with 3 or more cleavages. 66. BBLB, B, BMAIA. AA. A. Figure 5.1. A simple ethnic identity matrix. Race and language, religion and tribe, language and region, and AR, BR, A2, B2, and BM are the ethnic groups located on each cleavage dimension, example Black, White, English speaker, Portuguese speaker, Christian, Muslim. Every individual I has an identity repertoire, A1, BK, that contains a single A identity and a single B identity. Each individual can thus be placed in one of the cells in the NXM ethnic identity matrix depicted in Figure 5. R if individuals can identify themselves in terms of only one identity at a time, that is, either as a column, and a 1, or as a row, a BK, but not as both simultaneously, then which one will they choose? First, assume that individuals will choose the ethnic identity that will maximize their access to resources. Second, assume that resources are made available through a distributive process in which a single power holder shares resources only with, but equally among, members of his own ethnic group. Assume further that the power holder is elected under plurality rules. Finally, assume that all individuals have perfect information about the sizes of all groups, i.e., they know the row and column totals of the matrix, though not necessarily the values in each cell. These assumptions have a number of important implications. They imply that coalitions across group lines, i.e., across rows or across columns, will not be formed, since individuals will be willing to support only those leaders who will share resources with them, and only leaders from their own groups will do so. In addition, the condition that resources will be shared equally among group members means that subdivisions of the group will not take place after power has been won. For the purposes of the model, ethnic groups are taken to be unitary blocks, uncombinable and internally undifferentiable. Instances where two or more groups might be combined under a single umbrella label, for example, Irish and Italians in New York as European immigrants, Dinka and Nuer in Sudan as Southerners, Episcopalians and Presbyterians in Ireland as Protestants, can be accommodated in the model not by allowing them to form a coalition but by adding another cleavage dimension, European immigrant/non-European immigrant, Northern/Southern, Protestant/Catholic. These assumptions are crucial to generating determinative outcomes. I will return at the end of the chapter to the implications of relaxing them. 4 different categories of actors can be identified, each with a different optimal strategy. I depict them in Figure 5.2 as W, X, Y, and Z. Individuals located in the dark shaded cell, W, are members of both the largest A group, A, and the largest B group, B. T-Bay will therefore be included in the winning coalition irrespective of whether power is held by the AS or the BS. The setup of the matrix is such that, given plurality rules, power has to be held by one of them. They are the pivot. Their choice will determine which coalition wins. If they choose to JFY themselves and to vote as a 1S, then a 1S will win power. If they choose to identify themselves and to vote as BS, then BS will hold power. Individuals located in the unshaded cells, X and Y, are the possible co-power holders with W. They stand to be either part of the winning coalition or not, depending on what W chooses. Individuals located M, the light shaded cell, mark Z, are members of neither A/ nor BR, so Ray will never be part of the winning coalition. In many S_itations TEY will outnumber W, X, and Y combined. But because of internal divisions, the people in Z are a collection of discrete and uncombinable communities grouped together only for analytical purposes. They will never be able to band together to wrest power from the AS or BRS. Which identity will individuals in each of these categories choose? Individuals in W stand to win either way. But because they seek to maximize the resources they will receive, they will prefer the identity that puts them. 67. In the smaller of the two possible winning coalitions, since this will require them to share the spoils of power with fewer other people. Their choice will therefore depend on the relative sizes of X and Y. When X, Y, they will prefer to ally Y by identifying themselves as B, S. When Y, X, they will prefer to build a coalition with X by identifying themselves as AS. Only when XW plus Y or YW plus X, i.e., when X or Y are so large that they beat the minimum winning coalition of W plus Y or W plus X, will individuals in W not necessarily choose the identity that defines them as members of the smaller winning ethnic group. In such a situation, whether the winning coalition is made up of a 1S or H1S will be out of W's control. Individuals in W will be members of the winning group either way, but they will be powerless to impose one coalition over the other, so choosing membership in the smaller group is not necessarily advantageous. Individuals in X and Y will always choose the identities A and B, respectively, since these are the only identities that give them a possibility of being members of the winning coalition. However, since their ultimate ability to win power will depend on W's choice rather than their own, they will devote most of their political energy to lobbying W. People in Y will insist that politics is really about cleavage and that Bs need to stick together against the Bs, B, 3, S, and so on. People in X, meanwhile, will counter that the more important axis of political division is A and that the ethnic cleavage that really matters is the one that separates AS from the other A1S. Individuals in Z are in a lose-lose situation, since neither their A nor B identities will put them in the winning group. Their only viable strategy will be to try to change the game by pushing for the introduction of a new cleavage dimension. Their plea will be that politics is not about either A or B but about some different cleavage, C. In theory, they should try to invoke a cleavage that defines them as members of a new minimum winning coalition. But they cannot choose and expect people to mobilize in terms of just any principle of social division. For the strategy to be effective, the cleavage they propose must be an axis of social difference that others will recognize as at least potentially politically salient. Some bases of social division will fit this bill, but many others will not. This is why identifying the roster of potentially relevant cleavages in society is a prerequisite for employing the ethnic identity matrix. Only in one special situation can people in Z affect W's choice. This is when there exists within Z a sub-coalition of a 1S or BKS that is greater than W plus the smaller of X and D that is greater than the winning coalition that would otherwise form. This possibility is illustrated in Figure 5. 3. Suppose that XY. If this is the case, then the general rule should apply that W will ally with X and choose to identify itself as A. But if there exists within Z a subcoalition B, X and W plus X, where XB is the subset of B, that is in X, then W will have no choice but to identify itself as B, and ally YD. Recall that since, by definition, B is the largest B group, an alliance between W and Y will beat any other BK. Note that the existence of the subcoalition B, XB, W plus X will not affect the fate of anyone in Z. As soon as W joins YD, everyone in Z will still be shut out of power. But the existence of the subcoalition will have forced WDO make an identity choice that it otherwise would not have made. Situations of this sort frequently occur when the A and B cleavages are organized such that groups from one cleavage dimension nest inside groups from another as, for instance, when the regions of a country each contain distinct sets of region-specific tribes, when a tribe is divided into clans, or when a linguistic community is divided into speakers of multiple dialects. Because ethnic cleavages in Africa are often nested, this special case turns out to be very important for understanding how ethnic coalition formation often works in this region. The ethnic identity matrix helps to account for the choices of individuals. Yet the outcome this book seeks to explain is not just why individuals make the ethnic choices they do but also why particular ethnic cleavages emerge as salient in the political system as a whole. How do the individual choices aggregate to determine the cleavage that becomes the axis of competition and conflict in the larger political system? The answer lies in the fact that, once W chooses X or Y as its coalition partner, and thus a 1 or H1 as its identity, the social landscape is transformed. As soon as W makes its choice, or as soon as other players figure out what choice W will make, the distinctions among members of an AZ, and A 3, or among members of B and H2, and B 3, disappear and a new division emerges between those that are in power, the ins, and those that are not, the outs. The particular dimension of cleavage that defines the difference between the ins and outs then becomes the axis of conflict in the political system. If W chooses X, then politics comes to be about cleavage A, that is, about the struggle between Rs and the other A. 1. S. If W chooses Y, then it becomes about cleavage B, that is, about the conflict between B1S and the other BKS. Note that the outs will still not be able to do anything to overturn the situation, since multi-ethnic coalitions are not feasible. But they will come to share the perception that political conflict is about what makes the ins different from everybody else. This is how individual level choices determine which ethnic cleavage becomes politically salient. To show how this abstract model might be applied to a more concrete example, let us return to the hypothetical Los Angeles community described in Chapter R. Recall that this community was divided by 3 different ethnic cleavages: language, race, and religion. The linguistic cleavage divided the community into English speakers, Spanish speakers, and Korean speakers. The racial cleavage divided it into Latinos, Asians, blacks, and whites. And the religious cleavage partitioned it into Protestants and Catholics. Leaving the religious divisions aside to keep things simpler, we can represent the community's ethnic cleavage structure in the matrix depicted in Figure 5.6. As in the general setup, I have shaded the W and Z coalitions and ordered the groups on each cleavage dimension from largest to smallest. To make the incentives facing people clear, I have also provided the share of the population contained in each cell, as well as the totals for each row and column. English-speaking Latinos are the pivot. They will be in the winning coalition irrespective of whether it is formed on the basis of race or on the basis of language. The question is, which will they choose? Will they choose fellow Latinos as their coalition partners or fellow English speakers? It is helpful to imagine one politician in the community urging them to mobilize as Latinos and another campaigning equally vigorously for them to mobilize as English speakers. Indeed, we can imagine politicians standing at the end of each row and at the top of each column urging their fellow row and column members to mobilize in terms of the particular identity that they share, as Spanish speakers, Asians, whites, and so on. Which politician will they follow? Which ethnic appeals will resonate, and which will go unheeded? Traditional accounts of ethnic politics approach such questions by assuming that individuals will select the identity to which they have the deepest emotional commitment. The origin of this commitment is explained in a variety of ways, as a product of the inherently deeper attachment that people have to some kinds of identities than others, an argument frequently made about race, Mendelberg 2 in terms of the hegemonic status that has been bestowed on a particular identity by history, Laodin R 986, or as an outcome of the work of some political entrepreneur who has succeeded in convincing people that one identity matters more than others, Cohen R 974, Bates R 983, Brass R 99R. Irrespective of the explanation provided, all such approaches seek to account for the identity choice by providing a rationale for why one identity is more deeply felt than the other. The identity choice is then explained as a direct outcome of this greater depth of feeling. This book takes an entirely different approach. Rather than assume that one identity is somehow innately stronger than another, I assume that all of the identities in a person's repertoire are equally important components of who they understand themselves to be. The decision of English-speaking Latinos to identify themselves in racial rather than linguistic terms, or vice versa, thus cannot be attributed to something inherent in racial or linguistic identities themselves. Instead, I argue that the choice is made purely instrumentally for what the person gets for choosing one identity over the other, not for what it means for them to choose it. I argue that people will make their choice by weighing which identity will secure them access to the greatest share of political and economic resources, and that this, in turn, will lead them to choose the identity that puts them in the group that, by virtue of its size vis other groups, puts them in a minimum winning political coalition. As I stressed in Chapter 1, what is new in my account is neither the idea that people choose their ethnic identities instrumentally nor the idea that ethnic groups can be thought of as political coalitions mobilized to capture scarce resources. The innovation is to apply this logic to the question of when and why, given identity repertoires that contain multiple identities, individuals will choose to mobilize in terms of one identity rather than another. If forming a minimum winning coalition is their goal, then English-speaking Latinos should ally with the smaller of the two groups in which they might claim membership. Since non-Latino English speakers make up 40% of the population and non-English speaking, i.e., Spanish-speaking, Latinos comprise just 30%, we should see English-speaking Latinos choosing their racial identity and building a coalition with their fellow Latinos. Asian, Black, and white English speakers will do their utmost to convince them to choose otherwise, but if all the pivot cares about is controlling the greatest share of resources that it can, then the lobbying of fellow English speakers will go unheeded. And, once English-speaking Latinos have chosen to identify themselves in terms of their race, we should see the politics of the community polarized along racial lines. The elected representative will be a Latino, and whether the representative is English-speaking or Spanish-speaking will be immaterial to non-Latinos. In their eyes, all that will matter is that the representative is a Latino, played the race card to get elected, owes the position to the Latino vote, and can be expected to be beholden to Latino interests. Grievances about how resources are distributed within the community will thus be framed in terms of why Latinos are getting more than their fair share. The critical point is that race emerges as the central axis of social identification and political division in this example, not because racial identities are inherently or historically stronger than linguistic identities, and not because politicians playing the race card are somehow more skillful than those attempting to mobilize the population along linguistic lines. Race emerges as politically salient because of the relative sizes of the community's racial and linguistic groups and, in this particular case, because the coalition of Latinos is smaller, and thus more useful from the perspective of the pivot, than the coalition of English speakers. Group size, not depth of attachment, is what drives the individual level choice and thus the society level cleavage outcome. Changing boundaries, changing outcomes. The ethnic identity matrix helps to clarify why individuals make the identity choices that they do. It also helps make it clear how these choices are sensitive to changes in the boundaries of the political arena. To see why this is so, imagine that Los Angeles is redistricted and that our hypothetical community is divided into two separate electoral districts, North and South. If racial and linguistic groups were evenly distributed across the original community, then this division would have no effect on people's ethnic coalition building strategies. In both new districts, English-speaking Latinos would again be the pivot, and they would again seek to put themselves in a minimum winning coalition by allying with fellow Latinos. But suppose that ethnic groups were not distributed evenly within the original community. Suppose that, due to patterns of residential segregation, the redistricting created a new district that was homogeneously Latino. With no other racial group in the new district, i.e., YV=O, the only cleavage that would matter would be the one that divides English speakers from Spanish speakers. Language would thus become the axis of social division, and political coalition building and conflict would take place along language group lines. But suppose that the redistricting exercise did not divide the original community quite so neatly. Suppose that most of the Latino population from the original district wound up in the new North District and that all of the Asian population wound up in the new South. The population distributions for each new community might look something like the matrices in figures 5.7 and 5.8. As these figures make clear, the partition of the original community leads to changes in the relative sizes of the linguistic and racial groups in each new political arena. Whereas Latinos outnumbered Asians in the pre-redistricting community, the opposite is the case in the post-redistricting South. And whereas English speakers were the predominant language community in the original district, they are outnumbered by Spanish speakers in the new North. These changes in the sizes of the groups bring corresponding changes in the coalition building strategies that both politicians and voters will find it useful to employ. Strategies that made sense in the pre-redistricting setting will, for some groups, no longer be optimal in one or the other of the new contexts. Take the case of the new North District. The shift in status between English speakers and Spanish speakers changes the pivot. Whereas English-speaking Latinos were the pivot in the original community, Spanish-speaking Latinos play this role in new one. English-speaking Latinos still do best by identifying themselves in racial terms, but this time whether or not they will share power will be out of their hands. Meanwhile, whereas Spanish-speaking Latinos did best in the pre-redistricting era by identifying themselves in racial terms and lobbying fellow Latinos to join them in a coalition along racial lines, they do best in the post-redistricting context by identifying themselves in linguistic terms and turning their backs on their English-speaking Latino brothers and sisters. Since English-speaking Latino 3 can be expected to respond to the situation by simply claiming that they speak Spanish too, much of the political action in the district will revolve around policing the border between the English and Spanish-speaking components of the broader Latino community. Individuals in the New South will experience similar changes in their optimal strategies. English-speaking Asians still do best by identifying themselves in linguistic terms. This time, however, they are the pivot and actually wind up in the winning coalition. Meanwhile, English-speaking Latinos, who in the original community were best served by voting with their fellow Latinos, now do best by presenting themselves as English speakers. For both of these groups, as for both the English and Spanish-speaking Latinos in the New North, changing the boundaries of the political arena either changes their incentives for identifying themselves in terms of a particular identity or, because of the altered behavior of others, changes the payoffs they will receive for having done so. 6. Horowitz, R. 985, 75, writes that one of the most powerful influences on the scope and shape of we and they has been the scope and shape of political boundaries. This example, and the ethnic identity matrix heuristic on which it is based, shows why. Of course, I deliberately designed this illustration to show how changes in the boundaries of the political arena can alter the incentives for people to identify themselves in different ways. Lest readers think this illustration has no real-world parallels, consider the following examples. Today, Telugu-speaking Andhra Pradesh is one of India's 28 states. Before 1953, however, it was part of Tamil-speaking Madras. During the period when the two states were united, the principal axis of social conflict was linguistic and the central political divide was between Telugu speakers, who demanded a separate state, and Tamil speakers, who actively resisted these demands. Yet, after Andhra Pradesh was broken off from Madras in R953, the language-based conflict was superseded in Andhra by a competition for control of the state between the Kama and Reddy castes, both Telugu-speaking, and by a regional conflict between people living in the Telangana and coastal regions of the state. Horowitz, R985, 6QQ. The altered boundaries of the arena of competition led to the emergence of a completely different set of salient cleavages. The broader partition of India in I-947 offers another example. Before the partition, ethnic politics in the territory that was to become Pakistan revolved around a conflict between Hindus and Muslims. After Pakistan became an independent state, however, the paramount Hindu-Muslim cleavage was replaced by distinctions, varying from community to community, based on language, tribe, or region. Horowitz, 1975, 135, writes that hardly had the Indo-Pakistani subcontinent been partitioned along what were thought to be hard and fast Hindu-Muslim lines when, in R948, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, who had done so much to foster subnational identities in undivided India, ironically found it necessary to warn against the curse of provincialism in undivided Pakistan. The separation of Pakistan from India led to the replacement of one basis of ethnic division by another. The experience of decolonization provides yet another illustration. In colony after colony, political conflict during the pre-independence era was between colonizers, British, French, Belgian, etc., and colonized, Sri Lankans, Fijians, Ivoirians, Congolese, etc., as the latter sought to wrest political control from the former. Since the political arena included both the non-white colony and the white metropole, the relevant axis of political cleavage during this period was race. But as soon as independence was won and the relevant arena of political competition shrank to the new nation itself, the once unified non-white community fractured into rival camps and the racial cleavage was superseded by cleavages based on language, religion, region, or tribe. In all of these examples, changes in the boundaries of the political arena generated changes in the dimensions of ethnic identity that were mobilized. Although I do not provide them here, one could easily construct ethnic identity matrices for each case to show how the change in the boundaries of the political arena produced the changes in people's choices. As in the Los Angeles example, these boundary changes all involved alterations in the physical boundaries of the political system. However, the physical boundaries of political units need not change for the boundaries of the effective political arena to be altered and for a shift to occur in individuals' incentives to emphasize one cleavage dimension rather than another. This can happen when a change in political institutions shifts the locus of political competition from one domain to another. Such a change can bring about a shift in the effective arena of political competition, and, with it, a shift in individuals' identity choices, even when the physical boundaries of the political system remain unaltered. The transitions in Zambia from multi-party to one-party rule, and back, did precisely this. Multi-party politics, one-party politics. An identity choice. How are multi-party and one-party political systems different, and how do these differences generate different ethnic choice outcomes? Although multi-party and one-party political systems vary in a great many ways, the central institutional differences between the two can be reduced to two key issues. The first is whether multiple parties are legally permitted to compete for political power. In multi-party systems, where multiple parties are permitted, every parliamentary and presidential candidate runs on the ticket of a different party. In one-party systems, by contrast, political competition takes place under the auspices of a single ruling party and every candidate must run on the ticket of that party. The second key difference lies in whether or not the executive is chosen by the electorate. In one-party states, the norm is for the president to be chosen by the Central Committee of the ruling party and then ratified by voters through a simple up or down vote in the general election. In multi-party states, multiple presidential candidates compete for support in the election itself. Thus, while presidential elections are held in both systems, only in multi-party contests do voters have a real choice among distinct alternatives. These seemingly minor differences turn out to have important effects. For our purposes, the most important effect is on the scope of the effective arena in which political competition takes place. In one-party systems, where the outcome of the presidential election is determined in advance, the only electoral contest of consequence is the one over who will represent each parliamentary constituency. The parliamentary election thus becomes the central locus of competition in the political system. This has the effect of shrinking the effective arena of political conflict from the nation as a whole to the level of individual electoral constituencies. In multi-party elections, by contrast, when control over the executive is at issue, electoral competition takes place at two levels simultaneously, at the national level, for the presidency, and at the constituency level, for parliamentary representation. In practice, however, the effective arena of political competition for both the presidential and parliamentary contests is the national arena. This is because party labels transform parliamentary candidates into representatives of national coalitions, and this transforms the constituency-level conflicts in which they are engaged into contests for national power. Party labels do not matter in one-party parliamentary elections because they do not vary across candidates. All candidates must, by law, run on the ticket of the ruling party. But in multi-party parliamentary elections, where each candidate runs on the ticket of a different party, voters will have two different sources of information to consider when they try to predict each candidate's future behavior: the candidate's personal attributes and the candidate's party affiliation. The relative importance that voters attach to these two sources of information will depend on the particular characteristics of the electoral system, including the degree of control that party leaders exercise over access to the party label, whether or not votes are pooled across parties, whether voters cast one vote or many, and the magnitude of electoral districts, Carey and Shugart I 1951. It will also depend on whether or not presidential and parliamentary elections are held concurrently. Shugart and Carey 1992, Shugart 1995. In political systems with single-member plurality electoral rules, party endorsements, and concurrent presidential and parliamentary elections, such as in Zambia and most former British colonies, party labels will be much more important to voters than the personal attributes of the candidates, Carey and Shugart R 1995. In such situations, voters will make their choices based not on the strengths and weaknesses of the candidates themselves but on the affinity the voters feel for the political parties the candidates each represent. Voters in such a context will cast their parliamentary election ballots for individual candidates competing at the level of the constituency, but in deciding which candidate to support, they will look beyond the candidates and focus their attention on what their vote means for the battle among the political parties. And since political parties are competing for power at the national level, the effective arena of political competition becomes the nation as a whole. 8. Thus, even if the physical boundaries of a country's political system remain unchanged, altering its political institutions either to prohibit or to allow for competition among multiple political parties will change the boundaries of the effective arena of political competition. A shift from multi-party to one-party competition will shrink that arena from the nation as a whole to the level of the electoral constituency, and a shift from one-party to multi-party competition will expand it from the electoral constituency to the nation as a whole. These changes, in turn, affect the kinds of ethnic cleavages that will emerge as axes of political competition and conflict in each context. In one-party settings, political conflict will revolve around constituency-level ethnic cleavages. In multi-party elections, where the arena of political competition is the entire country, broader cleavages that define national-scale groups will become salient. In both settings, politicians will seek to build and voters will cast their votes so as to secure membership in minimum winning coalitions. But because the arenas of competition are different, the social material out of which these coalitions will be crafted will be different as well. In one-party settings, political competition and conflict will revolve around the ethnic groups that divide the constituency. In multi-party settings, it will revolve around the ethnic groups that divide the nation. This logic, combined with the model of identity choice presented earlier, illustrates how institutional change can cause identity change. It also put us in a position to explain why tribal and linguistic identities each emerged in Zambia as basis for political coalition building in the periods in which they did. Applying the model to the Zambian case. Recall from chapters 2 and 3 that Zambians identify themselves ethnically as members either of one of TB country's 4 language groups or of one of the country's roughly 70 tribes. Figure 5.9 provides an ethnic identity matrix for the country. As in the general example, the linguistic and tribal groups are ordered from largest to smallest. In addition, I have indicated the coalitions W, X, Y, and Z. Bimba-speaking Bimbas are the pivot, non-Bimba-speaking Bimbas, an empty set, are X, and non-Bimba speakers, example members of the Bisa, Ashi, Kaband, and other Bimba-speaking tribes, are Y. Since YX, we would expect W to choose X and to transform national level conflict in Zambia into a struggle among the country's tribes. However, since the coalitions of Nyanja speakers, Tonga speakers, and Loza speakers are all larger than the coalition of Bimba tribes people, i.e., for all NR, Lang, X Lang, W plus X, W will be forced into a coalition with Y. Bimba-speaking Bimbas will thus identify themselves in language group terms and unite with fellow Bimba speakers to win power, and national-level political conflict in Zambia will revolve around language group differences. A different outcome emerges when political competition is restricted to the constituency level. The spatial distribution of tribal and linguistic groups in Zambia guarantees that constituency-level ethnic landscapes, and identity matrices, will be quite different from the one depicted for the nation as a whole in Figure 5.9. 10 rural constituencies, which comprise more than 80% of the total, are almost all homogeneous with respect to language and heterogeneous with respect to tribe, though a few are homogeneous with respect to both. Ethnic identity matrices for most rural constituencies thus look like the one provided in Figure 5.ro. Urban constituencies, in contrast, contain migrants from multiple tribes, and, while one language group is usually dominant, one or more smaller language groups are usually also present. In terms of their ethnic composition, urban constituencies thus look more like the national political arena. An ethnic identity matrix for a typical urban constituency is provided in Figure 5.rr. In rural constituencies like the one depicted in Figure 5.10, the coalition building outcome is clear, since X equals O, Y X, and the pivot will choose to build its coalition along tribal lines. Tribal divisions will thus emerge as the axis of competition and conflict in rural constituencies. The particular tribal group that will play the role of pivot, and hold power, will vary from constituency to constituency, but political conflict will be played out in terms of the struggle between members of the dominant tribe and members of other tribes. In urban constituencies, it will almost always be the case either that YW plus X or that Lang X Lot 11G, 1W plus X. Thus, at the national level, the pivot will choose to identify itself in linguistic terms and to build a winning coalition by allying with fellow members of its language group. The only difference with the national level outcome will be that the particular W plus Y coalition will differ from urban location to urban location, depending on which language group happens to predominate in the town in which the constituency is located. The important point, however, is that the pivot will choose its linguistic, rather than its tribal, identity, and that the linguistic cleavage will therefore emerge as the salient axis of political division. The link between institutional change and changes in the kinds of ethnic cleavages that have emerged as politically salient during different periods of Zambia's post-independence history should now be clear. Since the locus of political conflict in multi-party elections is at the national level, and since national-level conflict in Zambia revolves around language group differences, we will observe political competition and coalition building taking place along language group lines during periods when Zambia is under multi-party rule. We will observe politicians in such settings couching their appeals in language group terms and voters supporting candidates who, by virtue of their party affiliations, are perceived to represent the interests of their language groups. Of course,